Dr. Lee Howell's home telephone rang at 2:07 a.m. His wife, Myrna, who was sleeping beside him, grumbled into her pillow. "Who's that? You're not on call tonight." The Howells had been in bed barely an hour. Their poolside party had broken up around midnight. By the time they'd gathered up the debris and empty margarita glasses, stored the perishable leftovers in the fridge, and visited their sleeping son's room to give him a good night kiss, it was nearing 1 o'clock. As they undressed, they had congratulated themselves on hosting a successful get-together. The grilled steaks had been only a little tough, and the new electric mosquito zapper had sizzled all evening, keeping the insect population to a minimum. All things considered, a good party. The Howells had felt mellow, but agreed that they were too exhausted even to think about having sex, so they'd kissed each other goodnight, then turned to their respective sides of the bed and gone to sleep. Despite the shortness of time Dr. Howell had been asleep, his slumber, assisted by several margaritas, had been deep and dreamless. Yet when the telephone rang, he was instantly awake, alert and responsive, as years of conditioning had trained him to be. He reached for the phone. "Sorry, hon. A patient may have taken a bad turn." She nodded grudging assent into her pillow. Her husband's reputation as an excellent surgeon wasn't based solely on his operating room skills. He was dedicated to his patients and interested in their well-being before, during, and after their surgeries. Although it was unusual for him to be telephoned at home in the middle of the night when he wasn't the doctor on call, it wasn't altogether rare. This inconvenience was one of the small prices Mrs. Howell was willing to pay for the privilege of being married to the man she loved, who also happened to be in demand and well-respected in his field. "Hello?" He listened for several moments, then kicked off the covers and swung his feet to the floor. "How many?" Then, "Jesus. Okay, all right, I'm on my way." He hung up and left the bed. "What?" "I gotta go." He didn't turn on the lamp as he moved toward the chair where he'd left the pair of Dockers he'd been wearing earlier in the evening. "Everybody on staff has been called in." Mrs. Howell came up on one elbow. "What's happened?" Serving a busy metropolitan area, Tarrant General Hospital was constantly on alert to handle major disasters. The staff had been trained to provide immediate emergency treatment to victims of airplane crashes, tornadoes, terrorist attacks. By comparison, this night's emergency was mundane. "Big pileup in the Mixmaster. Several vehicles involved." Howell shoved his bare feet into a pair of Docksides, which he loved and his missus despised. He had owned those shoes for as long as she had known him and refused to part with them, saying the leather was just now molding to his feet and becoming comfortable. "A real mess. A tanker trailer overturned and it's burning," he said as he pulled his golf shirt over his head. "Dozens of casualties, and most are being sent to our emergency room." He strapped on his wristwatch and clipped his pager to the waistband of his slacks, then leaned down to kiss her. Missing her mouth, he caught her between nose and cheek. "If I'm still there at breakfast time, I'll call and update you. Go back to sleep." As her head resettled into the pillow, she murmured, "Be careful." "Always am." Before he got downstairs, she had already fallen back to sleep. Malcolm Ludi finished reading Chapter 3 of his newest science fiction thriller. It was about an airborne virus that, within hours of being inhaled, turned the internal organs of human beings into a black, oily goo. As he read about the unaware yet doomed blonde Parisian hooker, he picked at the pimple on his cheek, which his mother had admonished him to leave alone. "Well, that only makes it worse, Malcolm. Until you start picking at it, it's not even noticeable." Yeah, right. The pimple was way beyond noticeable. It was the current peak on the ever-evolving knobby red mountain range that comprised his face. This severe, scar-producing acne had ushered in Malcolm's adolescence, and for the past 15 years had defied every treatment, topical or oral, either prescribed or purchased over the counter. His mother blamed this chronic condition on poor diet, poor hygiene, and poor sleep habits. On more than one occasion, she had hinted that masturbation might be the cause. Whatever her current hypothesis, it invariably suggested that Malcolm was somehow responsible. The frustrated dermatologist who had valiantly but unsuccessfully treated him had offered up different but as many theories on why Malcolm was cursed with the facial topography of a Halloween mask. Bottom line, nobody knew. As if the acne weren't enough to keep his self-esteem at gutter level, Malcolm's physique was another misfortune. He was pencil thin. Supermodels who were paid to look undernourished would envy his metabolism, which seemed to have a profound aversion to calories. Last but no less genetically dire was his kinky, carrot-colored hair. The fiery thatch had the density and texture of steel wool, and had been the bane of his existence long before the onset of acute acne. Malcolm's odd appearance, and the shyness it had bred, made him feel a misfit. Except at his job. It was night work, and it was solitary. Darkness and solitude were his two favorite things. Darkness dulled his vibrant coloring to a more normal hue and helped to obscure his acne. Solitude was part and parcel of being a security guard. His mother didn't approve of his career choice. She constantly nagged him to consider making a change. "Out there all by yourself night after night," she often said, tisking and shaking her head. "If you work alone, how you ever going to meet anybody?" "Duh, Mother. That's the point." This was Malcolm's standard comeback, although he lacked the courage to say it out loud. Working the graveyard shift meant fewer times he had to conduct a conversation with someone who was trying hard not to stare at his face. Working through the night also allowed him to sleep during most of the hated daylight hours, when his hair took on the brilliance of a day-glow orange magic marker. He dreaded the 2 nights a week he was off, when he had to endure his mother's harping about his being his own worst enemy. The recurring theme of her lectures was that if he were more open to people, he would have more friends. "You've got a lot to offer, Malcolm. Why don't you go out like other people your age? If you were friendlier, you might even meet a nice young lady." Sure he would. Mother scoffed at him for reading science fiction, but she was the one living in a dream world. His post at Tarrant General Hospital was the doctor's parking lot. To the other guards, it was the least desirable post, but Malcolm preferred it. There wasn't a lot of activity at night. Business didn't pick up, so to speak, until early morning when the doctors began to trickle in. Most hadn't even arrived when he clocked out at 7 in the morning. However, this being a Friday night, there were more cars in the lot than on a weeknight. Invariably, the weekend increased the traffic in the emergency room, so doctors came and went at all hours. Just a few minutes ago, Dr. Howell had driven up to the gate and disengaged the arm with the transmitter he kept clipped to his sun visor. Dr. Howell was okay. He never looked past Malcolm as though he wasn't there, and he sometimes even waved at him as he passed the guard shack. Howell didn't get all bent out of shape if the arm failed to disengage and Malcolm had to release it manually from inside the shack. Dr. Howell seemed like a regular guy, not snotty at all. Not like some of those rich assholes who acted so hoity-toity as they drummed their fingers on their padded steering wheels, impatiently waiting for the arm of the gate to rise so they could speed through, as though they had some place to be and something to do that was real important. Malcolm read the first page of Chapter 4. As expected, the Parisian blonde hooker succumbed mid-coitus. She died in the throes of agony and grotesque vomiting, but Malcolm's sympathies were with her hapless customer. Talk about a major bummer. He turned the book face down on the counter, straightened and stretched his spine, and sought a more comfortable position on his stool. As he did, he happened to catch his reflection in the window glass. The pimple was growing by the second. Already it was a monument of pus. Disgusted by his image, he focused his eyes on the parking lot beyond. Mercury vapor lights were strategically spaced so that most of the lot was well lighted. The shadows were deep only beneath the landscaping that formed its perimeter. Nothing had changed since the last time Malcolm had looked out, except for the addition of Dr. Howell's silver Beamer, 3rd row, 2nd car. He could see the gleaming roof of it. Dr. Howell kept his car in showroom condition. Malcolm would too, if he could afford a set of wheels like that. He returned to his novel, but had only read a couple of paragraphs when something odd occurred to him. He looked toward Dr. Howell's beamer again. His pale eyebrows furrowed with puzzlement. How had he missed Dr. Howell when he had walked past the shack? In order to reach the sidewalk that led to the nearest employee entrance, one had to come within yards of the shack. It had become second nature for Malcolm to note when someone came past, either heading toward the building or returning to his car. There was a correlation. One either left the building and then shortly drove away in his car, or drove into the parking lot and then shortly passed the shack on his way into the building. Malcolm subconsciously kept track. Curious, he marked his page and set the book beneath the counter next to the sack lunch his mother had packed for him. He tugged the brim of his uniform hat a little lower. If he were forced to talk to someone, even someone as easygoing as Dr. Howell, he didn't want to subject him to his unsightly face any more than necessary. The brim of his hat provided an extra layer of concealing shadow. As he stepped from the shack's air-conditioned interior, he didn't notice any decrease in the outdoor temperature since making his last rounds. August in Texas. Almost as hot in the wee hours as at high noon. Heat from the asphalt came up through the rubber soles of his shoes, which made virtually no sound as he walked past the first row of cars, then the second. At the end of the third row, he paused. For the first time since taking this job almost 5 years ago, he felt a prickle of apprehension. Nothing untoward had ever taken place on his shift. A couple months ago, a guard in the main building had had to subdue a man who was threatening a nurse with a butcher knife. Last New Year's Eve, a guard had been summoned to break up a fist fight between fathers over which of their newborns had been the first baby of the new year and therefore winner of several prizes. Thankfully, Malcolm hadn't been involved in either incident. Reportedly, they had drawn crowds. He would have been mortified by the attention. The only crisis he'd ever experienced while on duty was a dressing down from a neurosurgeon who had returned to his Jag to discover it had a flat tire. For reasons still unknown to Malcolm, the surgeon had held him responsible. So far, his shifts had been luckily uneventful. He couldn't account for his uneasiness now. Suddenly, his good friend, Darkness, no longer seemed as benevolent. He glanced around warily, even looking back behind him the way he'd just come. The parking lot was as silent and still as a tomb, which at the moment wasn't a comforting analogy. Nothing moved, not even the leaves on the surrounding trees. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, Malcolm's voice quavered slightly as he called out, "Dr. Howell?" He didn't want to sneak up on the man. In a well-lighted room crowded with people, his face was startling to the point of being downright scary. If he were to come upon someone unexpectedly in the dark, the poor guy might die of fright. "Dr. Howell, are you there?" Receiving no answer, Malcolm figured it was safe to step around the first car in the row and check out Dr. Howell's beamer, just to put his own mind at ease. He had missed him. It was as simple as that. When the doctor walked past, he must have been concentrating a little too hard on what the blonde hooker was doing for her John, before she went into paroxysms of pain and started puking black gunk all over the guy. Or maybe he had been distracted by the newest volcanic formation on his cheek. Or maybe Dr. Howell hadn't taken the paved path, and instead had slipped through the shrubbery. He was a tall but slight fellow. He was slender enough to have squeezed through the hedge without creating much of a disturbance. Whatever. Dr. Howell had slipped past him in the dark, is all. Before rounding the first car in the row, just for good measure, Malcolm switched on his flashlight. It was discovered later beneath the first car in the row, where it had come to rest after rolling several feet. The glass was shattered, the casing dented. But the batteries would have done that annoying pink bunny proud. The bulb was still burning. What was spotlighted in the beam of Malcolm's flashlight had frightened him more than anything he'd ever read in a science fiction thriller. It wasn't as grotesque, bloody, or bizarre, but it was real. "Nice place you got here." "I like it." Ignoring the snide and trite remark, Wick dumped the pot of boiled shrimp into a colander that had never seen the inside of a Williams-Sonoma store. It was white plastic, stained brown. He didn't remember how he'd come by it, but he figured it had been left behind by a previous occupant of the rental house, which his friend obviously found lacking. After the hot water had drained through, he set the colander in the center of the table, grabbed a roll of paper towels, and offered his guest another beer. He uncapped 2 bottles of Red Stripe, straddled the chair across the table from Orrin Wesley, and said, "Dig in." Orrin conscientiously ripped a paper towel from the roll and spread it over his lap. Wick was on his 3rd shrimp before Orrin got around to selecting one. They peeled and ate in silence, sharing a bowl of cocktail sauce for dipping. Orrin was careful not to get his white French cuffs in the horseradish-laced red stuff. Wick slurped carelessly and licked his fingers, fully aware that his sloppy table manners annoyed his fastidious friend. They dropped the shrimp shells onto the newspaper that Wick had spread over the table, not to protect its hopelessly scarred surface, but to keep cleanup to a minimum. The ceiling fan fluttered the corners of this makeshift tablecloth and stirred the spicy aroma of the shrimp boil into the sultry coastal air. After a time, Orrin remarked, "Pretty good." Wick shrugged. No-brainer. Local shrimp? Buy it fresh off the boat soon as it docks. The skipper gives me a discount. Decent of him. Not at all, we made a deal. What's your end of it? Stay away from his sister? Wick noshed into another plump shrimp and tossed the shell onto the growing heap. He grinned across at Orrin, knowing that his friend was trying to decide whether or not he was telling the truth. He was a bullshit artist of renown, and even his best friend couldn't always distinguish his truth from his fiction. He tore a paper towel from the roll and wiped his hands and mouth. Is that all you can think of to talk about, Orrin? The price of shrimp? You drove all the way down here for that? Orrin avoided looking at him as he belched silently behind his fist. Let me help you clean up. Leave it. Bring your beer. A dirty table wasn't going to make much difference to the condition of Wick's house, which barely qualified as such. It was a 3-room shack that looked like it would succumb to any Gulf breeze above 5 knots. It was shelter from the elements, barely. The roof leaked when it rained. The air conditioner was a window unit that was so insufficient Wick rarely bothered turning it on. He rented the place by the week, paid in advance. So far, he'd written the slumlord 61 checks. The screen door squeaked on its corroded hinges as they moved through it onto the rear deck. Nothing fancy. The plank surface was rough, wide enough only to accommodate 2 metal lawn chairs of vintage 50s style. Salt air had eaten through numerous coats of paint, the last being a sickly pea green. Wick took the glider. Orrin looked dubiously at the rusty seat of the stationary chair. It won't bite, Wick said. Might stain your suit breeches, but I promise that the view will be worth a dry cleaning bill. Orrin sat down gingerly, and in a few minutes Wick's promise was fulfilled. The western horizon became striated with vivid color ranging from blood red to brilliant orange. Purple thunderheads on the horizon looked like rolling hills rimmed with gold. Something, isn't it? Wick said. Now tell me who's crazy. I never thought you were crazy, Wick. Just a little nutty for shucking it all and moving down here? Not even nutty. Irresponsible, maybe. Wick's easy smile congealed. Noticing, Orrin said, Go ahead and get pissed. I don't care. You need to hear it. Well, fine. Thank you. Now I've heard it. How are Grace and the girls? Steph made cheerleader. Laura started her periods. Congratulations or condolences? For which? Both. Orrin smiled. I'll accept either. Grace said to give you a kiss from her. Looking at Wick's stubble, he added, I'll pass if you don't mind. I'd rather you did, but give her a kiss from me. Happy to oblige. For several minutes they sipped their beers and watched the colors of the sunset deepen. Neither broke the silence, yet each was mindful of it, mindful of all that was going unsaid. Eventually, Orrin spoke. Wick, not interested. How do you know until you've heard me out? Why would you want to ruin a perfectly beautiful sunset, to say nothing of a good Jamaican beer? Wick's lunge from the glider caused it to rock crazily and noisily before it resettled. Standing at the edge of the weathered deck, tanned toes curling over the edge of it, he tilted back his beer and finished it in one long swallow, then tossed the empty bottle into a 50-gallon oil drum that served as his garbage can. The clatter spooked a couple of gulls who'd been scavenging on the hard-packed sand. Wick envied their ability to take flight. He and Orrin had a history that dated back many years, to even before Wick had joined the Fort Worth Police Department. Orrin was older by several years, and Wick conceded that he was definitely the wiser. He had a stable temperament, which often had diffused Wick's more volatile one. Orrin's approach was methodical. Wick's was impulsive. Orrin was devoted to his wife and children. Wick was a bachelor, who Orrin claimed had the sexual proclivities of an alley cat. In spite of these differences, and possibly because of them, Wick Threadgill and Orrin Wesley had made excellent partners. They had been one of the few biracial partnerships on the FWPD. Together, they had shared dangerous situations, countless laughs, a few triumphs, several disappointments, and a heartache from which neither would ever fully recover. When Orrin had called last night after months of separation, Wick was glad to hear from him. He had hoped that Orrin was coming over to talk over old times, better times. That hope was dashed the moment Orrin arrived and got out of his car. It was a polished pair of wingtips, not flip-flops or sneakers, that had made deep impressions in the Galveston sand. Orrin wasn't dressed for fishing or beachcombing, not even for kicking back here on the deck with an Astros game on the radio and cold beer in the fridge. He had arrived dressed for business. Buttoned down and belted up, bureaucracy personified. Even as they shook hands, Wick had recognized his friend's game face and knew with certainty and disappointment that this was not a social visit. He was equally certain that whatever it was that Orrin had come to say, he didn't want to hear it. You weren't fired, Wick. No, I'm taking an indefinite leave of absence. That was your choice. Under duress. You needed time to cool off and get it together. Why didn't the suits just fire me, make it easier on everybody? They're smarter than you are. Wick came around. Is that right? They know. Everybody who knows you knows that you were born for this kind of work. This kind of work, he snorted. Shoveling shit, you mean? If I cleaned out stables for a living, I wouldn't have to do as much of it as I did on the FWPD. Most of that shit you brought on yourself. Wick snapped the rubber band he habitually wore around his wrist. He disliked being reminded of that time and of the case that had caused him to criticize his superiors vociferously about the inefficiency of the justice system in general and the FWPD in particular. They let that gang-banger cop a plea. Because they couldn't get him for murder, Wick. They knew it, and the DA knew it. He's in for 6. Well, he'd be out in less than 2, and he'll do it again. Somebody else will die. You can count on it. And all because our department and the DA's office went limp-dick when it came to a violation of the little shit's rights. Because you used brute force when you arrested him. Lowering his voice, Orrin added, but your problem with the department wasn't about that case, and you know it. Orrin, Wick said threateningly. The mistake that... Fuck this, Wick muttered. He crossed the deck in 2 long strides. The screen door slapped shut behind him. Orrin followed him back into the kitchen. I didn't come to rehash all that. Could have fooled me. Will you stop stomping around for a minute and let me talk to you? You'll want to see this. Wrong. What I want is another beer. He removed one from the refrigerator and pried off the top with a bottle opener. He left the metal cap where it landed on the wavy linoleum floor. Orrin retrieved a folder he'd brought with him and extended it to Wick, who ignored it. But his retreat out the back door was halted when his bare foot came down hard on the sharp teeth of the bottle cap. Cursing, he kicked the offender across the floor and dropped down into one of the chrome-legged dining chairs. The shrimp shells were beginning to stink. He propped his foot on his opposite knee and appraised the damage. There was a deep impression of the bottle cap on the ball of his foot, but it hadn't broken the skin. Showing no sympathy whatsoever, Orrin sat down across from him. "Officially, I'm not here. Understood? This is a complex situation. It has to be handled delicately." "Something wrong with your hearing, Orrin?" "I know you'll be as intrigued as I am." "Don't forget to pick up your jacket on your way out." Orrin removed several 8x10 black and white photographs from the folder. He held one up so that Wick couldn't avoid looking at it. After a moment, he showed him another. Wick stared at the photo, then met Orrin's eyes above it. "Did they get any shots of her with her clothes on?" "You know Thigpen. He took these for grins." Wick snorted acknowledgement of the mentioned detective. "In Thigpen's defense, our stakeout house gives us a clear view into her bedroom. Still no excuse for these, unless she's an exhibitionist and knew she was being watched." "She isn't, and she doesn't." "What's her story?" Orrin grinned. "You're dying to know, aren't you?" When Wick had surrendered his badge a little more than a year earlier, he had turned his back not only on his police career, but on the whole criminal justice system. To him, it was like a cumbersome vehicle stuck in the mud. It spun its big wheels and made a lot of aggressive noise. Freedom, justice, and the American way. But it got nowhere. Law enforcement personnel had been robbed of their motivation by bureaucrats and politicians who quaked at the thought of public disapproval. Consequently, the whole concept of justice was mired in futility. And if you were the poor dumb schmuck who believed in it, who got behind it, put your shoulder to it, and pushed with all your might to set the gears in motion, to catch the bad guys and to see them punished for their crimes, all you got in return was mud slung in your face. But, in spite of himself, Wick's natural curiosity kicked in. Orrin hadn't shown him these pictures for prurient purposes. Orrin wasn't a Neanderthal like Thigpen, and had better things to do with his time than to gawk at photographs of half-naked women. Besides, Grace would throttle him if he did. No, Orrin had a reason for driving all the way from Fort Worth to Galveston, and in spite of himself, Wick wanted to know what it was. He was intrigued, just as Orrin, damn him, had guessed he would be. He reached for the remainder of the photographs and shuffled through them quickly, then more slowly, studying each one. The woman had been photographed in the driver's seat of a late-model Jeep wagon, walking across what appeared to be a large parking lot, inside her kitchen and her bedroom, blissfully unaware that her privacy was being invaded by binoculars and telephoto lenses in the hands of a slob like Thigpen. Most of the bedroom shots were grainy and slightly out of focus, but clear enough. What's her alleged crime? Interstate transportation of stolen Victoria's Secret merchandise? Orrin said, shaking his head. That's all you get till you agree to go back with me. Wick tossed the photographs in Orrin's general direction. Then you made the drive for nothing. He tugged again at the rubber band on his wrist, painfully popping it against his skin. You'll want to be in on this one, Wick. Not a chance in hell. I'm not asking for a long-term commitment or a return to the department, just this one case. Still no. I need your help. Sorry. Is that your final answer? Wick picked up his fresh beer, took a large swallow, then belched loudly. Despite the smelly shrimp shells, Orrin leaned forward across the table. It's a murder case. Made the news. I don't watch the news or read the papers. Must not, because if you had, you'd have sped straight to Fort Worth and saved me this trip. Wick couldn't stop himself from asking. Why's that? Popular doctor gets popped in the parking lot of Tarrant General. Catchy, Orrin. Are you quoting a headline? Nope. I'm giving you the sum total of what we know about this homicide. The crime is 5 days old, and that's all we got. Not my problem. The perp did the killing within yards of a potential eyewitness, but wasn't seen, wasn't heard. As silent as vapor, invisible. And he didn't leave a trace, Wick. Orrin lowered his voice to a whisper. Not a fucking trace. Wick searched his former partner's dark eyes. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Lozada? Settling back in his chair, Orrin smiled complacently. Dr. Rennie Newton stepped off the elevator and approached the central nurse's station. The nurse at the desk, who was usually talkative, was noticeably subdued.
Good evening, Dr. Newton.
Hello. The nurse took in the black dress under Rennie's lab coat.
The funeral today?
Rennie nodded. I didn't take time to change afterward.
Was it a nice service?
Well, as funerals go, yes. There was a large turnout.
Dr. Howell was so well liked, and he had just gotten that promotion. It's too awful.
I agree. Awful. The nurse's eyes filled with tears.
Everybody on this floor, we saw him nearly every day. We can't believe it.
Nor could Rennie. 5 days ago, her colleague Lee Howell had died. Given his age, a sudden death from cardiac arrest or an accident would have been hard to accept. But Lee had been murdered in cold blood. Everyone who knew him was still reeling from the shock of his death, as well as from the violent way he'd died. She almost expected him to pop out from behind a door and cry, "Just kidding." But his murder wasn't one of the lousy practical jokes for which Lee Howell was famous. She had seen his sealed, flower-banked coffin at the church altar this morning. She had heard the emotional eulogies delivered by family members and friends. She had seen Myrna and his son weeping inconsolably in the front pew, making his death and the permanence of it jarringly real and even more difficult to accept. It will take time for all of us to absorb the shock, Rennie said in a tone both quiet and conclusive. But the nurse wasn't ready to let the subject drop.
I heard the police had questioned everybody who was at Dr. Howell's party that night.
Rennie studied the patient charts that had been passed to her during the conversation and didn't address the implied question underlying the nurse's statement.
Dr. Howell was always joking, wasn't he?
The nurse giggled as though remembering something funny.
And you and he fought like cats and dogs.
We didn't fight, Rennie said, correcting her.
Occasionally we quarreled. There's a difference. I remember some of those quarrels getting pretty rowdy.
We made good sparring partners, she said, smiling sadly. She had performed 2 operations that morning before the funeral. Considering the circumstances, she could have justified rescheduling today's surgeries and closing her office this afternoon. But she was already in a time crunch due to a recent, unavoidable 10-day absence from the hospital, which had proved to be an awful inconvenience to her and her patients. Taking another day off so soon after her return would have been unfair to those patients whose surgeries had been postponed once already. It would have placed her further behind and created yet another logjam in her scrupulously organized calendar. So she had elected to perform the operations and keep the appointments in her office. Lee would have understood. Seeing the post-op patients was her last official duty of this long, emotionally draining, exhausting day, and she was ready to put an end to it. Closing the topic of her colleague's demise and funeral, she inquired about Mr. Tolar, whose esophageal hernia she had repaired that morning.
Still groggy, but he's doing very well.
Taking the charts with her, Rennie entered the surgical recovery room. Mrs. Tolar was taking advantage of the 5-minute visitation period that was permitted a family member once each hour. Rennie joined her at the patient's bedside. "Hello, Mrs. Tolar. I hear he's still sleepy."
During my last visit, he came awake long enough to ask me the time.
"A common question. The light in here never changes. It's disorienting." The woman touched her husband's cheek.
He's sleeping through this visit.
"That's the best thing for him. No surprises on his chart," Rennie told her as she scanned the information. "Blood pressure is good." She closed the metal cover on the chart. "In a couple of weeks, he'll feel like a new man. No more sleeping at a slant." She noticed how dubiously the woman was gazing at her husband and added, "He's doing great, Mrs. Tolar. Everyone looks a little ragged fresh out of surgery. He'll look 1,000% better tomorrow, although he'll be so grumpy and sore you'll wish he was anesthetized again."
Grumpiness I can take, so long as he's not suffering anymore.
Turning to Rennie, she lowered her voice to a confidential pitch.
I guess it's okay to tell you this now.
Rennie tilted her head inquisitively.
He was skeptical when his internist referred him to you. He didn't know what to make of a lady surgeon. Rennie laughed softly. I hope I earned his confidence. Oh, you did. On the very first visit to your office, you had him convinced you knew your stuff. I'm pleased to hear that. Although he said you were too pretty to be hiding behind a surgeon's mask. When he wakes up, I must remember to thank him. The two women exchanged smiles. Then Mrs. Toller's expression turned somber. I heard about Dr. Howell. Did you know him well? Very well. We'd been colleagues for several years. I considered him a friend. I'm so sorry. Thank you. He'll be missed. Not wishing to have another conversation about the funeral, she returned the topic to the patient. He's so out of it he won't really know whether or not you're here tonight, Mrs. Toller. Try to get some rest while you can. Save your energy for when you take him home. One more visit, then I'll be leaving. I'll see you tomorrow. Rennie moved to her next patient. No one was standing vigil at her bedside. The elderly woman was a charity case. She resided in a state-funded nursing facility. According to her patient history, she had no family beyond one brother who lived in Alaska. The septuagenarian was doing well, but even after reviewing her vitals, Rennie stayed with her. She believed that charity went beyond waiving her fee. In fact, waiving her fee was the least of it. She held the woman's hand and stroked her forehead, hoping that on a subconscious level her elderly patient was comforted by her presence, her touch. Eventually, convinced that the small amount of time she'd given the woman would make a difference, she left her to the nurse's care. I'm not on call tonight, she told the nurse at the desk as she returned the charts. But page me if either of these patients takes a downward turn. Certainly, Dr. Newton. Have you had dinner? Why? Pardon me for saying so, but you look done in. She smiled wanly. It's been a long day, and a very sad one. I recommend a cheeseburger, double fries, a glass of wine, and a bubble bath. If I can keep my eyes open that long. She said her goodnight and made her way toward the elevator. As she waited for it, she ground both fists into the small of her back and stretched. Being away, and for a reason not of her own making, had cost her more than time and inconvenience. Her pacing was still off. She wasn't yet back into the rhythm of the hospital. It wasn't always a regular rhythm, but at least it was a familiar one. And just as she was beginning to get back into the swing of things, Lee Howell had been murdered on the parking lot she traversed each time she came to the hospital. While she was still stunned from that blow, more unpleasantness had followed. Along with everyone who had been at the Howells' house that night, she had been questioned by the police. It had been a routine interrogation, textbook in nature. Nevertheless, it had left her shaken. Today, she had seen Lee Howell buried. She would never quarrel with him again over something as important as OR scheduling, or something as petty as whole milk versus skim. She would never laugh at one of his stupid jokes. Taking all that had happened into account, it was an understatement to say that the past 3 weeks had amounted to a major upheaval in her routine. This was no small thing. Dr. Rennie Newton adhered to rhythms and routine with fanatical self-discipline. Her house was a 10-minute drive from the hospital. Most young professionals lived in newer, more fashionable neighborhoods of Fort Worth. Rennie could have afforded to live anywhere, but she preferred this older, well-established neighborhood. Not only was its location convenient to the hospital, but she liked the narrow, tree-lined brick streets, which had been laid decades ago, and remained a quaint feature of the neighborhood. The mature landscaping didn't look as though it had been installed yesterday. Most of the houses had been built prior to World War II, giving them an aura of permanence and solidity that she favored. Her house had been quaintly described as a bungalow. Having only 5 rooms, it was perfect for a single, which she was, and which she would remain. The house had been renovated twice, and she had put it through a third remodeling and modernization before she moved in. The stucco exterior was dove gray with white trim. The front door was cranberry red with a shiny brass knocker and kickplate. In the flower beds, white and red impatiens bloomed beneath shrubbery with dark, waxy foliage.
Sprawling trees shaded the lawn against even the harshest sun. She paid dearly for a professional service to keep the yard meticulously groomed and maintained. She turned into the driveway and used her automatic garage door opener, one of her innovations. She closed the garage door behind her and let herself in through the connecting kitchen door. It wasn't quite dusk yet, so the small room was bathed in the golden light of a setting sun that filtered through the large sycamore trees in her backyard. She had foregone the suggested cheeseburger and fries, but since she wasn't on call tonight, she poured herself a glass of Chardonnay and carried it with her into the living room, where she almost dropped it. A crystal vase of red roses stood on her living room coffee table. 5 dozen perfect buds on the brink of blossoming open. They looked velvety to the touch, fragrant, expensive. The cut crystal vase was also extraordinarily beautiful. Its myriad facets sparkled as only pricey crystal can, and splashed miniature rainbows onto the walls. When Rennie had recovered from her initial shock, she set her wineglass on the coffee table and searched among the roses and greenery for an enclosure card. She didn't find one. What the hell? It wasn't her birthday, and even if it were, no one would know it. She didn't celebrate an anniversary of any kind with anyone. Were the roses meant to convey condolence? She had worked with Lee Howell every day for years, but receiving flowers on the day of his funeral was hardly warranted or even appropriate given their professional relationship. A grateful patient? Possibly, but unlikely. Who among them would know her home address? Her office address was the one listed in the telephone directory. If a patient had been so moved by gratitude, the roses would have gone either there or to the hospital. Only a handful of friends knew where she lived. She never entertained at home. She returned social obligations by hosting dinner or Sunday brunch in a restaurant. She had many colleagues and acquaintances, but no friendships close enough to merit an extravagant bouquet of roses. No family, no boyfriend, no ex or wannabe boyfriends. Who would be sending her flowers? An even more unsettling question was how the bouquet had come to be inside her house. Before calling her next-door neighbor, she took a fortifying sip of wine. The chatty widower had tried to become a chummy confidant soon after Rennie moved in, but as tactfully as possible she had discouraged his unannounced dropovers until he finally got the message. They remained friendly, however, and the older gentleman was always pleased when Rennie took a moment to visit with him across their shared azalea hedge. Probably because he was lonely and bored, he kept his finger on the pulse of the neighborhood and made everyone's business his own. If you wanted to know anything about anyone, Mr. Williams was your man. "Hi, it's Rennie." "Well, hey, Rennie, good to hear from you. How was the funeral?" A few days ago, he had waylaid her when she went out to get her newspaper. He had plied her with questions regarding the murder and seemed disappointed when she didn't impart the gory details. It was a very moving service. In the hope of preventing more questions, she barely took a breath between sentences. "Mr. Williams, the reason I called—" "Are the police any closer to catching the killer?" "I wouldn't know." "Weren't you questioned?" Everyone who was at Dr. Howell's house that night was asked for possible leads. To the best of my knowledge, nobody had anything to offer. Instead of relaxing her, the wine was giving her a headache. "Mr. Williams, did I receive a delivery today?" "Not that I know of. Were you expecting one?" He was the only neighbor who had a key to her house. She had been reluctant to give him one, and it wasn't because of mistrust. The notion of someone coming into her home when she wasn't there was repugnant. As with rhythms and routine, she was a stickler for privacy. But she felt that someone should have a spare key, in case of an emergency, or to let in repairmen when necessary. Mr. Williams had been the logical choice because of his proximity. To Rennie's knowledge, he had never abused the privilege. "I was on the lookout for a package," she lied. "I thought it might have been delivered to you since I wasn't at home." "Was there a notice on your door, a yellow sticker?" "No, but I thought the driver might have forgotten to leave one. You didn't see a delivery truck parked at my curb today?" "No, nothing." Well, these things never arrive when you're looking for them, do they?"
she said breezily. Thanks anyway, Mr. Williams. Sorry to have bothered you. Did you hear about the Brady's new litter of puppies? Damn, she hadn't hung up fast enough. Can't say that I have. As you know, I've been out of pocket for the last couple weeks, and beagles! 6 of them. Cutest little things you ever saw. They're giving them away. You should speak for one. I don't have time for pets. You should make the time, Rennie, he advised with a remonstrative tone of a parent. My horses... Not the same. They don't live with you. You need a pet at home. One can make all the difference in a person's outlook. People with pets live longer. Do you know that? I couldn't do without Oscar, he said of his poodle. A dog or cat is best, but even a goldfish or a parakeet can ward off loneliness. I'm not lonely, Mr. Williams. Just very busy. Nice talking to you. Bye. She hung up immediately, and not just to curtail a lecture on the benefits of pet ownership. She was alarmed. She wasn't imagining the roses, and they hadn't simply materialized on her coffee table. Someone had been here and left them. She quickly checked the front door. It was locked, just as it had been that morning when she'd left for the hospital. She dashed down the hallway into her bedroom and checked under the bed and in the closet. All the windows were firmly shut and locked. The window above her bathtub was too small for even a child to crawl through. Next, she checked the second bedroom, which she used as a study. Same there. Nothing. She knew that nothing in the kitchen had been disturbed. Actually, she would have been relieved to find a broken window or a jimmied lock. At least that element of this mystery would have been solved. Returning to the living room, she sat down on the sofa. She had lost all appetite for the wine, but she took another drink of it anyway, in the hope it would steady her nerves. It didn't. When the telephone rang on the end table, she jumped. She, Rennie Newton, who at 14 had climbed the narrow ladder to the very top of her hometown water tower, who had put herself in peril by visiting practically every danger spot on the globe, who loved a challenge and never backed down from a dare, who wasn't afraid of the devil, as her mother used to tell her, and who daily performed surgeries that required nerves of steel and rock-steady hands, nearly came out of her skin when her telephone rang. Shaking spilled wine off her hand, she reached for the cordless phone. Most of her calls were work-related, so she answered in her normally brisk and efficient manner. This is Dr. Newton. It's Detective Wesley, Dr. Newton. I spoke with you the other day. The reminder was unnecessary. She remembered him as a physically fit and imposing black man. Receding hairline, stern visage, all business. Yes? I got your number from the hospital. I hope you don't mind me calling you at home. She did. Very much. What can I do for you, Detective? I'd like to meet with you tomorrow. Say 10 o'clock? Meet with me? To talk about Dr. Howell's murder. I don't know anything about his murder. I told you that. Was it the day before yesterday? You didn't tell me that you and he were vying for the same position at the hospital. You left that out. Her heart bumped against her ribs. It wasn't relevant. 10 o'clock, Dr. Newton. Homicide's on the 3rd floor. Ask anybody. You'll find me. I'm sorry, but I've scheduled the operating room for 3 surgeries tomorrow morning. To reschedule would inconvenience other surgeons and hospital personnel, to say nothing of my patients and their families. Then when would be a convenient time? He asked this in a tone that suggested he wasn't really interested in going out of his way to accommodate her. 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 2 o'clock. See you then. He disconnected before Rennie could. She returned the telephone to the end table. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths through her nose, exhaling through her mouth. Lee Howell's appointment to Chief of Surgery had been a major blow. Since the retirement of the predecessor, she and Lee had been the leading contenders for the position. After months of extensive interviews and performance assessments, the hospital board of directors had finally announced their decision last week. While she had been conveniently away, a move she had thought ultra-cowardly. However, when word of Lee's appointment reached her, she was glad she was away. The hospital grapevine would be circulating the news with the speed of fiber optics.
By the time she had returned to work, the buzz had died down, and she wasn't subjected to well-meaning but unwelcome commiserations. But she hadn't escaped them entirely. A comprehensive write-up about his appointment had appeared in the Star-Telegram. The article had extolled Dr. Lee Howell's surgical skills, his dedication to healing, his distinguished record, and his contributions to the hospital and the community at large. As a consequence of the glowing article, Rennie had been on the receiving end of many sympathetic glances, which she had deplored and tried to ignore. Basically, being chief of any department involved reams of additional paperwork, constant crises with personnel, and haggles with hospital board members for a larger share of the budget. Nevertheless, it was a coveted title, and she had coveted it. Then, 3 days after the newspaper profile, Lee had made headlines again by being slain in the hospital parking lot. Looking at it from Detective Wesley's standpoint, the timing would be uncanny and worthy of further investigation. His job was to explore every avenue. Naturally, one of the first people he would suspect would be Lee's competitor. The meeting tomorrow amounted to nothing more than a vigilant follow-up by a thorough detective. She wouldn't worry about it. She simply wouldn't. She had nothing to contribute to Wesley's investigation. She would answer his questions truthfully and to the best of her knowledge, and that would be the end of it. There was no cause to worry. The roses, on the other hand, were worrisome. She stared at them, as though intimidation might cause them to surrender the sender's identity. She stared at them so long that her vision doubled, then quadrupled, before she suddenly pulled it back into sharp focus on the white envelope. Tucked deeply into the foliage, it had escaped detection until now. Being careful of thorns, she reached into the arrangement and removed the card from the envelope, which had been attached to a stem by a slender satin ribbon. The hand with which she had established a reputation as an exceptionally talented surgeon trembled slightly as she brought the card closer. On it was a single typewritten line. "I've got a crush on you."
Uncle Wick! Uncle Wick!
The two girls rushed him like linemen intent on sacking the quarterback. Officially adolescents, they still had the exuberance of children when it came to showing affection, especially for their adored Uncle Wick.
It's been ages and ages, Uncle Wick. I've missed you.
I missed y'all too. Look at you. Will you please stop growing? You're going to get as tall as me.
Nobody's as tall as you, Uncle Wick.
Michael Jordan?
Nobody who doesn't play basketball, I mean.
The younger Laura announced.
Mom finally let me get my ears pierced.
And she proudly showed them off. No nose rings, I hope.
Dad would have a cow.
I'd have two.
Do you think braces are ugly on girls, Uncle Wick? 'Cause I may have to get them.
Are you kidding? Braces are a major turn-on.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Your hair's blonder, Uncle Wick.
I've been on the beach a lot. The sun bleaches it out. And if I don't start using sunscreen, I'm going to get as dark as you. They thought that was hilarious.
I made cheerleader.
So I heard. He high-fived Stephanie. Save a seat for me at one of the games this fall.
Our outfits are kind of dorky.
They are, her younger sister solemnly agreed.
Totally dorky. But Mom says guess again about making them shorter.
That's right, I did. Grace Wesley joined them at the front door. Moving her daughters aside, she hugged Wick tightly. When he released her, he whined, Grace, why won't you run away with me?
Because I'm a one-woman man kind of woman. I'll change. For you, I'll change. Cross my heart, I would. Sorry, still can't.
Why not?
'Cause Orrin would hunt you down and shoot you dead.
Oh, yeah, he grumbled. Him. The girls shrieked with laughter. Over their protests, Grace shooed them upstairs where chores awaited them and ushered Wick into the living room.
How's Galveston?
Hot, sticky, sandy.
Are you liking it?
I'm loving being a beach bum. Where's your old man?
On the phone, but he shouldn't be much longer. Have you eaten?
Stopped at Angelo's, scarfed a plate of brisket. Didn't realize how much I'd missed that barbecue till I took my first bite.
There's chocolate pudding in the fridge.
I'd settle for a glass of your iced tea.
Sweetened?
Is there any other kind?
Coming up. Make yourself comfortable.
Before leaving the room, she turned back and said meaningfully,
Sure is good to have you back.
Thanks. He didn't correct her. He wasn't back yet, and didn't know if he was coming back. He had only consented to think about it. Orrin had an interesting case cooking. He had asked for Wick's professional opinion. He was here to help out his friend, that was all. He'd yet to darken the door of PD headquarters, and he didn't intend to. He hadn't even driven past it or felt a nostalgic yearning to do so. He was here as a favor to Orrin, period. Hey, Wick. Orrin bustled in. He was dressed for home, in knee-length shorts, sneakers, and a University of Texas t-shirt, but he was still all cop. A case binder was tucked beneath his arm. His pager was clipped to his waistband. How was your drive up from Galveston? Long. Don't I know it? Orrin had made the round trip the day before. Get checked into the motel all right? Is that rat hole the best the FWPD can afford? Oh, and you left such luxurious accommodations in Galveston. Wick laughed good-naturedly. Grace take care of you? In the process. She came in with 2 tall glasses of tea and set them on the coasters on the coffee table.
The girls said for Wick not to dare leave without saying goodbye.
I promise I won't. I'll even tell him a bedtime story.
A clean one, I hope,
Grace said. He shot her his most wicked grin. I can edit as I go. Thanks for the tea, Orrin said. Close the door behind you, please. This was a familiar scene. Before moving to the coast, Wick had often spent evenings at the Wesleys' house. It was a happy house because Grace and Orrin's happiness with each other permeated the place. They'd met in college and married upon graduation. Grace was a student counselor and vice principal at a public junior high school. With each year, her responsibilities increased and became more complicated. But she never failed to have a hot evening meal for her family and mandated that everyone be there for it. Their home was noisy and active, with the girls and their friends trooping up and down the stairs, in and out of the kitchen. Neighbors stopped by with or without an invitation, knowing they'd be welcome. The house was as clean as a U.S. Navy vessel, but cluttered with the trappings of a busy family. When Grace was at home, chances were very good that the washing machine would be chugging. Reminder notes and snapshots were stuck to the refrigerator with magnets. There were always cookies in the cookie jar. Wick had been a guest so often he was considered one of the family and pitched in when it came time to do the dishes or take out the garbage. He teased Grace about doing her best to domesticate him. The joke wasn't far off the mark. Following dinner and cleanup, it had been his and Orrin's habit to seclude themselves in the living room to discuss troublesome cases. Tonight was no exception. I've got a video I want you to see. Orrin inserted a tape into the VCR, then carried the remote control back to the sofa and sat at the opposite end from Wick. Recorded this afternoon. Of Dr. Rennie Newton. The video picture came on the screen. It was a wide shot of an interrogation room. Wick had watched 100 such video recordings. The camera, he knew, had been mounted on a tripod situated behind Orrin. It was aimed at the chair occupied by the individual being questioned. In this case, it was the woman in the photos Orrin had shown him yesterday. Wick was surprised. She's a doctor? Surgeon. No shit. I called her after leaving your place. She came in for questioning today. In connection with the Howell homicide? Once he had agreed to come to Fort Worth, Orrin had given him the basic facts of the case, scarce though they were. She agreed to being videotaped, but she also brought along her attorney. She's no fool. No. In fact, she was, well, you'll see. Dr. Newton's lawyer was standard issue. Height, average, weight, average, hair, white. Suit, gray pinstripe. Eyes, wary and cunning. It took only one glance for Wick to assess him. He then directed his attention to Dr. Rennie Newton, who didn't come even close to standard issue. In fact, if someone had ordered him to conjure a mental picture of a surgeon, the woman on the tape would not have been it. Not in a million years. Nor was she typical of someone being questioned about a felony offense. She wasn't sweating, nervously jiggling her legs, drumming her fingers, biting her nails, or fidgeting in her seat. Instead, she sat perfectly still, her legs decorously crossed, arms folded at her waist, eyes straight ahead and steady, a portrait of composure. She was dressed in a cream-colored two-piece suit with slacks, high heels, in a tan reptile skin, matching handbag. She wore no jewelry, except for a pair of stud earrings and a large, no-nonsense wristwatch. No rings on either hand. Her long hair was pulled into a neat ponytail. He knew from the surveillance photos that when it was down, it reached the middle of her back. Pale blonde, which looked as genuine as the diamonds in her earlobes. Orrin stopped the tape. "What do you think so far? As a connoisseur of the fairer sex, your first impression?" Wick shrugged and took a sip of tea. "Dresses well, good skin. You couldn't melt an ice cube on her ass." "Cool. We're talking frostbite. But she's a surgeon. She's supposed to be cool under pressure, isn't she?" "I guess." Orrin restarted the tape, and they heard his voice identifying everyone present, including Detective Plum, the second plainclothesman in the room. He provided the date and the case number, and then, for the benefit of the tape, asked Dr. Newton if she had agreed to the interview. "Yes." Orrin plunged right in. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about the murder of your colleague, Dr. Lee Howell." "I've already told you everything I know, Detective Wesley." "Well, it never hurts to go over it again, does it?" "I suppose not, if you've got a lot of spare time on your hands." Orrin stopped the tape. "See? There. That's what I'm talking about. Polite, but with a definite attitude." "I'd say so, yeah. But that's in character, too. She's a doctor, a surgeon. The God complex and all that. She speaks and folks sit up and take notice. She isn't accustomed to being questioned or second-guessed." "She'd better get accustomed to it," Orrin mumbled. "I think there's something going on with this lady." He rewound the tape to listen again to her saying, "If you've got a lot of spare time on your hands." On the tape, Orrin gave Plum a significant glance. Plum raised his eyebrows. Orrin continued. "On the night Dr. Howell was murdered, you were at his house, correct?" "Along with about 24 other people," the attorney chimed in. "Have you questioned them to this extent?" Ignoring him, Orrin asked, "Did you know everyone at the party that night, Dr. Newton?" "Yes, I've known Lee's wife for almost as long as I've known him. The guests were other doctors with whom I'm acquainted. I had met their spouses at previous social gatherings." "You attended the party alone?" "That's right." "You were the only single there." The lawyer leaned forward. "Is that relevant, Detective?" "Maybe." "I don't see how. Dr. Newton went to the party alone. Can we move on? She has a busy schedule." "I'm sure." With a noticeable lack of haste, Orrin shuffled through his notes and took his time before asking the next question. "I understand it was a cookout." "On the Howell's Terrace." "And Dr. Howell manned the grill." "Do you want the menu, too?" the attorney asked sarcastically. Orrin continued looking hard at Rennie Newton. She said, "Lee fancied himself a gourmet on the charcoal grill. Actually, he was a dreadful cook, but nobody had the heart to tell him." She looked down into her lap, smiling sadly. "It was a standing joke among his friends." "What was the reason for the party?" "Reason? Was it an ordinary Friday night cookout or a special occasion?" She shifted slightly in her chair, recrossed her legs. "We were celebrating Lee's promotion to chief of surgery." "Right, his promotion to head of the department. What did you think of that?" "I was pleased for him, of course." Orrin tapped a pencil on the tabletop for a full 15 seconds. Her gaze remained locked with his, never wavering. You were also under consideration for that position, weren't you, Dr. Newton?
Yes, and I deserve to get it. Her attorney held up a cautionary hand.
More than Dr. Howell did? Orrin asked.
In my opinion, yes, she replied calmly.
Dr. Newton, She forestalled her lawyer.
I'm only telling the truth. Besides, Detective Wesley has already guessed how I felt about losing the position to Lee. I'm sure he regards that as a motive for murder. Turning back to Orrin, she said, But I didn't kill him.
Detectives, may I have a private word with my client? The lawyer asked stiffly.
Unmindful of the request, Orrin said,
I don't believe you killed anyone, Dr. Newton.
Then what am I doing here, wasting my time and yours? Why did you request this? She gave the walls of the small room a scornful glance. This interview. Orrin stopped the tape there and consulted Wick.
Well, what? She denied it before I accused her of it. Come on, Orrin. She's got more years of schooling than you, me, and Plum there added up. But she didn't need a medical degree to guess what you were getting at. Driving a herd of longhorns through that room would have been more subtle. She got your point. Any dummy would have. And this lady doesn't strike me as a dummy. She and Dr. Howell had a history of quarreling. So do we, Wick said, laughing.
Orrin stubbornly shook his head.
Not like they did. Everybody I've talked to at the hospital says she and Howell respected each other professionally, but did not get along. Love affair turned sour? Initially, I posed that question to everyone I interviewed. I stopped asking. How come? I got tired of being laughed at.
Wick turned and quizzically arched his eyebrow.
Beats me, Orrin replied to the silent question. That's the reaction I got every time I asked. Apparently, there were never any romantic fires smoldering between them. Just a friendly rivalry. I'm not so sure it was all that friendly. On the surface, maybe, but there might have been a lurking animosity that ran deep. They were always at each other's throats for one reason or another. Sometimes over something trivial, sometimes major. Sometimes in jest and sometimes not. But their disagreements were always lively, always vitriolic, and well known to hospital staff.
As he mentally sorted through this information, Wick absently popped the rubber band against his wrist.
Orrin noticed and said, You were wearing that yesterday. What's it for?
What? Wick looked down at the rubber band circling his wrist as though he'd never seen it before.
Oh, it's nothing. Getting back, was Howell's appointment gender-based? I don't think so. 2 other department heads at Tarrant General are women. Howell got the promotion Newton felt she deserved and probably thought she had sewn up because of her seniority status. She'd been affiliated with the hospital for 2 years before Howell joined ranks. She would resent the hell out of that. Only natural that she would. But enough to bump him off?
Staring at the static picture on the TV screen, Wick frowned with a mix of skepticism and concentration. He motioned with his chin for Orrin to restart the tape. On it, Orrin asked,
Did you go straight home following the party, Dr. Newton?
She gave a clipped affirmative.
Can anyone corroborate that?
No.
You didn't go out again that evening?
No, and no one can corroborate that either, she added when she saw that he was about to ask. But it's the truth. I went home and went to bed.
When did you hear that Dr. Howell had been killed?
That question caused her to lower her head and speak softly. The following morning. On television news. No one had notified me. I was stunned, couldn't believe it. She laced her fingers together tightly. It was horrible to hear about it that way, without any warning that I was about to receive terrible news. Wick reached for the remote and paused the video.
It appears to me she was really upset about it. Yeah, well.
Orrin gave a non-committal harumph.
Have you asked the widow about their relationship? She said what everyone else does. Mutual respect, but they had their differences. She said Howell actually got a kick out of pestering Dr. Newton. He was a jokester. She's all business. She was a good foil. Well, there you go. Maybe Dr. Newton thought his getting that position was one joke on her too many.
Wick stood up and began to pace.
Recap the facts for me. On the homicide? According to Mrs. Howell, the party broke up about midnight. They were in bed by 1. The house phone rang at 2:07. She's definite on the time because she remembers looking at the clock. Dr. Howell answered the phone, talked for several seconds, then hung up and told her he was needed at the hospital. Said there'd been a major freeway accident with multiple casualties. He dressed and left. His body was found beside his car in the doctor's parking lot at 2:28. That's when the 911 came in, which was just long enough for him to make the drive from home. The security guard had seen Howell drive in minutes earlier, so he was popped the moment he got out of his car. His wallet was intact. Nothing taken from or off his car. Cause of death was massive hemorrhaging from a stab wound beneath his left arm. The murder weapon was left in the wound, your average filleting knife. The manufacturer says they haven't produced wood hilts in 12 years, so this knife could have come from anywhere. Grandma's kitchen, flea market, you name it. No prints, of course. The blade went through Howell's ribs clean as a whistle and burst his heart like a balloon. Best guess is that he was attacked from behind, probably around the neck. Reflexively, he reached up. The assailant stabbed him with his left hand. It happened like that, he said, snapping his fingers. Whoever did him knew what he was doing. Like another doctor? Orrin shrugged. Yesterday you mentioned a potential eyewitness. The parking lot security guard. Orrin opened the binder and scanned a typed form until he located the name. Malcolm R. Luty, age 27. Did you check him out? Considered and eliminated as a suspect. He called in the 911, scared shitless, and he wasn't faking it. Threw up 4 times while the first officers on the scene were trying to get information out of him. Hasn't missed a day of work since he's had the job. Works holidays. Has never caused anybody any trouble. Not even a traffic ticket on record. Yes, sir, no, sir to everybody. Kind of a geek. Take that back. He's a full-fledged geek. He didn't see or hear anything? Like I told you, Wick, nothing. Once this kid stopped hurling chow, he cooperated fully. Nervous as hell, but Mom was responsible for that. Scary old bat. She made me nervous, too. Believe me, he's not our man. In the freeway accident? No such accident occurred. Everyone on the hospital staff denies calling Howell. Telephone records indicate the call originated from a cell phone. Let me guess. Untraceable. You got it. Male or female? The caller, we don't know. Dr. Howell was the only one who spoke to him, or her. What does the wife get by way of an estate? Plenty. Howell was insured to the hilt, but the missus came into the marriage with money of her own and stands to inherit more when her daddy passes. A good marriage? By all accounts. They were trying to have another kid. There's one 7-year-old boy. Ideal American family. Churchgoers, flag wavers. No drug abuse or alcoholism. He made small wagers on his golf games, and that was the extent of his gambling. Not even a hint of marital infidelity, and especially not with his colleague, Rennie Newton. Orrin rattled the ice in his glass, shook a cube into his mouth, chomped on it noisily. The doc never had a malpractice suit filed against him. No outstanding debts, no known enemies, except Rennie Newton. And I've just got a gut feeling about her, Wick. Wick stopped pacing and looked at Orrin, inviting him to elaborate. Don't you think it's a bit tidy and damn convenient that her rival gets popped within days after he's appointed to a position she wanted? Wild coincidence, Wick ventured. I could concede that, except for the phone call that put Howell in that parking lot in the middle of the night. Besides, I don't believe in coincidences that wild. Me neither. I was playing devil's advocate. He sank back into the cushions of the sofa and placed his hands behind his head. He stared into the TV at the surgeon's calm face, which was freeze-framed on the screen. Stabbing. True, she'd know right where to stick you to make it fatal, but I don't know. He frowned. Just doesn't seem like something this lady would do. I don't think she did it herself. Somebody did it for her. Wick turned and looked hard at his former partner. Lozada's into knives. On occasion. But he once used a flare gun. Oren made a face. Jesus, was that a mess. Body parts of that victim had been discovered floating over several acres of Eagle Mountain Lake. Lozada had also used a tire tool once to bash in a skull. That hadn't been a contract kill, as were most of his murders. That poor bastard had just pissed him off. Of course, they could never prove that he had committed any of these crimes. They just knew it. Wick came off the sofa again and moved to the fireplace. He looked at the pictures of Stephanie and Laura on the mantel. Then he went to the window and peered through the blinds. He ambled back to the mantel before returning to the sofa. You think this Dr. Newton hired Lozada to eliminate her competition? Or had Lozada kill him out of spite? Is that basically it? It's his kind of kill. Silent, quick, leaving the weapon. I'm not disputing that, Oren. It's her involvement I have a problem with. He gestured toward the TV. She's a surgeon with a good reputation and no doubt a six-figure income. She seeks out a scumbag, that we all know Lozada to be, no matter how fancy he dresses himself up, and hires him to kill her colleague? No way. Sorry, but I ain't buying it. What? She's too educated? Too well-dressed? Too clean? No, she's too dispassionate. I don't know, Wick said impatiently. Is there any evidence of a connection between her and Lozada? We're looking. That means no. That means we're looking, Oren stressed. Wick expelled a deep breath. Right. Lozada could be having meetings with the Pope and we'd be the last to know. He's slippery as owl shit. The doctor could be just as slippery, just as deceptive. She spends the majority of her time at the hospital, but nobody, and I mean no one, seems to know much about her personal life. They say she keeps to herself, keeps her private life private. That's why everyone laughed at my question about hanky-panky between her and Owl. If she dates at all, nobody knows about it. She's a loner. An excellent surgeon, he stipulated. On that everybody agrees. Generally, she's very well liked. She's friendly enough, kind-hearted, but she's aloof. Aloof, that's a word I heard a lot. You need more, Wick said. I agree. Reaching into the breast pocket of his shirt, Oren withdrew a slip of paper and laid it on the sofa cushion that separated him and Wick. What's that? Her address. Wick knew what that implied, what Oren was asking of him. He shook his head. Sorry, Oren, but you haven't convinced me. What you've got on her is thin, way too thin. Speculation at best, and nothing substantive. Certainly nothing concrete. There's no just cause for... You heard about Lozada's most recent trial, right? Or is your head buried too deep in Galveston sand? Sure, I heard. Capital murder, another acquittal, Wick said bitterly. Same song, 10th verse. What of it? Oren leaned forward and spoke in a stage whisper. That jury that acquitted him? Yeah? Guess who was forewoman? Wick wore running shorts, a tank top, and athletic shoes. If he bumped into a nosy neighbor, he could always pretend to be a jogger who was looking for a place to take a leak. That might not go over well, but it was better than the truth. That he was doing his cop friend a favor by illegally breaking into a suspect's house for the purpose of obtaining information. To make the guys believable, he ran several laps around the city park a few blocks away from Rennie Newton's house. By the time he vaulted the fence that separated her backyard from the rear alley, he had worked up a plausible sweat. From several houses down came the hum of the lawnmower. Otherwise, the neighborhood was quiet. They'd picked this time of day for him to break in. It was too early for most people to be returning home from work, and too hot for stay-at-homers to be doing outside chores or activities. He went up her back steps and unzipped the fanny pack strapped to his waist. From it, he removed a pair of latex gloves and slipped them on, which he might have difficulty explaining to a nosy neighbor in the I'm just taking a leak scenario. But better a neighbor than a judge with an indisputable fingerprint match. Next, he took his MasterCard from the zippered pouch. In under 3 seconds, the back door was unlocked. With Orrin's final warning echoing through his mind, "If you get caught, I never heard of you," he slipped inside. Rarely was Wick stunned into silence and left without a clever comeback. But last night, when Orrin had told him about Rennie Newton's recent jury duty, it was several moments before he found his tongue, and all it could manage was an ineloquent, "Huh." Orrin had baited him, and knew he had him hooked. Now inside the former juror's house, he paused to listen. They hadn't expected a security system. Orrin had checked city records for the required registration. No such registration was on file, and no electronic beep alerted Wick now that a system had been breached. All that came back to him was the hollow silence of an empty house. For almost a week, Dr. Newton had been under police surveillance. They knew she lived alone, and Orrin had said you could set your clock by her schedule. She didn't return for the day until after making evening hospital rounds. According to him, there was rarely more than 20 minutes variance in her ETA. The back door had placed Wick in the kitchen, which was compact and spotlessly clean. Only 2 items were in the sink, a coffee cup and the coffee maker carafe. Each held an inch of soapy water. In the drawer nearest the stove, cooking utensils were lined up like surgical instruments on a sterile tray. Among her knives was a filleting knife. It had a hilt made of some synthetic material that matched the others in the set. Inside the bread box was half a loaf of whole wheat, tightly resealed and clamped. Every opened cereal box in the pantry had the tab inserted into the slot. The canned vegetables weren't alphabetized, but the neatness of the rows was almost that extreme. The contents of the refrigerator indicated that she was a conscientious eater, but she wasn't a fanatic Weight Watcher. There were 2 half-gallon cartons of ice cream in the freezer. Of course, the ice cream could have been for a guest. He checked the drawer in the small built-in desk and found a laminated list of emergency telephone numbers, a ruled notepad with no doodles or notes, and several Bic pens, all black. Nothing personal or significant. Through a connecting door, he entered the living room. It could have been a catalog layout. Cushions were plumped and evenly spaced along the back of the sofa. Magazines were in neat stacks, the edges lined up like a deck of cards. The TV's remote control was squared up with the corner of the end table. "Jesus," Wick whispered, thinking about the condition in which he'd left his shack in Galveston. When he'd left his motel room this morning, it looked like it had sustained storm damage. Midway down the short hall was a small room she obviously used for a home study. He hoped it would prove to be a treasure trove of information and insight into this woman. It didn't. The titles of the medical books on the shelves were as dry as dust. There were a number of atlases and travel guide books, a few novels, mostly literary, nothing racy, certainly nothing to suit his unsophisticated reading taste. On top of the neat desk, her mail had been separated into 2 metal baskets, one for opened, the other for unopened. He scanned the ho-hum contents of both. In the deeper drawer of the desk, he discovered an expandable file of receipts, a labeled compartment for each month. He looked through them, but did not find a paid invoice for a contract killer tucked into the accordion folds. It was in her bedroom that he received his first surprise. He stood on the threshold, giving it one swift survey, before assimilating it more slowly. By comparison, this room was messy. This room wasn't occupied by a surgeon. It was lived in by a person, by a woman. He had expected to find a bed that would meet military standards, one you could bounce a quarter off of. But oddly, the bed had been left unmade. He moved past it to the window, where he knew Orrin and Thigpen could see him from the second-story window of a house 2 houses down and behind Rennie Newton's. He gave them the finger. Turning back into the room, he began his search with her bureau drawers. Undies were folded and stacked, panties in one drawer, bras in the one below it. She had divided the non-frilly from the frilly.
When she opened those drawers, he wondered what determined her selection. Daytime, nighttime? Work, play? Did her mood dictate which stack she chose from, or vice versa? He rifled through the garments, looking underneath for keepsakes, letters, photographs that would give him a hint into the personality of Rennie Newton. Was she a woman who would link up with a noted criminal, as Orrin suspected? His search of the bureau drawers yielded several scented sachets, but no clues. Nor did her closet, which was as neatly arranged by category as her lingerie drawers. He found nothing in shoe boxes except shoes. He moved to her nightstand. A fitness magazine had been left open to an article about exercises one could do throughout the day to relieve neck tension. The cap on a bottle of body lotion hadn't been securely replaced. He picked up the bottle, sniffed. He didn't know one flower from another, but it said gold leaf and hydrangea, so he supposed that's what it was. Whatever, it smelled good. Taking the cordless phone from its stand, he listened to the dial tone. It wasn't the broken tone indicating messages on her voicemail. As long as he was here, he wished he had a bug to plant, but Orrin had nixed the suggestion. We'd need a court order, and no judge is going to give us one until we can show probable cause. We could learn a lot by monitoring her calls. It's illegal, Wick had laughed. So's breaking and entering. We can't ever use anything I find in there. Yeah, but it's different. He failed to see the difference, but Orrin was adamant, and it was Orrin's show. He replaced the telephone in the recharger and opened the nightstand drawer. Inside, he found a box of stationery, still wrapped in clear cellophane, unused. There was also a tear sheet from a newspaper. He took it out of the drawer and unfolded it. It was an obituary page. One of them was for Eleanor Loy Newton. Daughter Rennie was listed as her only survivor. He recognized the name of the town on the masthead, Dalton, Texas. Carefully refolding the sheet, he replaced it in the drawer. As he did, he noticed a small white triangle barely visible beneath the box of unused stationery. He picked up the box. Under it lay a small card with only one line typed on it. I've got a crush on you. It was unsigned, unaddressed, and undated, making it impossible to know if Rennie Newton had received it or if she had considered sending it before changing her mind. It looked like a gift enclosure card. Had it accompanied a gift she'd received recently, or was it a keepsake from a high school beau, a former lover, last Saturday's one-night stand? It obviously held some significance for her, or it wouldn't be in her nightstand drawer along with her mother's obituary. Curious, but not criminal. He replaced the card exactly as he'd found it, and went next into the adjoining bathroom. He located a damp towel in the clothes hamper along with a pair of boxer shorts and a ribbed tank top. Her sleeping attire last night? Probably. A recent girlfriend had preferred comfy over sexy. Actually, he had thought the comfy was pretty damn sexy. An array of bath salts and gels were lined up on a shelf above the tub, and they weren't just for show. They had been used often. The room smelled flowery and feminine. The tub was spanned by a wire rack, a resting place for a scented candle, a sponge, a razor, and a pair of reading glasses. She liked to lounge in the tub. But alone, it wasn't large enough for two. Inside the mirrored medicine cabinet, he found her toothbrush and a glass, a tube of toothpaste rolled up from the bottom — he didn't know anybody who actually did that — and mint-flavored dental floss. There was an assortment of cosmetics and night creams, a bottle of aspirin, and a blister pack of antacid tablets. No prescriptions. Under the sink were rolls of toilet tissue and a box of tampons. He stepped back into the bedroom and for a long time stood looking at the unmade bed. The pale yellow sheets were rumpled, and the duvet was half on, half off. Unless he was very wrong, Rennie Newton not only bathed alone, she slept alone. At least she had last night. "Took you long enough," Orrin said when Wick rejoined them in the second-story room of the stakeout house. "Yeah, what are you doing in there all that time? Trying on her panties?" That from Thigpen,
whom everyone called Pigpen because that was what he looked like. He was crude and sloppy, and in Wick's opinion, unforgivably stupid. "No, Pigpen, I stopped on my way back for a blowjob. Your wife says to pick up bread on your way home." "Asshole. We got pictures of you flipping us a bird. Very professional, Threadgill. I stoop to the level of people I'm with. I'm going to add that photo to my gallery." Thigpen hitched his thumb toward the wall where he had taped the more revealing 8x10s of Rennie Newton. Wick glanced at the pictures of which Thigpen was so proud, then angrily grabbed a bottle of water and twisted off the lid. He drank all of it before taking a breath. "Well?" Orrin asked. Wick sat down and toed off his running shoes. "In a word? For starters, neat as a pin, obsessively clean." He described the kitchen, living room, and study. Of the bedroom, he said, "It wasn't quite as tidy. The bed was unmade, but everything was in its place. Maybe she was in a rush this morning before she left for the hospital." He itemized what he'd found in the nightstand drawer. "Was the card in an envelope?" Thigpen asked. "I told you no. It was a plain white card, small, one-typed line." "She's from Dalton," Orrin confirmed when Wick told them about the newspaper obituary. "Grew up there. Her father was some bigwig cattleman and businessman. Community leader, an iron in every fire. She was an only child. With no living relatives, apparently. She was listed as her mother's only survivor." Which would explain why she had an unopened box of stationery, Wick thought. Who would she write to? "Did you find anything to indicate an alliance with Lozada?" Wick asked, finishing Orrin's question for him. "Nada. I don't think she has a relationship of any kind with anybody. Not one single photograph in the place. No personal telephone numbers scribbled down. Our lady doctor appears to live a very solitary life." When he paused, Orrin motioned for him to expand. "Definitely no sign of a masculine presence, criminal or otherwise. No men's clothing in her closet or drawers. The only razor in the bathroom was pink. One toothbrush. No birth control pills or condoms or diaphragm. She's a nun." "Maybe she's a dyke." "Maybe you're a cretin," Wick fired back at Thigpen. Orrin looked at him strangely, then turned to the other detective. "Why don't you knock off early today?" "Don't have to ask me twice." Thigpen stood and hiked up his slipping khakis, which rode well below his belly. Giving Wick a sour look, he grumbled, "What's your problem, anyway? Don't forget the bread." "Fuck you!" "Thigpen," Orrin looked at him reprovingly. "Report back at 7 tomorrow morning." Thigpen shot Wick another annoyed look, then lumbered down the stairs. Neither Wick nor Orrin said anything until they heard the front door of the empty house close. Then Orrin said, "What is your problem?" "I need a shower." His answer didn't address the question, but Orrin let it go for the time being. "You know where it is." As bathrooms went, it was sadly lacking. The towels they'd brought in were hardly worth the bother. They were cheap and small and didn't absorb. Wick had contributed soap he'd pilfered from his motel room. There was no hot water. But his bathroom in the Galveston house was no great shakes either. He was accustomed to an unreliable hot water heater. He barely noticed the absence of amenities. The vacant house was a perfect location for the department's surveillance of Rennie Newton, since it afforded a clear view of both her backyard and the side driveway of her home. The house had been in the process of being remodeled when a dispute arose between the contractor and the non-resident owner. The squabble had turned nasty and was now in litigation. FWPD had asked both parties if the house could be used, and both had agreed to it for a small stipend. Its being a construction site made it easy for them to come and go, dressed more or less as tradesmen and craftsmen, and to carry in supplies and equipment without attracting unwanted attention from neighbors who were used to having houses in their neighborhood undergoing renovation. Wick emerged from the bathroom and rummaged in the duffel bag he'd brought along so he would have a change of clothes. He dressed in a pair of jeans and a souvenir T-shirt from an Eagles concert he had attended in Austin years before. He raked back his wet hair with his fingers. Orrin had taken up Thigpen's post at the window. He gave Wick a critical glance over his shoulder.
Strange uniform for a cop.
I'm not a cop. Orrin merely grunted. I guess beer's against house rules.
Thigpen would rat us out. There are Cokes in the ice chest.
Wick got one, popped the top, and took a long swallow.
Want one? No thanks.
He kicked his running shoes in the general direction of the duffel bag and dropped into a chair. He took another long pull on the soda can. Orrin was regarding him closely, watching every move. Finally, Wick said, What?
What did you find inside her house?
I told you.
Everything?
Wick spread his arms and raised his shoulders in an innocent shrug. Why would I hold out on you?
Because of your dick.
Excuse me? For a white woman, the doc's pretty good looking. Wick laughed, then said, Okay, so? Orrin gave him a look that spoke volumes. Do you really think... Ugh. He swatted down Orrin's surmise, shook his head, looked away. When he came back to meet Orrin's unflinching gaze, he said, Look, if she's in cahoots with Lozada, it doesn't matter to me if she's Helena fucking Troy. In heat. I want that bastard, Orrin. You know I do. I'll use whoever I have to, do whatever it takes to get him. Far from being reassured, Orrin said softly,
Which is the second reason you might withhold information from me.
I don't follow.
Don't turn this into a personal vendetta, Wick.
Who came knocking on whose door? Orrin raised his voice to match Wick's.
I brought you in because I need a good man, someone with your instincts, and because I thought you deserved to be in on this after what happened between you and Lozada.
Is there a point floating around in there somewhere? Orrin wasn't put off by his surliness.
Don't make me sorry I involved you.
He subjected Wick to a stare as stern as his warning. Wick was the first to look away. Orrin always played by the rules. Wick found rules restrictive, and he seldom abided by them. It was that difference that usually caused them to clash. It was also what each admired most about the other. While Orrin often chided Wick for his recklessness and casual approach to regulations, he admired his audacity. Wick rebelled against rules, but he respected Orrin for upholding them. Orrin went back to watching Rennie Newton's house. After a short silence, Wick said, One thing I thought was curious. In her closet, lots of blue jeans, not designer shit, worn ones like mine. He rubbed his hand over the denim that time and 1,000 washings had bleached and softened. 3 pair of Western boots, too. I didn't expect that.
She rides.
Horses?
It was in her bio. The Star-Telegram had an extensive file on her. I asked them for a copy of everything.
Dr. Newton's been in the newspaper numerous times.
Charity events, community involvement, Doctors Without Borders.
What's that? A manila folder was lying on the table. Orrin picked it up and dropped it into Wick's lap.
Do your own research. Grace is holding dinner for me.
He got up, stretched, reached for a roll of architectural drawings he was using as props, and headed for the staircase.
We didn't finish the video last night. It's there if you want to watch it, but don't let it distract you from keeping an eye on the house.
I'd like to see the rest of it. Might pick up something.
Orrin nodded. My pager will be with me. Call if anything out of the ordinary happens.
Like Lozada showing up?
Yeah, like that. I can be here in 10 minutes.
See you in the morning. Is there any food?
Sandwiches in the mini-fridge.
The stairs creaked under Orrin's weight. After he left, the house fell silent, except for the occasional groan of old wood. The empty rooms smelled like the sawdust left over from the uncompleted renovation. Most would consider it an unpleasant place in which to spend a night, but Wick didn't mind. In fact, he had volunteered for the night shift. Orrin needed to be with his family. Thigpen, too. Although Wick imagined that Mrs. Thigpen would probably prefer him to be away as much as possible. He picked up the binoculars and checked Rennie Newton's house. She wasn't home yet. He used the opportunity to check the small refrigerator and found 2 wrapped sandwiches, tuna salad, turkey and Swiss.
He selected the turkey and carried it back with him to the table near the window. He put the tape into the combo VCR and monitor, then settled back to watch the video as he ate his sandwich. The recording started playing at the point where Orrin had stopped it the night before. On the video, Orrin said, "Dr. Newton, did you recently serve on the jury that acquitted an accused killer, Mr. Lozada?" Her lawyer leaned forward. "Where's the relevance, Detective?" "I'll get to it." "Please do. Dr. Newton has surgical patients waiting for her." "It could become necessary for another doctor to take over her responsibilities." "Is that a threat that I might be detained?" Rennie Newton asked. Orrin sidestepped the direct question by saying, "The sooner you answer my questions, the sooner you can go, Dr. Newton." She sighed, as though finding the proceedings extremely tedious. "Yes, I served on the jury that acquitted Mr. Lozada. You must know that, or you wouldn't have brought it up." "That's right, I do. In fact, I've interviewed all 11 of your fellow jurors." "Why?" "Curiosity." "About what?" "It struck me that Dr. Howell's murder looked like a contract kill. His killer didn't rob him. We can't isolate any other motive. Fact is, his only known adversary was you." Taken aback by that statement, she exclaimed, "Lee and I weren't adversaries. We were colleagues. Friendly colleagues." "Who quarreled constantly?" "We had disagreements, yes. That's hardly—" "You were a friendly colleague of his who recently led a contract killer back onto the streets." "Mr. Lozada's crime was alleged," the attorney said in typical lawyer fashion, "which has no bearing on this matter one way or the other. Dr. Newton, I insist you say nothing more." Wick fast-forwarded through the argument that ensued between the attorney and Orrin, who evidently persuaded the lawyer that it would be in his client's best interest to answer the questions. Cooperation with an investigation went a long way with the FWPD, and so forth. Wick knew the drill. He'd used it 1,000 times himself. He restarted the tape in time to hear Orrin say, "All the other jurors told me you were for Lozada's acquittal from the get-go." "That's incorrect," she said with remarkable calmness. "I wasn't for acquittal, not at all. I believed Mr. Lozada was probably guilty. But the prosecuting attorney didn't convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. Because of that, and the charge we received from the judge, I couldn't conscientiously see him convicted." "So it was a matter of conscience that drove you to persuade the other 11 to vote for acquittal." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "As forewoman, it was my duty to see that every facet of the case was explored. It was a heinous crime, yes, but I encouraged the other jurors not to let their emotions overrule their pledge to uphold the law, even though it may be imperfect. After 2 days of deliberation, each juror voted according to his own conscience." "I think that sufficiently answers your questions." Once again, her lawyer stood up. "That is, unless there's another totally unrelated subject you wish to chit-chat about, Detective Wesley?" Orrin agreed that at this point he had nothing further to ask, and switched off the recorder, ending the tape. As it rewound, Wick recalled the last conversation he and Orrin had had about the case the night before. "Lozada seemed to make a connection with her during the trial," Orrin had told him. "Connection?" "A lot of people noticed it. I asked the bailiff if there was a juror Lozada had especially played to, and he said, 'You mean the forewoman?' First thing out of his mouth, and I hadn't even mentioned Dr. Newton. The bailiff said our boy stared at her throughout the trial, enough to make it noticeable." "Doesn't mean she stared back." Orrin gave him one of his non-committal shrugs that paradoxically said a lot. "I'm not surprised Lozada would single out an attractive woman and stare at her," Wick had continued. "He's a creep." "He's a creep who looks like a movie star." "Of The Godfather, maybe." "Some women get off on that dangerous type." "Speaking from experience, Orrin? I promise not to tell Grace. Details, I want details. The really juicy ones." He had annoyed his friend further by giving him a lascivious wink. "Cut it out." It was then that Grace had joined them. She asked what Wick was laughing about,
And when he declined to tell her, she reminded him that the girls wouldn't settle for the night until they got their story. He wove them a tale about a sassy rock star and her handsome, dashing bodyguard, whose physical description strongly resembled him. He and Orrin had no further conversation before he left. After removing the videotape from the player, he decided to eat the tuna sandwich too. It tasted fishy and old, but he ate all of it, knowing he'd get nothing more until morning. He was dusting crumbs off his hands when he saw a Jeep wagon swing into Rennie Newton's driveway. He yanked up the binoculars, but barely got a glimpse of her before the car rolled into her garage. Less than 30 seconds later, the light in her kitchen came on. The first thing she did was slide the strap of her oversized handbag off her shoulder and lower it to the table. Then she pulled off her suit jacket and tugged her shirt tail from the waistband of her slacks. Crossing to the fridge, she took out a bottle of water, uncapped it, and took a drink. Then she twisted the cap back on and stood at the sink, her head down. Wick adjusted the focus on the binoculars. Through the window above the sink, she appeared close enough to touch. A loose strand of hair trailed alongside her cheek and fell onto her chest. She rolled the cold water bottle back and forth across her forehead. Her expression, her body language, her posture indicated profound weariness. She should be tired, he thought. It had been a long day for her. He knew. He had been there when her day began. Rennie leaned against the counter and rolled the bottle of cold water across her forehead. It had been years since deep breathing exercises were necessary for her to regain her calm. Years. But she hadn't forgotten how terrifying it felt not to be in absolute control. For the last 3 weeks, her life had been in disarray. The disintegration of her carefully structured life had begun with the jury summons. The day after receiving it through the mail, she and a group, including Lee Howell, had been gathered in the doctor's lounge. When she told them about the summons, they had groaned collectively and commented on her rotten luck. Someone suggested that she claimed to have young children at home. But I don't. You're the sole caretaker of an elderly parent. But I'm not. You're a full-time student. She hadn't even acknowledged that suggestion. Throw the damn thing away and ignore it, another advised her. That's what I did. Figured it'd be worth the fine no matter how steep if I didn't have to appear. What happened? Nothing. They never follow up on those things, Rennie. They run hundreds of people through there each week. You think they're going to take the time and effort to track down one no-show? I would be the exception. They'd throw me in jail. Use me as an example to those who try and dodge their civic responsibility. Thoughtfully, she twirled the straw in her soft drink. Besides, that's what it is, a civic duty. Please, Lee groaned around a mouthful of vending machine potato chips. It's a civic duty for people who have nothing better to do. Use your work to get you off. Work is not an exemption. That's printed in bold letters on the summons. I'm afraid I'm stuck. Don't worry about it, he said. They won't choose you. That wouldn't surprise me if they did, another male colleague had chimed in. My brother's a trial lawyer. Says he always tries to seat at least one good-looking woman on every jury. Rennie returned his wink with a scathing glare. And what if the lawyers are women? His smile collapsed. Didn't think of that. You wouldn't. Lee dusted salt off his hands. They won't choose you. Okay, Lee, why not? You're just itching to tell me why I'd be an unsuitable juror, aren't you? He counted off the reasons on his nimble surgeon's fingers. You're too analytical. You're too opinionated. Too outspoken. And too bossy. Neither side wants a juror who could sway the others. That was one argument Rennie would have gladly let Lee win. She had been the second juror picked from 48 candidates, and then she'd been voted forewoman. For the following 10 business days, while paperwork mounted and her patient load got backlogged, her time had belonged to the state of Texas. When it ended, her relief was short-lived. Through the media, the verdict had been criticized by the district attorney's office. Nor had it won the approval of the average citizen, Dr. Lee Howell being one. He had voiced his opinion at that Friday night cookout. "I can't believe you let this joker off, Rennie. He's a career criminal." "He's never been convicted," she'd argued. "Besides, he wasn't on trial for previous alleged crimes." "No, he was on trial for executing a prominent banker, one of our fair city's leading citizens. The prosecutor was asking for the death penalty." "I know, Lee. I was there." "Here they go," said one of the other guests, who'd gathered around to eavesdrop on what was sure to be a heated debate. "The staunch conservative and the bleeding heart liberal are at it again." We jurors were informed going in that the DA was asking for the death penalty. That wasn't the reason we voted to acquit. "Then how was it that you 12 decided to let this creep walk instead of giving him the needle? How could you believe for a second that he was innocent?" "None of us believed that he was innocent. We voted him not guilty. There's a difference." He shrugged his bony shoulders. "The distinction escapes me." "The distinction is reasonable doubt." "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit that bullshit?" "That bullshit is the foundation of our judicial system." "She's on a roll now," someone in the background said. "The so-called evidence against Mr. Lozada was entirely circumstantial," she said. "He could not be placed at the scene of the crime, and he had an alibi." "A guy he probably paid to lie for him." "There were no eyewitnesses. There were—" "Tell me, Rennie, did all the jurors put this much thought into their decision?" "What do you mean?" "I mean that your misprecision. You would have lined up all the facts in a neat little row, and God forbid that you take the human element into account." "Of course I did." "Yeah, then tell me this. When you took that first vote, before you even began deliberation, how many voted guilty and how many not guilty?" "I won't discuss what happened in that jury room with you." He glanced around the ring of faces as though to say, "I knew it." "Let me guess, Rennie. I deliberated the case once, Lee. I don't want to do so again." "You were the conscientious objector of the group, weren't you? You led the charge for acquittal." He stacked his hands over his heart. "Our own Dr. Rennie Newton, crusader for the freedom of career criminals." The argument ended there with their listeners' laughter. It was the last verbal skirmish she and Lee would ever have. As always, they'd parted friends. As she said goodnight to him and Myrna, he'd given her a quick hug. "You know I was only teasing, don't you? Of all the jurors who ever sat on any trial, you had worked the hardest at getting it right." Yes, she had tried to get it right. Little had she known what an impact that damn jury summons, the trial, and its outcome would have on her personally. She had counted on it being an inconvenience. She hadn't counted on it being catastrophic. Did Detective Wesley really consider her a suspect? Her lawyer had dismissed her concerns. He said because the police had absolutely no clues, they had thrown out a wide net and were interrogating everyone with whom Lee Howell had any interaction, from hospital orderlies to his golfing buddies. At this point, everyone was suspect. Insinuation and intimidation were standard police methods, the attorney assured her. She shouldn't feel that she'd been singled out. Rennie had tried to reassure herself that he was right and that she was overreacting. But what her lawyer didn't know was that when it came to being questioned by police, she had a right to be a little jittery. Wesley's interrogation had been in the forefront of her mind this afternoon when the hospital board of directors invited her to join their weekly meeting and offered her the position tragically vacated by Dr. Lee Howell. "I appreciate your consideration, but my answer is no, thank you. You had months to consider me before, and you chose someone else. If I accepted now, I would always feel as though I were your second choice." They assured her that Dr. Howell had received only one more vote than she, and that none of them thought she was an inferior candidate. "That's not the only reason I'm declining," she'd told them. "I admired Dr. Howell professionally, but I also regarded him and Myrna as friends. To benefit from his death would feel obscene. Thank you for the offer, but my answer is no." To her surprise, they refused to accept that answer and pressed her into thinking it over for a day or two more. While flattered and gratified by their persistence, she was now faced with a difficult decision. She had wanted the position and knew she was qualified, but it would feel wrong to get a career boost from Lee's death. Wesley was another factor to take into account. Were she to assume the position he considered a motive for murder, his suspicions of her involvement might be heightened. She wasn't afraid of his finding anything that would implicate her. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, connecting her to Lee's murder. But before Wesley determined that, she would be put through a rigorous police investigation. That was what she feared and wanted to avoid. With all this weighing on her mind, her head actually felt heavy. Reaching back, she slid the coated rubber band from her hair and shook out her ponytail, then massaged her scalp, pressing hard with her fingertips. She had performed 4 major surgeries before lunch. The waiting room outside the operating room had been filled with anxious friends and family, not only of her patients, but of other patients. Immediately following each operation, she had come out to speak briefly with the patient's loved ones, to report on the condition of the patient, and to explain the procedure she'd done. For some, she was even able to show color photographs taken during the surgery. Thankfully, all the patients' prognoses had been good, all the reports positive. She hadn't had to break bad news to anyone today. Thanks to her able staff, things had gone smoothly in her office this afternoon. Rounds at the hospital had taken a little longer than usual. She had the 4 post-op patients to see, and 3 more to brief before their scheduled surgeries tomorrow morning. One had to be sweet-talked into his pre-op enema. The frazzled nursing staff had given up. After Rennie talked to him, he surrendered quietly. Then, just before she left for the day, she had received the telephone call. The reminder caused her to shudder. Quickly, she finished the bottle of water and tossed it into the trash compactor. She rinsed out the soaking carafe of the coffee maker, then prepared it for tomorrow morning and set the timer. She knew she should eat something, but the thought of food made her nauseous. She was too upset to eat. She left her handbag on the table. She didn't think she had the strength to lift it, and turned off the kitchen light. Then, as she started toward the living room, she paused and switched the light back on. She had lived alone all her adult life, and this was the first time she could remember ever wanting to leave the lights on. In her bedroom, she switched on the lamp and sat down on the edge of her unmade bed. Ordinarily, it would have bothered her that she hadn't had time to make her bed before leaving that morning. Now that seemed a trivial, even silly concern. An unmade bed was hardly worth fretting about. With dread, she opened the drawer of her nightstand. The card was beneath the box of stationery her receptionist had given her last Christmas. She had never even broken the cellophane wrapping. Pushing the stationery box aside, she stared down at the small white card. She had been making notations on the charts of her post-op patients when the duty nurse had informed her that she had a call. "Line 3. Thanks." She cradled the receiver between her cheek and shoulder, leaving her hands free to continue the final task of a very long day. "Dr. Newton." "Hello, Rennie." Her writing pen halted mid-signature. Immediately alarmed by the whispery voice, she said, "Who is this?" "Lozada." She sucked in a quick breath, but tried to keep it inaudible. "Lozada." He laughed softly, as though he knew her obtuseness was deliberate. "Come now, Rennie, we're hardly strangers. You couldn't have forgotten me so soon. We spent almost 2 weeks together in the same room." No, she hadn't forgotten him. She doubted that anyone with whom this man came into contact would ever forget him. Often during the trial, his dark eyes had connected with hers across the courtroom. Once she had begun to notice it, she had avoided looking at him. But each time her gaze happened to land on him, he'd been staring at her in a way that made her uncomfortable and self-conscious. She was aware that other jurors and people in the courtroom also had noticed his unwelcome interest in her. This call is highly inappropriate, Mr. Lozada. Why? The trial's over. Sometimes when there's an acquittal, defendants and jurors get together and have a party to celebrate. That kind of celebration is tasteless and insensitive. It's a slap in the face to the family of the murder victim, who still have no closure. In any event, you and I have nothing to celebrate or even to talk about. Goodbye. Did you like the roses? Her heart skipped several beats, then restarted, pounding double time. After dismissing every conceivable possibility, it had occurred to her that he might have been her secret admirer, but she hadn't wanted to acknowledge it even to herself. Now that it had been confirmed, she wanted to pretend that she didn't know what he was talking about. But of course, he would know better. He had placed the roses inside her house, making certain she would receive them, leaving no margin for error. She wanted to ask him how the hell he had gotten inside her home, but as Lee Howell had pointed out to her, Lozada was a career criminal. Breaking and entering would be child's play to a man with his arrest record. He was incredibly intelligent and resourceful, or he couldn't have escaped prosecution for all his misdeeds, including the most recent murder for which he'd been tried, and that she'd fully believed he had committed. It just hadn't been proved. He said, "Considering the color of your front door, I guessed red might be your favorite." The roses hadn't been the color of her front door. They'd been the color of the blood in the crime scene photos entered as evidence and shown to the jury. The victim, whom it was alleged that Lozada had been hired to kill, had been choked to death with a garrote. Something very fine, yet so strong that it had broken the skin of his throat enough to bleed. "Don't bother me again, Mr. Lozada." "Rennie, don't hang up." He said it with just enough menace to prevent her from slamming down the telephone receiver. "Please," he said in a gentler voice. "I want to thank you." "Thank me?" "I talked to Mrs. Grissom. Frizzy gray hair, thick ankles." Rennie remembered her well. Juror number 5. She was married to a plumber and had 4 children. She seized every opportunity to bore the other 11 jurors with complaints against her lazy husband and ungrateful children. As soon as she learned that Rennie was a physician, she had run down a list of ailments she wanted to discuss with her. "Mrs. Grissom told me what you did for me," Lozada said. "I didn't do anything for you." "Oh, but you did, Rennie. If not for you, I'd be on death row." 12 of us arrived at the verdict. No one was singly responsible for the decision to acquit you. "But you led the campaign for my acquittal, didn't you?" "We looked at the case from every angle. We reviewed the points of law until we unanimously agreed on their interpretation and application." "Perhaps, Rennie," he said with a soft chuckle. "But Mrs. Grissom said you argued my side and that your arguments were inspired and passionate." He said it as though he were stroking her while he spoke, and the thought of his touching her made her skin crawl. "Don't contact me again." She had slammed down the telephone receiver, but continued to grip it until her knuckles turned white. "Dr. Newton, is something wrong?" "Dr. Newton, are you all right?" Drops of perspiration beaded on her face, as though she were performing the most intricate and life-threatening surgery. She thought she might throw up. Taking a deep breath through her mouth, she let go of the telephone receiver and turned to the concerned nurse. "I'm fine, but I'm not going to take any more calls. I'm trying to wrap up here, so if someone wants me, tell them to have me paged." "Certainly, Dr. Newton." She had quickly completed her chart notations and left for home. As she walked across the familiar doctor's parking lot, she glanced over her shoulder several times and was reassured by the presence of the guard on duty. She'd heard that the young man who had discovered Lee's body was taking some time off. On the drive home, she kept one eye on the road and another in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Lozada following her. Damn him for making her feel paranoid and afraid. Damn him for complicating her life when she had finally gotten it exactly as she wanted it. Now, as she stared at the hateful little card in her nightstand drawer, her resentment increased. It made her furious that he dared to speak to her in sexual overtones and with implied intimacy. But it also frightened her, and that was what she hated most, that she was afraid of him. Angrily, she closed the nightstand drawer. She stood up and removed her blouse and slacks. She wanted a hot shower, immediately. She felt violated, as though Lozada had touched her with his sibilant voice. She couldn't bear to think about his being here inside her house, invading her private space. Worse, she felt a presence here still, although she had told herself that was just her imagination, that it had been thrust into overdrive. She found herself looking at every object in the room. Was each item exactly as she'd left it this morning? The cap on her body lotion was loose, but she remembered being in a hurry this morning and not replacing it securely. Was that the angle at which the open magazine had been left on the nightstand? She told herself she was being silly. Nevertheless, she felt exposed, vulnerable, watched. Suddenly, she glanced toward the windows. The slats of the blinds were only partially drawn. Moving quickly, she snapped off the lamp, then went to the windows and pulled the louvers tightly closed. "Damn him," she whispered into the darkness. In the bathroom, she showered and prepared for bed. When she turned out the light, she considered leaving it on, but only for an instant before deciding against it. She wouldn't give in to her fear, even to that extent. She had never been a coward. On the contrary, her courage when she was a child had caused her mother to wring her hands with concern. As a teen, her bravery had escalated into deliberate recklessness. In recent years, she had traveled to war and famine-plagued corners of the world. She had defied despots and raging storms and armed marauders and contagious disease in order to provide medical treatment to people in desperate need of it, always with little or no regard for her personal safety. Now, inside her own bedroom, lying in her own bed, she was afraid. And not just for her safety. Lozada posed more than a physical threat. Detective Wesley had mentioned his trial, had insinuated... "Oh my God!" Gasping, Rennie sat bolt upright. She covered her mouth and heard herself whimper involuntarily. A chill ran through her.
Lozada had tried to impress her with a lavish bouquet of roses in a crystal vase, personally delivered. What else had he done in an attempt to curry her favor? The answer to that was too horrible to consider. But obviously, the homicide detective had considered it. Wick opened another Coke, hoping it would wash away the unpleasant aftertaste of the tuna sandwich. Rennie had retired for the night. It had been 32 minutes from the time she got home until she had turned out her bedroom light. Not long. No dinner. No leisure activity. Not even a half hour of TV during which to unwind after a hard day. She had spent some of that 32 minutes at the kitchen sink, appearing to be lost in thought. Wick saw her shake her hair loose and massage her scalp. She'd had the aspect of someone weighted down by a major problem, or suffering a severe headache, or both. Which didn't surprise him. She'd worked her ass off today. He had arrived at the family waiting room at 7 that morning, knowing the day began early in the OR. Nobody questioned his being there. It was assumed that he belonged to one of the families who had set up temporary camp with magazines and cups of vending machine coffee. He chose a chair in the corner, pulled his straw cowboy hat low over his brow, and partially hid behind an edition of USA Today. It was 8:47 before Dr. Newton made her first appearance. "Mrs. Franklin?" Mrs. Franklin and her retinue of supporters clustered around the surgeon. Rennie was dressed in green scrubs, the face mask lying open on her chest like a bib. She wore a cap.
Paper slippers covered her shoes. He couldn't hear what she was saying because she kept her voice at a confidential pitch to ensure the family's privacy, but whatever she said made Mrs. Franklin smile, clasp her hand, and press it thankfully. After the brief conference, Rennie excused herself and disappeared through the double-swinging doors. Throughout the long morning, she had made 3 other visits to the waiting room. Each time, she gave the anxious family her full attention and answered their questions with admirable patience. Her smiles were reassuring. Her eyes conveyed understanding and compassion. She never seemed to be rushed, although she must have been. She was never brusque or detached. Wick had found it hard to believe that this was the same guarded, haughty woman on Orrin's videotape. He had stayed in the OR waiting room until his stomach started rumbling so loudly that people began looking at him askance. The crowd had thinned out, too, so the tall cowboy sitting all alone in the corner with a newspaper he'd read 3 times was beginning to attract attention. He had left in search of lunch. Orrin thought he'd been sleeping through the day in his dreary motel room. He hadn't told him about going to the hospital, nor did he tell him that after grabbing a burger at Kincaid's, he had staked out Rennie Newton's private office. It was located near the hospital on a street that had formerly been residential, but had been given over largely to medical offices. The limestone building was new-looking and contemporary in design, but not ostentatious. The office had done a brisk business all afternoon, with patients going in and coming out at roughly 15-minute intervals. The parking lot was still half full when Wick left to go break into her house. Yeah, Rennie had put in a full day. To reward herself, she'd drunk a bottle of water. That was it. When she moved out of the kitchen, she had switched off the light, then turned it back on almost instantly, which he thought was strange. She had left that light on when she went into the bedroom, where she sat slumped on the edge of the bed, loose hair falling forward. Her whole aspect had spelled dejection or terrible trouble. Then she'd done another strange thing. She had opened her nightstand drawer and, for the next several minutes, stared into it. Just stared. She didn't take anything out or put anything in. She just stared into it. What had she been looking at, he wondered. He concluded that it had to be the enclosure card. What fascination could an unopened box of stationery hold for her? Her mother's obituary might be something she would read occasionally, maybe in remembrance of her, but he was putting his money on the card. And that made him damn curious about its origin and significance. Eventually, she had closed the drawer and stood up. She'd unbuttoned her blouse and pulled it off. She was wearing an unadorned bra. Maybe the sheer lacy ones were reserved for the days when she didn't perform 4 surgeries. Or for the man who had sent her the card. Next, she had removed her slacks. That was when Wick had realized he was holding his breath and admonished himself to resume breathing normally, if such a thing were possible. Could any heterosexual man breathe normally when he was watching a woman take off her clothes? He didn't think so. He didn't know of one. The question might warrant a scientific study. Conducting his own test, he had inhaled deeply, then exhaled an even stream of carbon dioxide. And in that instant, almost as if she had felt his breath against her bare skin, she looked toward the windows with alarm. Immediately the bedside lamp was extinguished. A vague silhouette of her appeared momentarily at the windows. Then the slats of the blinds were closed tightly, blocking her from sight. The light in her bathroom had come on and remained on for 10 minutes, long enough for her to bathe using one of the scented gels. She might have used the pink razor, too. She'd probably brushed her teeth and rolled the tube of toothpaste up from the bottom before replacing it in the cabinet above the sink that had not one single water spot. Then the house had gone dark, except for the light in the kitchen. Wick surmised that she had probably gone straight from her bath to bed. And now, after 32 minutes, she was probably sleeping between the pale yellow sheets, her head sunk deeply into the down pillow. He remembered that pillow. He had stared at it for a long time before peeling off the latex gloves and lifting it from the bed. He'd held it close to his face. Only for a second, though. Only for as long as any good detective would. He hadn't told Orrin about that either. It was the best Mexican restaurant in Fort Worth, making it, in Lozada's opinion, the best restaurant in Fort Worth. He came here only for the food and the deferential service he received. He could have done without the trio who strolled among the tables, strumming guitars and singing Mexican standards in loud but mediocre voices. The decor looked like the effort of someone who had run amok in a border town curio shop, buying every sombrero and piñata available. But the food was excellent. He sat at his customary table in the corner, his back to the wall, sipping an after-dinner tequila. He'd have shot anyone who offered him one of those frozen green concoctions that came out of a Slurpee machine and had the audacity to call itself a margarita. The fermented juice of the agave plant deserved to be drunk straight. He favored a clear añejo, knowing that what made a tequila gold was nothing but caramel coloring. He had dined on the El Rey platter, which consisted of enchiladas con carne, crispy beef tacos, refried beans, Spanish rice, and corn tortillas dripping with butter. The meal was loaded with carbohydrates and fat, but he didn't worry about gaining weight. He'd been genetically gifted with the lean, hard physique that people joined health clubs and sweated gallons of perspiration to acquire. He never broke a sweat. Never. And the one time in his life he had lifted a dumbbell, he had brained someone with it. He finished his drink and left $40 cash on the table. That was almost double the amount of his bill, but it guaranteed that his table would be available any time he came in. He nodded goodbye to the owner and winked at a pretty waitress on his way out. The restaurant was located in the heart of the historic Stockyards area. Tonight, the intersection of Main and Exchange Streets was thronged with tourists. They bought trashy Texas souvenirs like chocolates shaped as cow patties or rattlesnakes preserved in clear acrylic. The more affluent were willing to pay handsomely for handmade boots from the legendary Leddies. The tantalizing aroma of mesquite-smoked meat lured them into barbecue joints. Open barroom doorways emitted blasts of cooler air, the smell of beer, and the wail of country ballads. The streets were congested with every kind of vehicle, from mud-spattered pickup trucks to family vans to sleek European imports. Bands of young women and groups of young men prowled the wooden sidewalks in search of one another. Parents had pictures of their children taken, sitting atop a bored and probably humiliated longhorn steer. Occasionally one could spot an authentic cowboy. They were distinguished by the manure caked on their boots, and the telltale circle worn into the rear pocket of their Wranglers by the ever-present tin of chaw. They also regarded their counterfeits with an unconcealed and justifiable scorn. The atmosphere was light-headed, wholesome, and innocent. Lozada was none of those. He retrieved his silver Mercedes convertible from a kid he'd paid $20 to car sit and drove up Main Street, across the river, and into downtown. In less than 10 minutes, he left his car with a parking valet, crossed the native granite lobby of Trinity Tower, and took the elevator up to the top floor. He had bought the penthouse as soon as the renovated building became available for occupancy. Like most of the buildings in Sundance Square, the exterior had been left as it was to preserve the historic ambience of the area. The interior had been gutted from the foundation up, reinforced to meet current building codes and hopefully to withstand tornadic winds, and reconfigured for high-rise condo living. After buying the expensive floor space, it had cost Lozada another $2 million to replicate the apartment he had admired in Architectural Digest. This financial setback was earned back in only 3 jobs. He let himself in and welcomed the quiet, cool serenity of the condo after the festive confusion of Cowtown. Indirect lighting cast pools of illumination on the glossy hardwood floors that were softened only occasionally with sheepskin area rugs. Every surface was sleek and polished, lacquered wood, slate, and metal. Much of the furniture was built in, crafted from mahogany. The freestanding pieces were upholstered in either leather or animal pelts. The main feature of his living room was a large glass tank situated atop a knee-high pedestal of polished marble. The tank was 8 feet square and a yard deep. This unusual display was the only deviation from the apartment he'd seen in the magazine. It was a necessary addition. Inside the tank, he had created an ideal habitat for his lovelies. The temperature and humidity were monitored and controlled. To prevent them from killing each other, he saw to it that they had enough prey on which to feed. Presently, the tank contained 5, but he had had as many as 8, and as few as 3. They didn't have names. That would have been ridiculous. And nobody would ever accuse Lozada of being ridiculous. But he knew each of them individually and intimately, and occasionally took them out and played with them. The 2 Centroroids he had smuggled out of Mexico himself. He'd had them less than a year. The one that had been living with him the longest was a female of the common Arizona species. She hadn't been hard to come by, nor was she valuable, but he was fond of her. She had borne 31 young last year, all of which Lozada had killed as soon as they had climbed off her back, thereby declaring their independence from her. The other 2 in the tank were rarer and deadlier. It was hard not to be partial to them, because they had been the most difficult and expensive to obtain. They were the finest scorpions in the world. He paused to speak to them, but he didn't amuse himself with them tonight. Ever the businessman, he checked his voicemail for messages. There were none. At the wet bar in the living room, he poured another añejo into a baccarat tumbler and carried it with him to the wall of windows that provided a spectacular evening view of the river for which the building was named, and the neighboring skyscrapers. He raised a mock toast to the Tarrant County Justice Center. Then he turned in the opposite direction and raised his glass in a heartfelt salute to the warehouse across the railroad tracks. These days, the building housed a business that customized RVs and vans. But the corrugated tin structure had been vacant 25 years ago, when Lozada had committed his first murder there. Tommy Sullivan had been his pal. He'd had nothing against the kid. They'd never spoken a cross word to one another. Fate had just put Tommy at the wrong place at the wrong time. It was during the hot summertime. They were exploring the empty warehouse for lack of something better to do. Boredom had placed them there, and boredom had gotten Tommy killed. Tommy had been walking several steps ahead of Lozada when it suddenly came to him how easy it would be to grab Tommy from behind, reach around his neck, and jab his pocket knife into his friend's jugular. He'd done it just to see if he could. Tommy had proved he could. He'd been smart to attack from behind, because Tommy had spouted blood for what seemed like forever. It had been a challenge to keep it off him, but overall, killing Tommy had been incredibly easy. It had been just as easy to get away with it. He'd simply walked to Tommy's house and asked his mom if Tommy was at home. She told him no, but he was welcome to come inside and wait. Tommy was bound to show up sooner or later. So Lozada had passed the time after killing Tommy, playing Tommy's stereo in Tommy's room, in delicious anticipation of the hell that was about to break loose inside Tommy's house. A knock interrupted Lozada's fond recollections. Out of habit, he approached the door cautiously, a switchblade flattened up against his wrist. He looked through the peephole and, seeing a familiar uniformed woman, released the lock and opened the door. "Turn down service, Mr. Lozada?" Living in the building came with perks, including the parking valet, the concierge, and twice-daily maid service. He motioned her inside. She went into his bedroom and set about her chores. Lozada refreshed his drink and returned to a chair near the window, setting his switchblade on the table within reach. He stared down at the movie marquee across the street, but none of the featured film titles registered with him. His mind was on the telephone conversation he'd had with Rennie Newton earlier that evening. He smiled over her poor attempt at playing hard to get. She truly was adorable. The maid approached him. "Do you want me to draw the drapes, Mr. Lozada?" "No, thanks. Did you leave chocolates on the pillow?" "Two, the kind you like." "Thank you, Sally." She smiled down at him and began undoing the top of her uniform. He had never solicited personal information from her. In fact, he wouldn't even know her name if she hadn't volunteered it. She had been eager to tell him that this housekeeping job was strictly temporary. Her ambition was to become an exotic dancer in a men's club. She had the tits for it, maybe, but not the ass. Hers was as broad as a barn. When she began to dawdle playfully over the buttons of her uniform, he said, "Never mind that," and pulled her between his thighs, pushing her to her knees. "I could give you a lap dance first. I've been practicing in front of a mirror. I'm good, even if I do say so myself." By way of answer, he unbuckled his belt and unzipped his trousers. She looked disappointed that he didn't want to see her performance, but she applied herself to pleasing him. She unbuttoned his shirt and spread it open. She fingered the tattoo on his chest. A bright blue dagger with a wicked blade appeared to be spearing his nipple. Tattooed drops of blood spattered his ribs. "That gets me so hot." Her tongue, as quick and agile as a snake, flicked the tip of the dagger. He had gotten the tattoo when he was 16. The tattoo artist had suggested he get his nipple pierced at the same time. "With this dagger, a ring through your nipple, that'd look cool, dude." Lozada remembered the fear in the man's eyes when he had grabbed him by his Adam's apple and lifted him off his stool. "You think I'm a fag?" The guy's eyes bugged. He'd choked out, No, man, I didn't mean nothing by it." Lozada had gradually released him. "You'd better do a fucking good job on those blood drops, or it'll be your last tattoo." By now, Sally's avid mouth had worked its way down to his crotch. "Condom," he said. "I don't mind." "I do." He never left DNA evidence. Nail clippings were flushed down the toilet. He shaved his entire body every day. He was as hairless as a newborn, except for his eyebrows. Vanity prohibited him from shaving them. Besides, without the eyebrow, the scar wouldn't be as noticeable, and he wanted that scar to show like a banner. Thankfully, he had a perfectly formed cranium. It was as smooth and spherical as a bowling ball. Add to that his olive complexion, and he looked very handsome with a bald head. He used a handheld vacuum on his bed and dressing table twice a day, just in case dry skin was sloughed off. He'd had his fingerprints burned off years ago. From the experience with Tommy, he'd learned that a victim's blood could be troublesome. He had been afraid that someone would ask to see his pocket knife, and he wasn't sure that he'd been able to scrub away all the blood. No one ever considered him a suspect, and eventually he'd gotten rid of the knife. But from there on, he tried to leave the weapon at the scene. He used common, ordinary things. Nothing exotic, recently purchased, or traceable to him. Sometimes his hands were the only weapon necessary. He had a Social Security number. Like a good citizen, he paid taxes on the income he earned from a TV repair service. An old rummy who'd been drunk since they invented televisions ran the place for him. It was in a bad neighborhood where few bothered to have a broken TV repaired. They simply went to a good neighborhood and stole a newer one. Nevertheless, it was a legitimate, if not very lucrative, business. His real source of income left no trail an IRS auditor or officer of the law could follow. Sally ripped open the foil packet with her large teeth. "You must be awful rich, having this place. And that sweet Mercedes." He loved his possessions, even more now than before he had languished for 8 months in the Tarrant County Jail while awaiting trial. That taught one to appreciate the finer things in life. Of course, those months had also cost him revenue, but he wasn't worried. He had been well paid for the job on the banker. His money was tucked away in interest-bearing accounts in banks all over the world, places he'd never been or intended to go. He could retire any time he wanted and live very well for the rest of his life. But retirement never occurred to him. He didn't do what he did for the money. He could make money any number of ways. He did what he did because he was good at it and liked doing it. He loved doing it.
The scorpions sort of creep me out, but I love your apartment. You got awesome stuff. That bedspread is real mink, isn't it?
Losada wished she would shut up and just suck him.
Are you as dangerous as people say?
He grabbed a handful of her dyed black hair and yanked her head up.
What people? Ouch, that hurts.
He twisted her hair tightly around his fist, pulling it tighter.
What people? Just the other girls who work here in the hotel. We were talking. Your name came up.
He looked into her eyes, but could see no signs of treachery. She was too stupid to be a paid informant. I'm only dangerous to people who talk about me when they shouldn't. He relaxed his hand.
Geez, no need to get so touchy. It was just girl talk. I had bragging rights and wanted to brag.
She grinned up at him. If only she knew how repugnant that smile was to him. He despised her for her stupidity and coarseness. He would have liked to hurt her. Instead, he pushed her face back into his lap. Hurry up and finish me. She was here only because she was convenient. He could always get a woman. Women were easy to come by. Even attractive ones would do anything for a little of his attention and a $50 tip. But the easy ones weren't the kind of woman he wanted. He wanted the kind he'd never had before. In school, he'd been a punk who ran with a rough crowd. He was always in trouble, either with school officials or the police or both. His parents weren't interested enough to care. Oh, they complained about his bad behavior, but never really did anything to correct it. His baby brother had been born with a severe birth defect. From the day his parents brought the baby home from the hospital, Losada might just as well have ceased to exist, because in his parents' hearts and minds he had. They devoted themselves exclusively to his little brother and his special needs. They'd assumed that their handsome, healthy, precocious older son didn't have any needs. Around age 4, he had gotten angry over their neglect, and he'd never stopped being angry at them for favoring baby brother over him. He learned that being disobedient won him a little of Mommy and Daddy's attention, so he did every mischievous and mean thing his young mind could devise. He had been a hellion as a boy, and by the time he became a teenager, he was already a murderer. In high school, the popular girls didn't date guys like him. He didn't use drugs, but he stole them from the dealers and sold them himself. He went to illegal cockfights rather than the Friday night football games. He was a natural athlete, but didn't play team sports because he couldn't play dirty, and where was the thrill in playing by the rules? Besides, he never would have sucked up to an asshole with a whistle who called himself coach. The popular girls dated guys who proudly wore their letter jackets and would go on to UT or Southern Methodist and major in business or law or medicine like Daddy. The desired girls went steady with the boys who drove BMWs to the country club for their golf lessons. The girls who dressed well and participated in all the extracurricular activities. The classy girls who held school offices and were members of academic clubs avoided him, probably fearing they would be compromised if they so much as looked twice. Oh, he had turned their heads all right. He'd always been good-looking, and he had that element of danger about him that women couldn't resist. But his raw sexuality scared them. If he looked at one too long, too hard, too suggestively, she got the hell away from him. He could never get near the nice girls. Nice girls like Rennie Newton. Now there was a classy woman. She was all the women he'd ever wanted wrapped up in one beautiful package. Each day of his trial, he couldn't wait to get into court to see what she would be wearing and how her hair was styled. Several times he detected a light floral scent and knew it must be hers, but he never got close enough to be certain. Not until he entered her house. It was redolent with a fragrance. Recalling the essences of her contained in the rooms she occupied made him shiver with pleasure. Mistaking the reason for it, the maid tightened her mouth around him. He closed his eyes and envisioned Rennie Newton. He fantasized that it was she bringing him to climax. As soon as it was over, he told the girl to go. "Don't you want to—" "No." The sight of her heavy breasts disgusted him. She was a pig, a whore. Validating his thought, she ran her hands down the front of her body and swayed to silent music. "You're the best-looking guy I've ever been with. Even this is cute." She reached up and touched the scar, still pink, that bisected his left eyebrow. "How'd you get it?" "It was a gift." She looked at him stupidly, then she shrugged. "Okay, don't tell me. It's still sexy." She stretched upward, and when he realized she was about to kiss his scar, he shoved her away. "Get out of here." "Well, excuse me for breathing." Before she could get to her feet, he clamped his fingers around her jaw like a vice, holding it so tightly that her lips became scrunched and protruding. "The next time you talk about me with anybody, I'll come find you and cut out your tongue. Do you understand?" Her eyes were wide with fear. She nodded. He released her. For a large girl, she surprised him by how quickly she could move. Maybe she had a future as an exotic dancer after all. After she was gone, he mentally replayed his telephone conversation with Rennie. He conjured up the pitch of her voice and the cadence of her speech until he could almost hear it. The moment he had spoken her name, she had known who was calling. How silly of her to pretend she didn't. She had told him not to call her again, but that, too, was posturing. That was just the surfacing of a nice girl's innate wariness of the bad boy, and he didn't mind that. In fact, he had enjoyed hearing the trace of fear. His experience with women was vast, but it was also limited in the sense that all had been mindless encounters for the sole purpose of sex. He was tired of that. Picking up women and going home with them could be tedious, especially when they wanted to cling. And he hated whining. Paid whores came with their own set of nuisances. Meeting them in hotel rooms, no matter how upscale, was a tawdry proposition. It was essentially a business transaction, and inevitably the whore believed she was boss. He'd had to kill only one for insisting that she was in charge. They usually submitted to his superiority before it came to that. Besides, whores were dangerous and couldn't be trusted. There was always the chance that the police were using one in an entrapment setup. The time had come for him to have a woman who was of his own caliber. It was the one area of his life that was deficient. He owned the best of everything else. A man of his standing deserved a woman he could show off, one other men would envy him for. He had found that woman in Rennie Newton. And she must be attracted to him, or why would she have argued so passionately for his acquittal? If he'd had a mind to, he could already have satisfied their physical longing for each other. He could have waylaid her at any time, and if she had put up some bullshit female resistance, eventually subdued her. After he had fucked her a few times, she would have come to the understanding, as he had, that they were destined to be a couple. But he'd wanted to take a more subtle approach. She was different from all the others. She should be wooed differently. He wanted to court her as a woman like her would expect to be courted. So even before the trial was over, he had set out to learn who this glorious creature was and whether she had any enemies. Through his sly attorney, the information had been easily obtained. Killing that other doctor had been almost too easy. It wasn't a sufficient demonstration of his affection. Before calling Rennie, he had felt the need to follow that up with something that would better convey the depth of his feelings for her. Thus, the roses. They had struck the perfect romantic note. He finished his tequila. Chuckling softly, He thought of Rennie's rebuff. Actually, he was glad she hadn't been swept away by these preliminary overtures. Had she given in too soon and too easily, he would have been disappointed in her. Her spirit and air of independence were part of her attraction. To a point, of course. Eventually, she would need to be taught that what Lozada wanted, Lozada would have. Wick approached the table where Lozada was having breakfast.
"Hey, asshole. The glare reflecting off your head is blinding me."
Lozada's fork halted midway between his plate and his mouth. He looked up with anger-controlling slowness. If he were surprised to see Wick, he gave no indication of it, but rather treated him to an unhurried once-over.
"Well, well, look who's back."
"For about a week now,"
Wick said cheerfully.
"Is the Fort Worth Police Department so hard up they invited you to rejoin their miserable ranks?"
"Nope, I'm on vacation."
Wick pulled a spare chair from beneath the corner table, turned it around, and straddled it backward. Other customers in the hotel's dining room would think him rude, but he didn't care. He wanted to get under Lozada's skin. If the tick in the other man's cheek was any indication, he was succeeding.
"Say, those pancakes look good."
He dipped his finger in the pool of maple syrup on Lozada's plate and licked it off.
Right tasty."
"How did you know I was here?"
"I just poked my head out the window and followed the stench."
Actually, this hotel coffee shop was known by the department to be one of the killer's favorite breakfast places. The son of a bitch had never kept a low profile. In fact, he jeered at his would-be captors from the driver's seat of his fancy car and the panoramic windows of his penthouse, material luxuries that gave the cops all the more reason to despise him.
"Are you having something, sir?"
Wick turned toward the young waitress who had approached the table.
"Fun, darling,"
he said, sweeping off his cowboy hat and placing it over his heart.
"Just having a little fun here with my old friend Ricky Roy."
Lozada despised his first two names and hated being addressed by them, so Wick used them whenever an opportunity presented itself.
"Have you two met?"
He read the waitress's name off the plastic tag pinned to her blouse.
"Shelley. Pretty name, by the way. Meet Ricky Roy. Ricky Roy, this is Shelley."
She blushed to the roots of her hair.
"Oh, he comes in here a lot. I know his name."
In a stage whisper, Wick asked, "Is he a good tipper?"
"Yes, sir, very good."
"Well, now that's nice to hear, and somewhat surprising. See, actually, Ricky Roy has very few redeeming qualities." He tilted his head thoughtfully.
"Come to think of it, being a good tipper might be his only redeeming quality."
The waitress divided a cautious look between them that eventually landed on Wick.
"Would you like some coffee?"
"No thanks, Shelley, but you're a sweetheart for asking. If I need anything, I'll let you know." He gave her a friendly wink. She blushed again and scuttled away. Coming back around to Lozada, he said,
"Now, where were we? Oh, yeah, long time no see. Sorry I missed your trial. Heard you and your lawyer put on quite a show."
"It was a waste of everybody's time."
"Oh, I agree, I surely do. I don't know why they would bother with a trial for a sack of shit like you. If I had my way, they'd skip the falderall and you'd go straight to death row."
"Then, lucky for me, my fate isn't up to you."
"You never know, Ricky Roy. One day soon it just might be."
Wick flashed him a wide grin, and the two enemies assessed one another. Eventually, Wick said,
"Nice suit."
"Thank you." Lozada took in Wick's worn jeans, cowboy boots, and the hat he had set on the table. "I could give you the name of my tailor." Wick laughed.
"I couldn't afford him. Those look like expensive threads. Business must be good."
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
"Whacked anybody interesting since that banker fella? I'm itching to know who hired you for that one. His daddy-in-law, maybe? Heard they didn't get along. What'd you use on him anyway? Piano wire, guitar string, fishing line? Why not just the old 1-2 with your trusty blade?"
"My breakfast is getting cold."
"Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to stay so long. No, I just stopped by to say hello and let you know I was back in town."
Wick stood up and reached for his hat. He turned the chair around, pushed it back into place. Then he leaned across the table as far as he could reach and spoke for Lozada's ears alone. "And to let you know that if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to carve my brother's name on your ass."
I'm not sure that was a smart move, Wick.
Did my heart good.
In fact, I'm certain it was a dumb move.
Wick had miscalculated. Orrin hadn't found the account of his meeting with Lozada funny. Not in the slightest.
Why's that?
Because now he knows we're watching him.
Oh, like that's a shocker,
Wick said sarcastically.
He knows we're always watching him.
He'd been irritable to start with, and Orrin's disapproval wasn't helping his mood. He lunged from his chair and began to pace. He snapped the rubber band against his wrist.
That slick-headed bastard doesn't care if we got a whole division watching him 24/7. He's been mooning the police department and the DA's office every day of his career. I wanted him to know that I hadn't forgotten what he did, that I was still after him.
I can appreciate how you feel, Wick.
I doubt that.
At that, Orrin got pissed, but he bit back a retort and remained calm.
You shouldn't have placed your personal feelings above the investigation, Wick. I don't want either Lozada or Rennie Newton to get wind of our surveillance. If they were involved in Howell's murder, he might have been, she wasn't. Oh, and you're sure of this, how?
Wick stopped pacing and made an arrow of his arm to point out her house 2 lawns away.
We've been watching her for a whole friggin' week. She does nothing except work and sleep. She doesn't go out, nobody comes to visit. She doesn't see anyone but the people she works with and her patients. She's a robot. Wind her up, she does her job. When she runs out of juice, she goes home, goes to sleep, and recharges.
The second-story room of the vacant house was uncomfortably warm. They'd had the electricity turned on so they could operate the central air conditioning system, but it was antiquated and inefficient against the brutal afternoon heat. The room seemed to Wick to be shrinking around him, and the schedule was as confining as the room. Couple his claustrophobia with Orrin's stodgy adherence to the rulebook, and it was enough to drive him nuts. The investigation had turned stale. It was tiresome and boring to boot.
Just because we haven't seen them together doesn't mean they're not communicating, Orrin said. Both are too smart to do anything publicly. And even if they haven't made contact since Howell's murder, that doesn't mean they didn't conspire.
Wick threw himself back into the chair, his temper momentarily spent. Damn it, Orrin was right. Dr. Newton could have hired Lozada to take out her rival before the police got suspicious and started watching her. It would have required only one phone call.
Have her phone records been checked yet? All were numbers she calls regularly. But you wouldn't expect her to use her home phone to arrange an assassination.
Orrin sat down across from him.
Okay, enough of this BS. Out with it. What's bugging you?
Wick pushed back his hair, held it off his forehead for several seconds, then lowered his hands.
I don't know. Nothing.
Orrin gave him a paternal I-know-better look.
I feel like a goddamn window peeper. Surveillance work like this has never bothered you before. What's making this time different? I'm out of practice.
Could be.
What else?
You miss the beach, salt air?
What? I guess.
Uh-huh.
It's more than homesickness for that swell place you have down there in Galveston. You look to me like you're about to claw out of your skin. You're restless and edgy. What's the matter? Is it because this investigation involves Lozada? Isn't that enough? You tell me.
Wick gnawed on the inside of his cheek for several moments, then said,
It's Thigpen. He's a goat.
Orrin laughed.
And he speaks so highly of you. I'll bet. You're right. He thinks you're a jerk. Well, at least I don't stink. This whole house reeks of those god-awful onion sandwiches he brings from home. You can smell them the minute you open the door downstairs. And his butt crack sweats.
Orrin's laughter increased.
What? Yeah. Haven't you ever noticed the sweat stains on his pants? It's disgusting. And so are these.
Again, he came out of his chair like a circus performer shot from a cannon. He was across the room in 3 strides, yanking the photographs off Thigpen's gallery wall. He crumpled them and tossed the wadded pictures onto the floor.
How juvenile can you get? He's got the mentality of an adolescent pervert. He's crude and stupid and...
Orrin was gazing at him with a thoughtful frown.
Shit,
he muttered, and returned to his chair. Wick lapsed into a sulky silence and stared out the window at Rennie's house. Earlier, she had gone for a run through her neighborhood. As soon as they saw her strike off down the sidewalk, Orrin had rushed downstairs and followed her at a discreet distance in his car. After doing 5 miles, she returned, breathing hard and sweating through her tank top. According to Orrin, she had done nothing on the outing except run.
"The lady's fit,"
he'd said. She hadn't gone out again. Because of the outdoor glare on the window panes, it was difficult to see anything inside her house except occasional movement. After nightfall, she had started drawing her blinds closed. Wick sighed.
"All right, maybe I shouldn't have approached Lozada, but it was hardly a red alert. He knew I'd come after him one day. I swore I would."
Orrin was contemplative for another several moments, then said,
"I think he did, Howell."
"Me too." He had read the completed report as soon as it was available. The CSU had done its detail work, but the crime scene had been as sterile as the victim's operating room. They had no cause for searching Losada's condo or car, and even if they did, they would find nothing that connected him to the crime. Experience had taught them that.
"He's a fucking phantom,"
Wick said.
"Never leaves a clue. Nothing. Doesn't even disturb the air when he moves through it." "We'll get him, Wick."
He gave a curt nod.
"But by the book."
Wick looked at Orrin.
"Go on and say it."
"What?"
"You know what you thinking. Don't put thoughts in my head, okay? You're thinking that if I'd played by the book, we would have had him 3 years ago. For Joe."
The fact was indisputable, but Orrin was too good a friend to say so. Instead, he smiled ruefully.
"I still miss him."
"Yeah." Wick sat forward and planted his elbows on his knees. He dragged his hands down his face.
"So do I. Remember that time you just graduated from the academy, wet behind both ears? Joe and I were staking out that illegal gambling parlor on the Jacksboro Highway. Coldest night of the year, freezing our nuts off. You thought you'd be a good rookie and surprise us with a pizza."
Wick picked up the story from there.
"I showed up in a squad car, marked you for damn sure. Joe didn't know whether to horsewhip me for blowing your cover or eat the pizza before it got cold."
He shook his head with chagrin.
"Y'all never let me live that one down."
Joe and Orrin had attended the police academy together, and shortly after their graduation had been made partners. Joe had been with Orrin when both his daughters were born. He'd waited with Orrin through anxious hours when Grace had a cyst in her breast biopsied. He'd traveled with him to Florida to bury his mother. Orrin had cried with Joe when the woman he loved broke their engagement and his heart. They had trusted each other implicitly and entrusted one another with their lives. Their bond of friendship was almost as strong as the one Wick and Joe had shared as brothers. When Joe was killed, Orrin had assumed the role of Wick's big brother, and later his partner, although each acknowledged that no one could ever fill the void that Joe had left in their lives. Almost a full minute of thoughtful silence elapsed before Orrin slapped his thighs and stood up.
"If it's all right with you, I'm going to shove off."
"Sure.
Tell Grace thanks for the ham and potato salad. It'll go down good tonight after all those lousy sandwiches. Give the girls hugs."
"Sorry you have to spend your Saturday night here."
"No problem.
He stopped, remembering something, glanced at his watch.
What's the date?"
The 11th. Why?"
"Nothing. Just lost track of my days. You better move along. You don't want Grace to get pissed at you."
"See you tomorrow."
"Yeah, see ya."
Wick slumped down in his chair and stacked his hands on the top of his head, trying to look casual and bored. He waited until he heard Orrin's car pull away. Then he scooped up his keys and followed him out. He climbed into his pickup and drove past Rennie's house. No signs of her. No hint of her plans for the evening. What if his hunch was wrong? If it was, and Lozada paid a call to her house tonight, Orrin would have his head on a pike by daybreak. but he was going to gamble that he was right. He made it to the church with 3 minutes to spare. He jogged from the parking lot toward the sanctuary and barely made it into a seat in the last row before the steeple bells tolled the hour of 7. Upon leaving the surveillance house, he'd driven like a madman to the nearest mall, entered the department store at a dead run, and had thrown himself on the mercy of a haberdasher who was looking forward to the end of his long Saturday shift.
"Forgot the damn thing until half an hour ago," Wick explained breathlessly. "There I am at the Rangers game, having a cold beer and a chili dog, and it hits me."
He smacked his forehead with his palm.
"Left the game, and wouldn't you know it, for once the Rangers were leading."
So far, the elaborate lie had moved the haberdasher to do nothing except sniff in boredom. Some embellishment was required.
"If I don't go, my mom will never forgive me. Her back went out last Thursday. She's laid up popping muscle relaxers and fretting over missing this thing. So I shot off my big mouth and said, 'Don't worry about it, Mom. If you can't go, I will.' I hate like hell to break a promise. How much time do you have?" Everybody had a mom. "An hour?" I just don't know. You're awfully tall. We don't keep that many longs in stock."
Wick flipped out his credit card and a $50 bill.
"I'll bet this you can find something." "A challenge," said the haberdasher as he pocketed the 50. "But by no means impossible."
With the assistance of a tailor who muttered deprecations in an alien dialect while he marked the needed alterations, they outfitted Wick for the occasion, including a pale blue shirt and matching necktie.
"The monochromatic look is in."
Apparently, the haberdasher had determined, as Lozada had, that he needed some fashion guidance. While the suit pants were being hemmed and the jacket nipped in at the waist, Wick went into the mall and had his boots shined. Luckily, he'd worn his black ostrich pair today. Next, he located a men's room and wet his hair. He combed it back with his fingers. Time didn't allow for barbering. Now, as he settled into the pew, he didn't believe anyone would guess that he'd been assembled for the affair in under 60 minutes. The ceremony began with the seating of the mothers. Next came the bridesmaids, decked out in dresses the color of apricots. Everyone stood for the bride's grand entrance. Wick used the advantage of his height to search as many faces as he could. He was on the verge of thinking he'd gone to a hell of a lot of trouble and expense for nothing when he spotted her about a third of the way down the sanctuary. Best he could tell, she didn't have an escort. He stared at the back of her head for the duration of the ceremony. When it concluded, he kept her in sight as the guests filed out of the church and returned to their cars for the drive to the country club. He was glad to see that her Jeep wagon joined the processional headed toward the reception. The wedding invitation had been among her opened mail the day he'd searched her house. He'd read it, memorized the day, time, and place, thinking that the information might come in handy. When Orrin mentioned this being Saturday night, it had sparked his memory. He had taken a chance on Rennie attending the wedding and made an instantaneous decision to watch her up close rather than from afar through binoculars. When he arrived at the country club, he opted to park himself and take his keys with him rather than turning his pickup over to a valet. It was faster, and he wanted to be inside the club ahead of Rennie. The haberdasher had called the bridal department of the store and arranged a wrapped gift for him. He carried it in with him and left it on the table draped in white fabric. A pretty young woman was attending the guest book.
Don't forget to sign it.
My wife already did.
Okay, have fun. Bar and buffet are already serving.
Great.
And he meant it. He had feared it might be a seated dinner, in which case there would have been no place card with his name on it, and he would be forced to leave. But he didn't go to either the bar or the buffet. Instead, he took up a position against the wall and tried to remain as inconspicuous as possible. He saw Rennie the moment she entered the ballroom, and for the next hour he tracked her every move. She chatted with anyone who engaged her, but for the most part she stood alone, an observer of the festivities more than a participant. She didn't dance, ate sparingly from the buffet, declined the wedding cake and champagne, preferring instead a glass of clear liquid on the rocks with a lime twist. Wick gradually made his way toward her, keeping to the fringes of the crowd and avoiding the principals of the bridal party lest one of them introduced himself and asked to whom he belonged. Rennie was concluding a conversation with a couple, backing away from them with promises of another dinner date soon, when Wick saw his opportunity. He put himself in her path. She bumped into him. Coming around quickly, she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Please excuse me."
"No problem."
Wick smiled and nodded down at her hand.
"You're the one who got wet. Allow me?"
He took her glass from her and signaled a waiter, who not only took away the glass but also provided napkins for her to use to dry her hands. "Thank you," she said to Wick when the waiter moved away.
"You're welcome. Let me get you another drink."
"I'm fine, really."
"My mom would disown me if I didn't."
Mom again.
"Besides, I was about to get one for myself."
"Please." He motioned toward the bar. She hesitated, then gave a guarded nod of assent. "All right. Thank you." He steered her toward the bar, and when they reached it, he said to the bartender,
"2 of whatever the lady's having."
"Ice water with lime, please," she told the young man. Then she glanced up at Wick, who was tugging on his ear and smiling with chagrin.
"And here I thought I was being so suave by letting you order for me."
"You're under no obligation to let the order stand."
No, the ice water's just what I wanted. Tall, cold, refreshing. August weddings are thirsty work."
The bartender slid the 2 glasses toward him. Wick passed one to her and then clinked the glasses together.
"Don't drink it too fast or it'll go to your head."
"I promise I won't. Thanks again." She stepped away so other guests could get to the bar. Wick pretended not to recognize a brush-off line when he heard one and fell into step beside her.
"I wonder why January and February aren't the big wedding months."
She looked at him with misapprehension. He didn't know if she was surprised he hadn't taken the hint and left her alone, or if she was confused by the random question.
"What I mean is," he rushed to say, "why do so many couples get married in the summer months when it's so blasted hot?"
"I'm not sure. A tradition?
Maybe.
Convenience? Those are vacation months. That makes it a lot easier for out-of-town guests to attend."
"You?"
"From out of town?" Her hesitation wasn't long, but long enough to be noticeable. "No, I live here." Although she didn't look all that interested, he told her he also was a local.
"Are you here on behalf of the bride or the groom?"
"The groom's father and I are colleagues."
"My mother's second cousin to the bride's mother," he lied. "Something like that. Mom couldn't come, but felt that someone from our branch of the family. You know how these things go."
She began moving away from him again. "Have a nice time. Thanks again for the ice water."
"My name's Wick Threadgill."
She stared down at his extended right hand, and for several seconds he believed she wasn't going to take it. But then she reached out and clasped it, firmly, but only for an instant before withdrawing. It didn't give him time to register much, except that her hand was colder than his, probably from keeping a death grip on her water glass, which she had done since he handed it to her at the bar. "Did you say Wick?"
"Yes, and I haven't got a speech impediment."
"That's an unusual name. Is it short for something?"
"No, just Wick. And you?"
"Rennie Newton."
"Is that short for something?"
"Dr. Rennie Newton." He laughed.
"Pleased to meet you, Dr. Rennie Newton."
She glanced toward the exit, as though locating the nearest escape route should the need for one arise. He got the feeling that at any moment she was going to bolt, and he wanted to keep the conversation going for as long as possible. Even if she hadn't been the subject of a homicide investigation, he would be curious. If they'd met innocently, he would still want to know why a woman who appeared sophisticated was this damn nervous over carrying on a conversation with a stranger in the harmless environment of a wedding reception with hundreds of people around.
"What kind of doctor?" he asked.
"Medical."
"Do you specialize?"
"General surgery."
"Wow, I'm impressed. Do you do trauma surgery? Shooting, stabbings, kind of stuff you see on TV?"
"The kind of stuff that landed your rival colleague in the morgue?" He watched for telltale signs of guilt in the incredibly green eyes, but if she was an accomplice to that crime, her eyes didn't give her away. Mostly it's scheduled routine procedures. I sometimes get a trauma case if I'm on call. She patted her beaded handbag. Like tonight, I've got my pager.
Which explains your teetotaling.
Not even a champagne toast when I'm on call.
Well, I hope there won't be any emergencies that call you away tonight.
His tone of voice and the manner in which he was looking at her made his meaning unmistakable. And his unmistakable meaning made her unmistakably uncomfortable. Her smile faltered. Barriers went up all around her like laser beams around a treasured museum piece. If he ventured too close, he would trip them and set off all kinds of alarms. A drum roll drew their attention to the front of the bandstand, where the bride was preparing to toss her bouquet to a group of eager young women all jostling for the best position. Wick stood slightly behind Rennie and to her right. He had read the reactions of enough women to know that his nearness was unsettling to her. Why, he wondered. By now, most women would have either A, flirted back and let him know that she was available for the rest of the evening, B, informed him of a boyfriend who unfortunately couldn't attend the wedding but to whom she was committed, or C, told him to get lost. Rennie was in a category of her own. She sent mixed signals. She was still here, but she'd taken cover behind a do-not-touch, don't-even-think-about-it demeanor that was as daunting as a convent wall. Wick was curious to know how much pressure he could apply before she cracked, so he inched even closer, close enough to make his presence impossible to ignore without actually touching her. After the bouquet toss, the groom went down on bended knee to slide a frilly garter off his bride's extended leg, while several young men reluctantly shuffled forward to form a tight group, hands in pockets, shoulders hunched.
Ah, the difference between the sexes clearly demonstrated by this simple wedding tradition.
He leaned down and slightly forward in order to speak directly into Rennie's ear.
Notice the men's level of anticipation compared to that of the women.
The men look like they're going to the gallows. The groom threw the garter. A young man was forced to catch it when it hit him in the forehead. One of the bridesmaids squealed and rushed out to embrace him. She covered his blushing face with kisses.
I got a drawer full of those things,
Wick said. Rennie turned. That many?
I've always had the advantage of height.
Anything to show for them?
A drawer full of garters.
All those garters wasted. Maybe your height was a disadvantage.
I never thought of it that way.
The band launched into a crowd-pleasing song. Other guests began making their way to the dance floor, but they eddied around Rennie and Wick because neither of them moved.
Dr. Newton, huh?
That's right.
Dang the luck.
Why?
I'm healthy.
She lowered her gaze to the Windsor knot of his monochromatic necktie.
Are you here with anyone, Dr. Newton?
No.
Me neither. Dance?
No, thank you.
Another ice water?
No, thanks.
Is it a breach of etiquette to leave the reception ahead of the bride and groom?
She raised her head quickly, met his eyes. I believe so.
Rats.
But I think I've had all the gaiety I can stand. Grinning, Wick nodded her toward the nearest exit. As they wended their way through the crowd, his hand rode on the small of her back, and she made no effort to dislodge it. The parking valets were lounging against the columns on the wide portico. One sprang forward as soon as he and Rennie came through the door.
I parked the car right over here, Dr. Newton. Easily accessible like you asked.
Thank you. She opened her handbag for a tip, but Wick was the faster draw. He pressed a $5 bill into the young man's palm.
I'll walk Dr. Newton to her car. No need to bring it up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Keys are in it.
Her smile for the obliging valet froze into place. She allowed Wick to guide her down the wide brick steps toward the tree-shaded VIP parking lot, but her posture was as rigid as an I-beam. Her lips barely moved when she said, "You shouldn't have done that." Yep, she was pissed.
Done what?
I pay my own way.
Pay your own what? The tip I gave the valet? Getting to walk you to your car was well worth the $5.
By now they had reached her Jeep. She opened the driver's door and tossed her handbag inside, then turned to face him. Walking me to my car is all that $5 bill bought you.
Then I guess going for coffee's out of the question.
Definitely.
You don't have to give me an answer right away. Take your time.
Stop flirting with me.
I only asked you to have coffee, not...
You've been flirting since I apologized for bumping into you. If you expected anything to come of it, you've wasted your time. He held up his hands in surrender.
All I did was tip a valet for you. I only meant to be gentlemanly.
Then thank you for being a gentleman. Good night. She got into the car and pulled the door closed. Wick immediately reopened it and leaned in, putting his face inches from hers. Just FYI, Dr. Newton, if I'd been flirting, you'd know by now that I think your eyes are sensational, and that I'll probably have a real dirty dream about your mouth. Have a nice night. He closed the door soundly, then turned and walked away.
From the vantage point of his car, which was parked half a block down and across the street from the country club, Lozada saw Rennie emerge from the wide double-door entry of the club. She was wearing a dress of some lightweight summer fabric that clung to her figure, stirring his desire. When she stepped out from beneath the second-floor balcony, the setting sunlight struck her blonde hair and made it shimmer. She looked fantastic. He noticed the grace with which she walked. She would... The fuck is this? Lost in his fantasies, Lozada hadn't paid any attention to the man walking alongside Rennie. When he suddenly recognized the rangy physique and realized who her companion was, he could barely restrain himself from leaving his car, crossing the street, and murdering Wick Threadgill then and there. It was bound to happen eventually. He was going to have to kill that smart-mouth motherfucking cop, so why not sooner rather than later? Why not right fucking now? Because it wasn't Lozada's style, that was why. Crimes of passion were for amateurs, with no self-control. While he would enjoy having the matter of Wick Threadgill finally and satisfactorily settled, he had better things to do than spend the rest of his days on death row, exhausting appeals until they finally ran out, and then having the state put a needle in his vein for killing a cop. If Wick hadn't screwed up, Lozada probably would be awaiting execution for killing his brother Joe. Lozada knew that mistake still chafed Wick. It must drive him crazy to know that his brother's murderer was living well in a penthouse, wearing hand-tailored suits, driving expensive cars, eating, drinking, fornicating, living free thanks to him. Lozada fingered the scar above his eye and snickered. He was too clever to react in the heat of the moment as Wick had. Others made mistakes like that, but not Lozada. Lozada was a pro without equal. A pro didn't lose his head and act without thinking. Besides, when he finally got around to killing Wick Threadgill, the anticipation of it would be half the fun. He didn't want to take him out now, quickly, and deny himself the pleasure of planning it. However, as he watched the cop walking close to the woman he would soon possess, he gripped his car's steering wheel as though he were trying to pry it off its mounting. What the hell was his Rennie doing with Wick Threadgill? The initial shock of seeing them together gave way to concern. This was a disturbing turn of events. Threadgill had interrupted his breakfast this morning, and he was at a wedding reception with Rennie tonight. Coincidence? Not likely. What was Wick's interest in Dr. Rennie Newton? The role she'd played in his recent trial? Or was it something to do with the Howell murder case that remained unsolved? Lozada wouldn't have known her plans for this evening if he hadn't seen the wedding invitation the day he went snooping through her house after delivering the roses. How had the cop known where she would be tonight? Had Wick also been snooping in her house? These were troubling questions. But the one possibility that really nagged him, that made him see red, that caused heat to rise out of his hairless head, was that Rennie might be in league with the police. Had they somehow discovered his attraction to her? Had Threadgill and company enlisted her help to try to trap him? Oh, now he would hate that. He really would. Having to kill her for betraying him would be a waste of good woman. He watched with increasing suspicion as Threadgill leaned down into her car, then straightened up and shut the door. She backed out of her parking space, turned out of the country club parking lot, and drove right past Lozada without noticing him. Her eyes were on the road straight ahead, and she wasn't smiling. In fact, she looked angry. Threadgill's parting words must have made her mad. He was a wise ass with everyone else. He probably was with women, too. Lozada started his car and executed a tight U-turn. He followed Rennie home. She went in alone. Parking farther down the block, he watched her house for hours. She didn't leave again. Neither Threadgill nor anyone else showed up there. It was after midnight before Lozada began to breathe easier. His suspicions about Rennie receded. There was a logical explanation for why she'd been with Threadgill. Perhaps he had been investigating her in connection with the Howell murder. It was well known that she and Howell had had their differences. Fort Worth's finest would have learned that. Being questioned by a cop at a social event would have made her angry, which explained why she looked pissed when she drove away from the country club. Satisfied that he'd reached the correct conclusion, he picked up his cell phone and dialed her number. Wick trudged up the stairs in the dark. Carrying his new suit jacket and the department store shopping bag in one hand, he yanked on his necktie with the other. By the time he reached the stuffy second-floor room, his shirt was hanging open and his belt was unbuckled. From the country club, he had trailed Rennie into her neighborhood. He didn't turn down her street, but took another route to the stakeout house, which put him there about the same time she pulled into her garage. He went straight to the window and looked through the binoculars. He toed off his boots and peeled off his socks. Rennie passed through her kitchen without stopping and disappeared through the doorway leading into the living room. Wick shrugged off his shirt. The light in Rennie's bedroom came on. Like him, she seemed to have found her clothes confining. She stepped out of her shoes, high-heeled sandals, he remembered, then reached behind her neck for the zipper of her dress. Wick kicked out of his trousers. Rennie pulled her dress off her shoulders, worked it past her hips, then stepped out of it. Wick stood stock still. Sexy undies tonight. Pale lavender. Mere suggestions of raiment that made her look more naked than nakedness. Fabric as sheer as breath. Totally inadequate, but damned effective. She replaced the sandals on a shelf in the closet and hung her dress on the rod, then went into the bathroom and closed the door. Wick closed his eyes. He leaned against the windowpane to cool his forehead on the glass. Had he actually groaned? He was salivating. Jesus, he was becoming Thigpen. Leaving the binoculars on the table, he took a bottle of water from the small refrigerator. He didn't come up for air until he'd drunk it all. Still keeping an eye on her house, he groped inside the shopping bag until he located the jeans he'd worn into the department store. He pulled them on, but left his shirt in the bag. It was too damn hot up here to be fully dressed. "What's wrong with that freaking air conditioner?" he complained to the empty darkness. Seeing Rennie come from the bathroom, he grabbed the binoculars. She had swapped the fantasy lingerie for a tank top and boxers, which actually held their own against the fancier stuff, but disabused Wick of the notion that she might be waiting for a lover to arrive. For the wedding, she had worn her hair pulled back and wound into a bun at her nape. Now it was hanging long and loose. It was a coin toss which he liked best. Both served their purpose. One looked like a professional woman. One looked like a woman, period. She rubbed her arms, chilled or nervous. She glanced at the window, and when she realized that the blinds were open, she quickly extinguished the light. Definitely nervous. Wick exchanged the regular binoculars for a pair of night vision ones. He could now see Rennie standing at the window and peering through the open slats of the blinds. She turned her head from side to side slowly,
as though searching all corners of her dark backyard. She tested the lock on the window, then she drew the cord that shut the blinds. A few seconds later, she reopened them. Was that a signal to someone, he wondered? She stood there for several minutes more. Wick kept the binoculars on her, but occasionally swept the yard with them, looking for movement. Nobody scaled her back fence. Rennie didn't climb out the window. Nothing happened. Eventually, she backed away. Wick refocused the binoculars. He could see her turning down the bed. She lay down and pulled the sheet up as far as her waist. She plumped the pillow beneath her head, lifted her hair to fan out behind her, then rolled onto her side, facing the window. Facing him. "Good night, Rennie," he whispered. The phone awakened her. She switched on her nightstand lamp and automatically checked the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock. She'd been asleep over 3 hours. When she was on call, she tried to sleep when she could, never knowing when a night would be cut short. She could almost count on being interrupted on a Saturday night, when the emergency room stayed busy trying to patch up the damage that human beings inflicted on one another. When the patients outnumbered the surgical residents, or a case required a surgeon with more experience, the one on call was asked to come in. She answered, ready to respond. "Dr. Newton." "Hello, Rennie." Instinctively, she clutched the sheet against her chest. "I told you not to bother me again." "Were you sleeping?" How had Lozada obtained her home number? She had given it only to a very few acquaintances and the hospital switchboard. But he was a career criminal. He would have ways of finding even an unlisted number. "If you continue to call me..." "Are you lying on your pale yellow sheets?" "I could have you arrested for breaking into my house." "Did you enjoy yourself at the wedding?" This question silenced her. He was letting her know how close he was. She envisioned him smiling the complacent smile he'd worn throughout his trial. It had made him appear relaxed and unconcerned about the outcome, even a little bored. On the surface, his smile had seemed benign, but to her it signaled an underlying evil. She could imagine him wearing that gloating smirk as his victims breathed their last. Knowing that he had discomfited her, he would be smiling it now. "I like the dress you wore," he said. "Very becoming. The way that silky fabric swished against your body. I doubt anyone was looking at the bride." Following her wouldn't be difficult for him. He had disarmed a sophisticated security system and choked the banker to death in his home while his wife and children slept upstairs. "Why are you watching me?" He laughed softly. "Because you are so watchable. I looked forward to seeing you every day of that dreary trial and missed you at night when I could no longer see you. You were the one bright spot in the courtroom, Rennie. I couldn't take my eyes off you. And don't pretend you were unaware of my attention. I know you felt my eyes on you." Yes, she had felt him watching her, and not only at the trial. She also had sensed it in the past few days. Maybe knowing that he had been inside her house was making her imagine things, but sometimes the sensation of prying eyes was so strong she couldn't have mistaken it. Since the day she got the roses, she hadn't felt alone in her own home. It was as though someone else were always there. Like now. She switched off the lamp and moved swiftly from the bed to the window. Earlier, she had decided to leave the blinds open, thinking that if Lozada was out there watching her, she wanted to know it. She wanted to see him, too. Was he out there now, looking in? Feeling exposed, her arms broke out in gooseflesh, but she forced herself to stand at the window while she searched the dark neighboring houses and the deep shadows of her own yard, which lately had seemed sinister. "I wasn't flattered by your constant staring during the trial." "Oh, I think you were, Rennie. You just don't want to admit it. Yet." "Listen to me, Mr. Lozada, and listen well," she said angrily. "I disliked your staring. I dislike these telephone calls even more. I don't want to hear from you again, and if I catch you following me,
There'll be hell to pay. Rennie, you don't sound at all grateful. She swallowed hard. Grateful? For what? After a significant pause, he said, For the roses, of course. I didn't want them. Did you think I would let a favor go unreturned? Especially a favor from you. I didn't grant you a favor. Ah, I know better, Rennie. I know more than you think. I know a lot about you. That gave her pause. How much did he know? Although she realized she was playing right into his hands, she couldn't stop herself from asking. Like what? I know that you wear a floral fragrance, and that you're never without a tissue in your handbag. You prefer your right leg to be crossed over your left. I know that your nipples are very sensitive to air conditioning. She disconnected and threw the cordless phone across the room. It landed on her bed. Covering her face with both hands, she paced the width of her bedroom and breathed deeply through her mouth, trying to stave off the nausea that threatened. She could not let this maniac continue to terrorize her. Apparently, he had developed a sick infatuation for her and was conceited enough to believe that she would reciprocate it. He wasn't only homicidal, he was delusional. In medical school, she had studied enough required psychology to know that he was the most dangerous kind of criminal. He believed himself invincible, and therefore would dare to do anything. Reluctant as she was ever to be involved with the police, this couldn't continue. She must report it. She retrieved her phone, but before she could dial 911, it rang. She froze. Then she remembered to check the caller ID, which she had failed to do before. Recognizing the number, she took a stabilizing breath and answered on the third ring. Hey, Dr. Newton, this is Dr. Dearborn in emergency. We got a car wreck casualty, male, early 30s. We're doing a CAT scan now to check the extent of his head injury, but there's a lake of blood in his abdomen. I'll be right there. Before hanging up, she remembered. Dr. Dearborn? Yeah. My code number, please? Huh? The security measure had been implemented after Lee Howell was called out on a phony emergency. My code. Oh, right. 17. 10 minutes. The instant Wick's bare, wet foot made contact with the tile floor, someone knocked on his motel room door. Shit. He stepped from the shower, reached for a towel, and wrapped it around his hips. He hoped to get to the door and put on the chain lock before the housekeeper used a passkey to let herself in. As though knowing that he was working a graveyard shift every night, she timed cleaning his room within minutes of his return each morning, when he was ready only for a shower and sleep. He thought she might even be on the lookout for him. One of these dawns, he might let her catch him bare-assed. Maybe that would cure her bad timing. Come back later, he shouted as he stamped across the room.
This can't wait.
Wick opened the door. Orrin was on the other side of it, a white paper sack in his hand, a manila envelope under his arm. He looked as glum as a bulldog. Uh-oh, another hemorrhoid flare-up? Orrin thrust the sack at him as he pushed his way into the room. Donut? Krispy Kreme? You particular? Someone knocked. Orrin turned. The punctual maid was at the threshold with her cart. Go away, he barked, and slammed the door. Hey, I live here, remember? Wick said. You said she was a pest. But now she might not come back all day. Like you're Mr. Clean. Geez, you're in a foul mood. Take a load off. He motioned Orrin into the room's only chair. I apologize for waking you up last night. You told me to call if anything happened, so when something happened, I called. When I saw Rennie Newton rolling out of her garage, I didn't know she was going to the hospital for an emergency. Did my call interrupt something? You and Grace dancing the horizontal tango? She put fresh batteries in the vibrator? What? Or maybe Grace wasn't in the mood. Is that why you're so grumpy this morning? Shut up, Wick. Just shut up. Glowering, Orrin took back the sack and plunged his hand inside, coming up with a donut. Laughing at his ill-tempered friend, Wick dropped his towel and pulled on a pair of boxers. He reached for the sack, got himself a glazed donut, took a bite that demolished half of it,
and said around the mouthful,
"No coffee to go with it?"
"Tell me about last night." He swallowed.
"I already did. The doctor got a call a little after 1. She left her house within 2 minutes of getting the call. I damn near broke my goddamn neck running down those dark stairs while trying to get my boots on. Caught up with her on Camp Bowie, 3 blocks from her house. Followed her straight to the hospital. She was there until 5:10. I followed her home. That's where she was when I turned it over to Thigpen, who, by the way, showed up 15 minutes late this morning."
Orrin tossed him the manila envelope. He caught it against his bare chest. He finished the donut and licked the sugar off his fingers before opening the envelope and sliding out the 8x10 photographs. There were 4 of them. He studied them one by one, then held one up to Orrin.
"This one's pretty good of me, even though it's not my best side."
Orrin snatched back the black and whites and threw them on the table beside his chair. "That's all you've got to say?"
"Okay, you caught me. I'm busted. What do you want me to say? Congratulations, detective. Outstanding police work. Or do you want me to kneel and beg forgiveness? Kiss your ring? Kiss your ass? What?"
"What the hell were you doing, Wick?"
"Undercover investigation of a suspect."
"Bullshit." Orrin picked up the most compromising photo. It was a rear shot of Wick and Rennie outside the country club walking toward her car. He was looking down at her, and his hand was pressed against the small of her back.
"Don't insult me."
Wick stewed under his accusatory glare. Finally he said,
"We weren't getting anywhere by watching her house, were we? I've been sitting around for a week doing absolutely nothing. I've trimmed my fingernails 3 times for lack of anything else to do. I've sat so long my ass has grown as wide as Thigpen's. I thought that maybe if I exercised a little initiative, I could do us some good."
"By hitting on a suspect?"
"It wasn't like that."
"No? Then you tell me, Wick, what was it like? What was it like to be up close and personal with Dr. Rennie Newton?" To avoid Orrin's incisive glare, he reached into the bag for a second donut.
"She's a nice maiden. She takes to being touched no better than a rattlesnake. In fact, she hissed at me."
"You touched her?"
"No. That," he said impatiently, pointing to the telltale photo, "and a handshake were the extent of touching. She showed her fangs when I tipped the parking valet."
"You give you back your 5. Wick looked at Orrin, then shook his head with disbelief, snorted,
"He was ours, that pimply kid?"
"Rookie. Good with the camera. One of those fountain pen-looking things."
"That explains how you got the photos. How'd you know she was going to the wedding?"
"We didn't until she checked in with the hospital. She stopped by there on her way to the church. We hustled. By the time she reached the reception, we had this guy in place."
"Why didn't you tell me all this?"
"Well, now, see, I tried. I even went back to the house to explain where she was going and to tell you that I had someone else covering her just in case you wanted to take a break, go out for a good dinner, maybe see a movie. I was feeling bad about you being cooped up on a Saturday night. Imagine my surprise when I discovered the house empty and you nowhere to be found.
I was buying a suit."
"Conveniently, your cell phone was turned off."
"There was a sign at the church asking that cell phones and pagers be turned off before entering the sanctuary."
"It doesn't vibrate?"
"Yeah, but it—"
For once he couldn't think of a plausible excuse or lie, so he took another tack.
"I don't know why you're so upset, Orrin. I minded my manners. Didn't have a single drink at the reception. I even took a set of steak knives to the happy couple. Nobody there would have guessed I wasn't invited."
He finished his donut, then stretched out on his back on the bed and bunched the pillows under his head.
"No harm was done."
Orrin looked at him hard for a few moments.
"As I sit here, I'm trying to decide whether to continue this conversation or get up and walk out into hell with you or come over there and knock the shit out of you. You're that pissed? Because I spent 20 minutes, a half hour tops with Rennie Newton?"
"No, Wick. I'm upset because I saw you fuck up once, and you fucked up huge. And now you've made me real scared that you're about to fuck up again. Huger than before." Wick saw red.
"Don't let the door hit you in the ass on your way out, Orrin."
"Oh, no, I'm not leaving. You need to be reminded what that mistake cost you. You think I don't know what that rubber band around your wrist is for?"
It's a habit I've taken up. Yeah, right. It looked to Wick like he still might hit him. For those of us who care about you, God knows why. It hurt to watch the disintegration you went through after what happened. It's a credit to your stamina that you stayed on the force another 2 years before you took leave. Looking back, I see how dangerous you were to have around and to be around. Don't you remember all that crap, Wick? How could I forget it with you reminding me of it all the damn time? I'm reminding you because I don't want you to make the same kind of mistake again. I'm not. The hell you're not. Wick jackknifed into a sitting position. What? Because I went to a wedding reception, shared a glass of water and some polite conversation with a suspect? Come on, Orrin. Wick's anger wasn't directed at his friend so much as it was at the accuracy of what he was saying. If Wick had followed procedure 3 years ago, they could have had Lozada for Joe's murder. He was breaking with procedure again, blatantly, by leaving the surveillance house and approaching Rennie Newton at the wedding reception, and not so blatantly, by failing to tell Orrin about the telephone call she had received last night. The first call. The one that had upset her. At least she had appeared to be upset when she rushed to her window with phone in hand and peered out into the darkness as she talked. The call, whatever its nature, had left her distressed. Was it fear, frustration, or anguish that had caused her to throw the telephone down onto the bed, cover her face with her hands, and give every appearance of a woman on the verge of unraveling? After that call, she'd been totally different from the calm, cool, and collected woman who had capably rejected him only a few hours before. Who the hell had called? Friend? Foe? Lover? The person who wrote, "I've got a crush on you," on that small white enclosure card? Whoever it was had rocked her world. Orrin needed to know about it. But Orrin had barged in here like a fire-breathing evangelical, laying out all his transgressions for review, so he wasn't feeling very obliging toward his friend right now. Anyhow, that's how he rationalized not sharing everything he knew. Some of it could wait until both had cooled off. While he'd been processing this, Orrin had been looking at him as though waiting for an explanation for his behavior. I'm a free agent on this case, Orrin, remember? You recruited me to help out, so okay, I'm helping out, in my style. Just make sure your style helps and doesn't hurt my case. Look, my tan's beginning to fade. I miss the sound of the surf. I even miss scraping gull shit off my deck. I'd just as soon return to the beach, hang out, go after that shrimper's sister, and forget you ever came knocking. So if you don't want my help anymore, please just say so. Orrin regarded him closely for several moments, then shook his head. And give you an excellent excuse to go after Lozada alone? No way. He stood up, gathered the photographs, and extended them down to Wick. Want these for your scrapbook? No thanks. The encounter was unremarkable. Orrin grunted. You've never had an unremarkable encounter with a woman. He stuffed the pictures back into the envelope, picked up the sack with what remained of the donuts, and on his way out said, See you this evening. Have a good sleep. Oh, I will. He had no intention of sleeping. What are you having, hon? Wick closed the laminated menu and looked across the lunch counter at the waitress. They must breed them like this somewhere and ship them all to Texas, he thought. Bleached hair was stacked into an intricate tower. Eyebrows appeared to have been stenciled on with a black crayon. Fluorescent pink lipstick was bleeding into the smoker's lines radiating from her thin lips, which had formed a wide smile for him. Well, what do you recommend? You Baptist or Methodist? I beg your pardon? This is Sunday. The Baptists go back to church tonight, so I don't recommend a Mexican platter for lunch. Heartburn and gas, you see. They're better off sticking to the chicken fried steak, pork chops, or meatloaf. But the Methodists can skip the evening service without fearing hellfire and damnation, so they're fine with hot and spicy. What about us heathens? She gave his arm a playful slap. Had you pegged for one the minute you sauntered in. I said to myself, nobody that good-looking can be a saint.
She propped her hand on her hip.
Anything we got and you want, you can have.
Winking at her, he said,
I'll start with a chicken fried steak. Gravy with that? You bet. Extra on the side. My kind of man. The Sunday plate lunch comes with your choice of strawberry shortcake or banana pudding. Can I let you know? Take all the time you need, sugar.
She glanced at the neon wall clock.
It's past noon. How about a beer while that steak's frying? Thought you'd never ask. If you need anything else, just holler for Crystal. That's me.
The Wagon Wheel Cafe was typical of small-town Texas. Situated 2 miles off the interstate highway on the outskirts of Dalton, the restaurant served hearty breakfasts 24 hours a day. Truckers from everywhere knew the place by name. The coffee was always hot and fresh, the beer always cold. Almost everything on the menu was deep-fried, but you could get a 16-ounce T-bone grilled any degree from still mooing to charred. The restaurant catered to the after-church crowd on Sundays and to the sinners on Saturday nights. The Rotary and Lions clubs met in its banquet room, and adulterous lovers rendezvoused in its gravel parking lot. The booths were upholstered in red vinyl, and each had a mini jukebox linked to the vintage Wurlitzer in the corner, which was bubbling even on this Lord's Day. There was a counter with chrome stools for folks in a hurry or parties of one, like Wick. Diners seated at the counter had a view into the kitchen, too good a look, and it could spoil your appetite. But as the sign outside boasted,
open since 1919, and we ain't kilt nobody yet.
The game schedule for the high school football team was taped to the cash register, and the civic baseball team's first-place trophy for '88 stood next to a dusty jar in which contributions were collected for the local SPCA. Wick's beer tasted good after the hot 3-hour drive from Fort Worth. The miles had put him at a safe distance from his friend's advice against making up his own rules of law enforcement as he went along. To Wick's way of thinking, proper procedure put a crimp in creative flow. Rules for just about anything were kept in his personal major pain in the butt file. Everything Orrin had said was right, of course, but he didn't dwell on that. He did justice to the steak, which was fork tender beneath the crispy breading. He decided on the banana pudding. Crystal poured him a complimentary cup of coffee to go with it.
First time in Dalton?
Yeah, just passing through.
Good place to pass through.
Looks like a nice town. Lots of civic pride. He used his spoon to point at the posters taped to the front windows announcing upcoming local events.
Oh, I guess it's as okay as anywhere, Crystal said. When I was a kid, I was bent on leaving as soon as I could, but you know.
She shrugged philosophically.
Married this sorry ass 'cause he looked a little like Elvis. He up and left soon as the third kid came along. Life got in the way of my big plans to seek my fortune somewhere else.
So you lived in Dalton your whole life?
Every fucking day of it.
Wick laughed, then took a sip of coffee.
I knew a girl in college who hailed from here.
Her name was, something unusual.
Reagan?
No,
Ronnie? No, that's not it either, but something like that. Your age?
Thereabout.
You don't mean Rennie Newton, do you? That was it, Rennie. Yeah, Rennie Newton. Did you know her?
She snorted with disdain.
Was she a good friend of yours?
Knew her by sight, that's all.
Well, that's a surprise.
How come?
Because Rennie made it her life's ambition to know every man around.
One of the oily eyebrows arched eloquently.
You were one of the few men that never knew her, if you get my drift.
He did, but he was having trouble reconciling Crystal's drift with what he knew of Dr. Rennie Newton, the Ice Maiden.
She got around? That's a nice way of putting it. What's the unnice way?
That was all the encouragement Crystal needed. She leaned across the counter and spoke softly.
That girl screwed everything in pants and didn't care who knew it.
Wick stared at her blankly. Rennie Newton? She put out?
And then some, honey.
The grin he forced felt stiff.
Son of a gun. The way guys talk among themselves, I would have thought you'd know her reputation. Just my rotten luck, I guess.
Crystal patted his arm consolingly.
You were better off, believe me.
She's bad news, huh?
She was an okay little kid. Then about the 9th grade, about the time she blossomed, you might say, she turned bad.
Soon as her woman parts started showing up real good, she learned how to use them.
She just went hog wild, tore her mama up the way she slutted around. One day, I was standing right here behind this very counter, filling the ketchup bottles, and heard all this racket outside. Rennie came blazing past in the new red Mustang convertible her daddy had given her. She was honking her horn and waving to one and all, naked as a jaybird, on the top anyway. Seems her and her friends were out swimming at the reservoir. Their horseplay got a little rowdy. One of the boys stole the top of Rennie's swimsuit and wouldn't give it back, so Rennie said she'd teach him not to mess with her. She told him she was going to drive straight to his daddy's insurance office and tattle on him, and damned if that's not what she did. Went sashaying in there, walked right past secretary into that man's private office, bold as brass, wearing nothing but her bikini bottoms and a smile. You ready for more coffee?
Wick's mouth had gone dry.
I'll take another beer.
Crystal checked on 2 more customers before bringing him back another long neck.
Be glad you never got tangled up with that one, she said. You married?
Nope.
Ever?
Nope.
Why not? You're sure cute enough.
Thanks.
I've always been partial to blue eyes. The Elvis look-alike? Hell yes, had him bright as headlights. Turns out that's about all he had going for him.
She gave Wick an experienced appraisal.
But you're the whole package, honey. I reckon you have to beat the women off with a stick. No, I got a nasty temper. Oh, I'd take the temper if the baby blues came with it.
He gave her the abashed, "Aw shucks, ma'am," grin she probably expected. After another sip of beer, he said,
I wonder what happened to her.
Rennie?
Crystal used a damp cloth to swipe some spilled sugar off the counter.
I heard she became a doctor. Can you beat that? Don't know whether to believe it or not. She never came back to Dalton after her folks packed her off to that fancy boarding school up in Dallas. I guess after what happened, they wanted to wash their hands of her.
Why? What happened?
Crystal didn't catch his question. Instead, she smiled at an old man who hobbled up to the counter and took one of the stools near Wick's. He was wearing a plaid cowboy shirt with pearl snap buttons and blue jeans, both starched and ironed as stiff as boards. As he sat down, he removed his straw hat and set it on the counter, crown down, the proper way.
Hey, Gus, how's life treating you?
Same as yesterday when you asked me.
What you having?
He looked over at Wick.
Been ordering the same goddamn meal for 20 years, and she still asks.
Okay, Crystal said. Chili cheeseburger and fries, she called out to the cook,
who had been catching a break now that the after-church crowd had thinned.
And one of those.
Gus nodded towards Wick's beer.
Gus is one of our local celebrities,
Crystal told Wick as she uncapped a beer bottle.
Not so you'd notice,
the old man grumbled. He took the bottle from her and tilted it to his tobacco-stained lips.
Rodeo bull rider, Crystal said proudly. How many years were you national champion, Gus?
Oh, a few, I guess.
She winked at Wick.
He's modest. He's got more of those champion belt buckles than Carter has liver pills.
That many broken bones, too.
The old man took another long drink of his beer.
We were talking about Rennie Newton, Crystal said. Remember her, Gus?
I may be all bent and broke near in two, but I ain't brain dead.
He looked over at Wick again.
Who are you?
Wick extended his right hand across the vacant stools separating them. It was like shaking hands with a cactus.
Wick Threadgill. On my way to Amarillo. Killing some time before hitting the road again. Seems I knew one of your local girls.
Crystal moved down the counter to slap menus in front of 2 young men who had come in and greeted her by name. When she was out of earshot, Gus turned on his stool toward Wick.
You knew the Newton girl?
In college, he said, hoping that Gus wouldn't ask which institute of higher learning they had attended.
You gonna take offense at straightforward man talk?
No.
Some do these days, you know. Everybody's gotta be politically correct.
Not me. The old man nodded, sipped his beer.
That little gal is one of the finest-looking two-legged animals I ever clapped eyes on. One of the most spirited, too. Of course, she wouldn't have looked twice at a mangled old fart like me, but when she was racing, everybody stopped to watch. She got the blood of all the young bucks pumping hot and thick.
Racing?
Barrel racing.
Barrel racing. The Rennie Newton he knew used a ruler to stack up her magazines. He couldn't imagine her competing in a rodeo event.
I didn't know she participated. Hell yeah, son. Every Saturday night, April through July, Dalton holds the local rodeo. Ain't much of one on a national scale, but to folks around here, it's a pretty big deal. Almost as big as football. Anyhow, cowboys would stack up 3 deep to watch Rennie race. Never showed an ounce of fear. No, sir. I saw her throwed off her horse twice. Both times she got right up, dusted off that saucy butt, climbed right back on. The cowboys used to say it was the way she rode that made her thighs so strong.
He winked his crinkled eyelid.
Don't know myself, as I never had the pleasure of getting between 'em, but them that did said they ain't never had it that good.
Wick grinned, but his fingers had formed a death grip around his beer bottle.
But that was cowboy talk,
Gus said with a shrug.
We're all big liars, so it's anybody's guess as to who was talking from experience and who was talking out his ass. I figure a lot more tried than actually got to enjoy. All I know is that little filly kept T. Dan good and riled. That was fine by me.
T. Dan? The old cowboy fixed a roomy, wary gaze on him.
You didn't know her at all, did you?
No, not at all.
T. Dan was her daddy. A son of a bitch of the worst sort.
Well, what sort is that?
Y'all doing all right?
Crystal had returned after preparing cherry cokes for the 2 young men at the end of the counter. Wick said,
Gus was just telling me about T. Dan Newton.
He hasn't been dead near long enough to suit most people round here,
she said with a dry laugh.
What did he do to piss everybody off?
Whatever he damn well felt like,
she replied.
Just for example, tell him about your beef with him, Gus.
The old cowboy finished his beer.
T. Dan hired me to break a horse for him. He was a good horse, but a mean bastard. I broke him, trained him, but wound up with a busted ankle bone. T. Dan wouldn't pay for my doctor bill. Said it was my own fool fault that got me hurt. I'm talking about a lousy $75, which was chicken feed to somebody with T. Dan's bankroll.
He was good at making money, but bad at making and keeping friends, Crystal said.
It sounds like the whole family was rotten to the core, Wick said.
If you ask me, the town's well rid of him.
Gus scratched his cheek.
Wouldn't mind seeing that gal take another spin around those barrels, though. Just thinking about it has got me horny. You got plans tonight, Crystal?
In your dreams, old man.
What I figured.
With what looked like a painful effort, Gus got off his stool and hobbled over to the jukebox. Wick finished his beer.
Thanks for everything, Crystal. It's been great talking to you. You take credit cards?
Before signing the tab, he added a hefty tip and enough for an extra beer.
Uncap another long neck for Gus. My compliments.
He'll appreciate it.
Never knew him to turn down a free drink.
Trying to appear nonchalant, he said,
Earlier you said that Rennie's parents had sent her to boarding school. What was the final straw for him? Why did they want to get rid of her?
Oh, that.
Crystal pushed a slipping bobby pin back into her pile of hair.
She killed a man.
Excuse me?
You heard right, Orrin. She killed a man.
Who?
I don't know yet.
When?
Don't know that either.
Where are you?
Headed back.
From?
Dalton.
You went to Dalton. I thought you were going to bed and sleep the day away. You want to hear this or not? How'd you find out that she killed a man?
Crystal told me.
Am I supposed to know who Crystal is?
Wick recounted most of his conversation with the waitress in the wagon wheel. When he finished, Orrin said,
Was she credible, you think?
As the FBI. She lived there all her life, knows everybody in town. The cafe is the epicenter of the community. Anyway, why would she lie?
To impress you?
Well, I was impressed, but I don't think that's why Crystal told me.
Then for kicks?
I don't think so. She isn't the type who'd lie for recreation.
Well, she's your friend, not mine. I'll have to take your word for it. Did she know you're a cop?
I'm not a cop.
Jesus, Orrin muttered. Did she know or not?
No.
Then why was she divulging all this information to a total stranger?
She thought I was cute.
Cute?
But I don't think Gus was all that keen on me. Wick smiled, imagining Orrin silently counting to 10. Finally, he said,
You're going to make me ask, aren't you?
Wick laughed, then repeated almost word for word his conversation with the retired bull rider. Rennie Newton fanned his embers, but he hated her old man. According to your research, T. Dan Newton was a successful businessman, right?
And community gadabout.
Well, even so, he wasn't the town's favorite son. Gus called him a son of a bitch of the worst sort, which in policeman's vernacular probably translates to somewhere in the vicinity of cocksucker. Orrin ruminated on all that, finally saying,
Rennie Newton was a wild child, promiscuous?
Both said our Rennie was hot to trot.
The gossip about her could have been exaggerated. Once a girl's reputation goes bad, it only gets worse.
Gus conceded that, Wick said.
In any case, it sure as hell doesn't match Dr. Newton's present image.
Sure as hell doesn't.
So who is this woman?
Orrin asked in frustration.
What's the reality and what's the pose? Will the real Rennie Newton please stand up?
Wick had nothing to contribute. He was more bumfuzzled than Orrin. He'd been subjected to a brush-off that still stung. To get that good at rebuffing a man's attention, she must have had lots of practice, which was contradictory to what he'd heard today. Orrin said,
The talkative Crystal didn't give you the lowdown on the murder?
What murder?
She killed a man, Wick.
We don't know it was a murder. It could have been a hunting accident, an errant tennis serve, a boating mishap,
or maybe she screwed some poor bastard into a coronary.
Did you check with the local police? I don't have a badge, so I couldn't go waltzing in and start asking questions about a killing when I didn't even know the nature of the crime, if indeed it was a crime. I didn't know the victim's name or when the incident occurred.
Newspaper files?
It's Sunday. A high school kid was babysitting the phone, but the offices were closed. Ditto on government offices and the courthouse.
Public library?
Closed for remodeling. Books could be checked out at the bookmobile parked on Crockett Street, but no research material was available. Orrin sighed with frustration. I couldn't press Crystal for more information, Wick continued. I was still experiencing the concussion from her bombshell when the city's baseball team trooped in. They were fresh from practice, hot, thirsty, demanding beer and burgers. Crystal had her hands full. Besides, if I'd continued talking about a girl I was supposed to have had a passing acquaintance with years ago, Crystal might have turned suspicious and clammed up. Gut instinct told me she wouldn't have taken such a shine to me if she'd known I was a cop.
You're not a cop.
Right, that's what I meant.
Well, what about the old man, that Gus?
Did he have anything else to impart? He'd started talking to a clone of himself about the good old days on the rodeo circuit. I couldn't very well interrupt and ply him with more questions.
Maybe you didn't want to hear the answers.
What's that mean?
Nothing.
Wick did a 10 count of his own. For the last couple days, Orrin had been casting out these tidbits of bait. Wick recognized them for what they were and refused to bite. Orrin wanted to know whether or not he was attracted to Rennie Newton, regardless of her possible involvement in a homicide. It wasn't a subject he cared to discuss, or even self-analyze. I tried to learn more, Orrin. I drove around Dalton to see what I could see, but it was futile. As soon as I get back to Fort Worth, I'll go online and see what I can find, but I didn't bring my laptop.
Got it, Orrin said. You did all you could.
Thank you. After a long silence, Orrin said,
So, what do you think?
About what?
Her, Wick. Damn it, who are we talking about?
Hell, I don't know what to think. We need to find out what this killing amounted to.
Except a dead man, you mean?
Wick's patience slipped another notch, but he kept his voice even.
Until we know the facts surrounding that, we shouldn't jump to any conclusions. She took a life.
Orrin said it as though that were enough for him, and it probably was. He had unshakable criteria for right and wrong, and didn't assign much importance to mitigating circumstances. She saved two this morning, Wick said quietly.
You trying to make me feel bad?
No, I just think that's a more than fair equation.
It's at least good enough to give her the benefit of the doubt, isn't it?
The silence became as strained as the tired muscles in the back of Wick's neck. He was going on 24 hours without sleep and 5 hours of driving, and he was beginning to feel it.
Look, Orrin, I need to grab a few Z's before my shift tonight. Can you cover the first 2 hours? If you do me a favor first.
Like what?
You're on Interstate 20, right? West of Fort Worth?
Yeah, not quite to Weatherford.
Good. You won't need to backtrack.
Where am I going? Rennie nudged the gelding's flanks, and he obediently picked up his gait. She had bought him as a colt 3 years ago, and had spent hours training him to respond to the merest squeeze on the reins, the flexing of a leg muscle, the pressure of her heels. Of the 5 horses in her stable, he was probably her favorite because he was so intelligent and responsive. When she was riding bareback like today, they moved virtually as one, even without a bit and reins. He made it effortless, which was what she needed this afternoon. The emergency splenectomy in the wee hours had been tricky. The injury was severe and had left the organ the consistency of raw hamburger. It literally fell apart in her hands when she tried to remove it. But she had removed it successfully and repaired the patient's other internal injuries. Since his head wounds hadn't caused any permanent damage, he would live and recover. His frantic wife and parents had wept with gratitude for her saving his life. The ruptured appendix that followed had been easy by comparison, but it was no less gratifying to give good news to the patient's anxious husband. In her mailbox at the hospital was a letter from the board of directors, putting into writing the offer they had extended to her earlier in the week, and reiterating their hope that she would accept the chief of surgery position. She had also received a note from Myrna Howell, thanking her for the floral arrangement she had sent to Lee's funeral. She had concluded by urging Rennie to accept the post made available by her husband's death. Lee would be pleased, she had said. Rennie was still conflicted over that decision. The letter from the board and Myrna's note had eliminated her reservation in regard to benefiting from Lee's untimely death, but she couldn't dismiss Detective Wesley's suspicions. This morning she had done her job well, and had prolonged the lives of people who might have died. She was being courted for a position she wished to accept. She should feel exhilarated, able to enjoy a Sunday afternoon temporarily free from pressing responsibilities and serious decisions. But she found it impossible to relax because of the call she had received last night from Lozada. His intrusion into her life had upset her sense of order and was affecting a major career decision. How could she possibly accept the board's offer, knowing that if she did, Wesley would investigate her more thoroughly? And if the detective ever discovered that Lozada was contacting her... Damn him! He gave her the creeps and made her skin crawl. He had never actually touched her, but his voice had a tactile quality that made her feel as though he were stroking her with every word he spoke. Why in heaven's name had he chosen her to be the object of his affection? She certainly hadn't encouraged him by look, word, or deed. Quite the opposite. Usually her disdain worked on even the most die-hard would-be suitor. Around the hospital and within associated circles, she knew of her reputation for being cold and distant. Spurned men, both married and single, talked about her in unflattering, sometimes ugly terms. She accepted the nasty gossip as the price she must pay for being left alone. But Lozada was different. he wasn't going to be easily discouraged. Angered by the thought, she gave the gelding's flanks another nudge, and he surged into a full gallop. He ran as though he had only been biding his time until he received the subtle command. Now that she had given him permission, he applied his powerful muscles to the function they had been created for. His hooves thundered across the dry ground, creating a trailing cloud of dust. He had always run with heart, but this afternoon he seemed to be galloping with more determination than normal. Her fingers meshed in his mane. The hot wind scoured her cheeks and tore off her hat. She let it go. Astride a horse running full out was the only time she felt completely free. For a short while she could outdistance the bad memories she could never completely abandon. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed movement and turned her head to see a pickup truck on the road on the other side of the barbed wire fence. The driver was keeping the truck even with her. Now she understood the gelding's desire to gallop. He was pitting his own speed and stamina against that of a man-made machine. She had never raced this horse before. Maybe she should have. Maybe he felt cheated. Maybe he wanted to prove himself to her. Maybe she should prove herself to him. "Okay, boy, you've earned this." She bent low over his neck and pressed him with her knees. Immediately, she felt a burst of renewed energy. He nosed ahead of the pickup. The truck accelerated. The gelding pushed himself, gained on the truck. Rennie laughed out loud. It was his race. All she did was hang on, and God, it felt great. They ran at a full gallop for at least 3 minutes, staying nose to nose with the sporting pickup. Ahead, Rennie saw her house and barn taking shape. In 60 seconds, they would be at the fence. Now she should begin slowing him down gradually so she could pull him to a full stop, dismount, and open the gate. But she was reluctant to forfeit. Lozada's telephone call had left her feeling afraid and vulnerable. She needed to prove she wasn't afraid of anybody or vulnerable to anything. Never, ever again. Besides, how could she cheat her horse out of a victory when he'd been trying his hardest to win? "Are you game?" He seemed to understand. He sped up, marginally, but she could feel it in the muscles of her legs. "Okay, then, let's do it." Her heart was thudding in rhythm to his hoofbeats. She thrilled to the danger of it. She tightened her grip on the coarse hair of his mane. She sensed the pickup beginning to fall behind, but that didn't deter either her or the gelding. They had already won, but they needed to do this. "Here we go." She leaned into him, and he went airborne. He cleared the fence with a yard to spare and landed hard but gracefully on the other side. Again, Rennie laughed out loud. It was the crashing sound that caused her to pull back hard on the mane and bring the gelding around in a tight spin. The pickup had come to rest just beyond her gate. It was enveloped in a dense cloud of dust. As the dust began to clear, she saw that the driver hadn't allowed for the loose gravel on the road. Probably he had braked too quickly. The lighter rear end had spun around and slammed into the metal gate post. The post was intact. The damage to the truck remained to be seen. But it was the driver Rennie was concerned about. She slid off the gelding and ran toward the gate. "Are you all right?" The gate was on a track. She rolled it open and ran to the driver's side of the cab. "Sir?" His head was lying on the steering wheel, and at first she thought he'd been knocked unconscious. But when she touched his shoulder through the open window, he groaned and gradually sat up. He pushed back his cowboy hat and removed his sunglasses. "You are no good for my ego, Dr. Newton." She actually recoiled in surprise. It was the man from the wedding reception. "What are you doing here?" "Losing a race." He nodded toward the gelding. "That's some horse." Then he looked at her. "Some rider, too. You lost your hat back there." "I'm not believing this," she exclaimed angrily. "How did you get here?" "Interstate 20, then north on the farm-to-market road." She gave him a withering look. "Okay, I nosed around till I found you." "Nosed around?" "At the hospital. I can't believe you were riding that fleet-footed son of a gun bareback. Do you always do that? Isn't it dangerous?" Not as dangerous as being tracked down by a total stranger. Nobody at the hospital would give out personal information. He unfastened his seatbelt, opened his door, and climbed out. I'm not a total stranger, but you're right. I lied. I got the information off the internet. You own this place. There are records. Property tax rolls and such. I called the hospital, and when they told me you weren't on duty today, I thought just maybe I'd catch you out here. He shrugged. I needed a Sunday drive anyway. As he talked, he had walked to the rear of his pickup to assess the damage. He hunkered down and inspected the vertical dent on the rear panel. It was about 8 inches long and half an inch deep, and the paint was scratched. The truck seemed to have sustained no more damage than that. He ran his finger down the dent, then dusted off his hands as he stood up. They should be able to buff that right out. Mr. Wick, I gave you a snowball's chance in hell. So why did you come here? I had nothing to lose. Time. You've got time to lose. So let me save you some, Mr. Threadgill. His eyebrows shot up. He was obviously impressed that she remembered his name, and she wondered why she did. I'm not in the market for... When she hesitated, he leaned forward expectantly. Anything, she said. A date. Whatever you had in mind. I'm not interested. Are you married? No. Engaged? I'm nothing and don't want to be. Huh. Is this aversion a general thing, or is it me in particular you don't like? What I like is my privacy. Hey, he said, spreading his arms at his sides. I can keep a secret. Try me. Tell me a secret and see if I don't carry it to my grave. I don't have any secrets. Then let me tell you some of mine. I got some dillies. He had a slightly crooked front tooth that added to the mischievousness of his smile, which he probably thought was disarming. Goodbye, Mr. Threadgill. She turned her back on him and started for the gate. After going through, she slid it closed with a decisive clang of metal. Hold up, one more second. He was good-looking and charming, and he knew it. She'd had to deal with his type before. Cocksure and arrogant, they believed that no one, especially a woman, could resist them. Please, Dr. Newton? She wasn't nearly as furious as she pretended to be, or should have been. In spite of her determination not to turn around, she did. What? I wanted to apologize for that parting remark last night. I don't even remember it, she lied. About your mouth and the dirty dream, that was out of line. That wasn't a cocksure and arrogant thing to say, and the disarming grin had disappeared. At least on surface, he seemed sincere. Besides, if she made a big deal out of the remark, he might think it had gotten to her. It had, a little. But she couldn't let him know that. Apology accepted. I was, well, whatever. It was uncalled for. Maybe I overreacted to your tipping the valet. He approached the gate slowly. Maybe we ought to give it another shot. I don't think so. What could it hurt? She turned her head away and squinted into the distance. To anyone else, this wouldn't have been a monumental decision. To her, it was equivalent to leaping off the crest of a mountain in an unreliable hang glider. When her eyes came back to him, he was staring straight at her. And though there was no longer a teasing glint in his eyes, they were unnerving nonetheless. What could it hurt? Maybe nothing, or only everything. In any case, it wasn't worth the risk, which made it all the more surprising when she heard herself say, There's an ice cream parlor on the square. In Weatherford? I was thinking of stopping there once I've finished my chores on my way back. You could meet me there. I'll help you with the chores. I'm used to doing things for myself. I believe that, he said solemnly. Then he turned and set off at a jog down the road. Where are you going? He called back. To get your hat. It took an hour and a half for her to complete her chores. First, she walked the gelding around the paddock to let him cool down, then led him into a barn. The rustic exterior was deceptive. Wick knew little about stables, but this one looked state-of-the-art. "I've got first-class horses," she said in response to his compliment. "They deserve a first-class home." He was no expert judge of horseflesh either, but he didn't have to know a lot to recognize that these were impressive animals. Rennie rubbed down the gelding, slowly and methodically, talking to him lovingly the whole while. Wick stood beside her as she combed the horse's long mane. "He seems to understand what you're saying to him." She took umbrage. "Why wouldn't he?" "I didn't know horses had language skills." "Mine do." Eyes shining with affection and pride, she ran her hand over the gelding's smooth coat. "At least with me." "Then that's probably a talent of yours, not the horse's." She turned to respond, but apparently felt they were standing too close. Ducking beneath the gelding's head, she moved to the other side. Undeterred, Wick followed. "Does this English-speaking wonder have a name?" "Bede." "Unusual. Does it have any significance?" "I like the sound of it." "You don't elaborate much, do you?" "No." Then she looked at him and they laughed. "You ask a lot of questions." "I have a curious nature. Do you race Bede often?" "Only when he's challenged by a pickup truck." She moved away then, but glanced back at him over her shoulder, and it was as close as she'd come to flirting. Or maybe she was dead serious, and it only looked like flirting because of her tight jeans and the long blonde braid that hung down her back from beneath the straw cowboy hat that he jogged a mile to retrieve. Maybe it looked like flirting to him because he wanted it to. After all the feed buckets had been filled, and she had said a personal goodbye to each of the horses, she led the way from the barn to the house. She excused herself to go inside. "You can enjoy the porch swing." "Exactly what I had in mind." Rather than make an issue of not being invited inside, he sat down in the swing and gave it a push. "Take your time." "If Toby shows up, tell him I'll be right out." "Toby?" But she had disappeared inside, and Toby remained a mystery until a few minutes later, when a man drove up in a rattletrap pickup. He climbed out of the cab and paused there to stare at Wick before coming up the front steps onto the porch. Wick wouldn't have been surprised to hear the ring of spurs. He was tall and barrel-chested. Gray hair curled beneath his sweat-stained cowboy hat. When he removed his sunglasses, his deep-set eyes reminded Wick of the badass lawmen in classic westerns. He curbed his impulse to say, "Howdy, Marshal." Somehow he didn't think Toby would appreciate the humor. "Where's Rennie?" Not much of a greeting, was it? "Inside. If you're Toby, she said for you to wait, that she'd be out soon." He sat down on the porch rail, propped a size 12 Lucchese boot, no spurs, on his opposite knee, folded his arms over his chest, and made no bones about staring at Wick. "Nice day," Wick offered. "If you say so." Okay, Toby hated him on sight. Why? After a lengthy silence that was broken only by the squeaking chain of the porch swing, the old man asked, "You live around here?" "Fort Worth." He snorted, as though Wick had replied, "I live in Sodom, just this side of Gomorrah." "Hello, Toby." Rennie emerged from the house and joined them on the porch. Toby came to his feet and whipped off his hat. "Rennie?" "How are you?" "Doing good. Everything meet with your approval?" "You ask me that every time I come out, and the answer is always the same. Everything is perfect." The way she smiled at him would have made a jealous man murderous. Wick was afraid to define the spark it kindled in him. "Did you meet Mr. Threadgill?" "We hadn't got quite that far." Wick stood up, extended his hand, and said his full name. "Toby Robbins." He seemed reluctant to shake hands, but he did. His hand felt even rougher than Gus's. His palm was spiky with calluses. "Toby owns the neighboring ranch," Rennie explained. "He looks after the horses for me. Sometimes it's a week or more between my trips out here." "Then you're a good man to have around." Toby ignored him and addressed Rennie.
The vet came out this week and gave him all a good going over. No problems that he could see.
I hadn't spotted any, but I wanted to be sure. Thank you for arranging his visit. Will he be mailing me a bill?
He left it with me.
He removed an envelope from the breast pocket of his shirt and passed it to her. Thanks. I'll take care of it tomorrow. She stuffed the envelope into her shoulder bag. Any more signs of the bobcat?
Not since he got that calf a few weeks back. Hopefully we scared him off. I think one of my shots might have wounded him. Maybe he crawled off and died, or just moved on to friendlier hunting territory.
Wick wouldn't have thought the man capable of smiling, but he did, and Rennie returned it. I hope you're right.
He's a big cuss, Toby continued. Big as I've ever run across, but I think we've seen the last of him.
Well, Rennie said, we were just about to leave.
Don't let me hold you up. House secured?
I locked up on my way out. Toby motioned for her to precede him, and the three of them filed down the porch steps.
Anything special you want me to do this week? He asked.
I can't think of anything offhand. If I do, I'll call you. Just take good care of the horses for me.
You bet.
Say hello to Corinne.
Will do.
He tipped his hat to her and shot Wick a look that made his balls shrivel, then replaced his sunglasses, climbed back into his truck, and drove away. Rennie gave the house and barn a wistful glance, then announced, I'm ready. The ice cream parlor was doing a summer Sunday afternoon business. When one of the small wrought iron tables became available, Rennie held it for them while Wick stood in line to place their order for 2 hot fudge sundaes. As he carried them back to the table, he was thinking that between Crystal's banana pudding and this sundae, he would probably gain several pounds today. They were well into the ice cream confections when Rennie asked, Do you experience panic attacks? Coming out of the blue like that, the question stunned him. Pardon? She gave a quick shrug. I noticed the rubber band around your wrist. It was there last night, too.
Oh, that. It's, just an old habit. Can't remember when I took up wearing it or why.
She nodded, but she was regarding him closely. Sometimes people who suffer acute anxiety are urged to wear a rubber band around their wrist. If they feel a panic attack coming on, they can pop the rubber band. Sometimes that halts the false signal being sent to their brain that they're in mortal danger. It wards off the panic.
Huh, I didn't know that.
They finished their sundaes in silence. When she was done, she pulled a napkin from the dispenser in the center of the table and blotted her lips. If one could will the dreams he had, Wick would have willed having a dirty dream about her mouth. That would be something to look forward to. What made you think I might own property outside the city? She asked.
Last night when I walked you to your car, I saw a saddle in the back.
I could have been a member of a riding club.
You could have been a Canadian Mountie, too, but I didn't think so.
You're very clever.
Thanks, but probably not as clever as I think I am.
That was going to be my next observation. Her smiles transformed her face. Unfortunately, she didn't smile very often. All afternoon, he'd been looking for evidence of the audacious barrel racer who slept around and had all the studs in Dalton standing 3 deep to catch a glimpse of her. He hadn't seen any. Other than the attire. The jeans did, in fact, make her butt look saucy, but that's the only aspect of her that came across as such. What had happened to that wild, reckless girl, he wondered. And who was this tightly contained woman who'd taken her place? He was interested to know what had caused such a dramatic transformation. Rennie was a puzzle he wanted to solve, whether or not she was Lozada's client. His mystified stare must have made her uneasy, because suddenly she declared, I need to be going.
How come?
I have things to do. That was what she said. What her expression telegraphed was, none of your damn business. He groped for something else to talk about so she wouldn't bolt.
How many acres you have out there?
$220. Ah, that's nice. A good place to escape from the grind. What do you do, Wick? Well, he'd made some headway. She was still seated, and she had asked him a question about himself, and she had finally called him by his first name. Computer software. Sales? And design. What? Just an observation. What? He probed. I can't see you confined to a desk all day working on computer software. Very insightful. My job is boring as hell. Then why don't you do something else? I'm in the process of looking. I guess you could say I just haven't found my niche yet. You don't know what you want to be when you grow up? He laughed. Something like that. Scooting his empty dish aside, he propped his arms on the table. You seemed sad when you left today. You must really like being out there on the ranch. Very much. I love the house. From what he could see, he could understand why. She had a pleasing place in Fort Worth, but this house appealed to him more. It was a typical 2-story ranch-style home with a native stone and cedar exterior and a deep porch running the length of it. Casual but classic, and a lot of house for one person. Or was it occupied by only one person? Maybe Toby looked after more than the horses. Wick had assumed the mentioned Corinne was Mrs. Robbins, but she could have been an elderly aunt or a wire-haired terrier. Have you known Toby and Corinne long? Yes. Do they have children? 3. Just had their 5th grandchild. Good. They were a pair, and it was doubtful that Grandpa Toby was a sleepover at Rennie's ranch house. Aren't you afraid to stay out there by yourself? Why would I be afraid? He raised a shoulder. A woman alone, remote location? She hastily gathered up her shoulder bag and scooted back her chair. People are waiting on the table. Anyway, it's time I got back to Fort Worth. Thanks for the sundae. She made for the exit. Wick nearly mowed down a family of 4 in his rush to follow her out. By the time he reached her Jeep, she was sliding into the driver's seat. Hey, slow down. What'd I say? Nothing. Then why the sudden split? I need to get back, that's all. Rennie, Olympic sprinters don't move that fast. What's wrong? She jammed her key into the ignition, then turned to him, eyes blazing. Your insinuation that I need protection. I insinuated no such thing. Were you hoping for an invitation to come out and protect me? I was making conversation. You're reading a bunch of crap into an innocent question. They wrestled over control of the door. Listen, if we're talking about fear, let's talk about mine. Yours? Yeah, you scare the hell out of me. She stopped tugging on the door and looked at him for an explanation. You're richer than me, smarter than me. He glanced down at the door handle. Nearly as strong as me, and I'm afraid you could probably beat me in a foot race. She ducked her head, and he saw a trace of a smile. He pressed the advantage. Have dinner with me, Rennie. What for? Well, for one thing, as soon as this sundae wears off, I'll be hungry. The sundae was my dinner. Okay, we don't have to eat. We can go to a movie, take a walk, anything. I'd just like to spend time with you. She turned the key in the ignition and started the motor. Goodbye, Wick. Wait a minute. He added a soft, please, which stopped her from reaching for the door again. Why are you always rushing away from me? I told you, I'm not. I know, you're not in the market. Do you see somebody? Yes. Don't let it be Lozada, he thought. Patience, she said. I see patience. You have dinner with him every night? He gave her his best sad puppy dog smile, but it didn't earn him even one of her half-smiles. She turned away and stared through the windshield for several ponderous moments. You're very engaging, Wick. Thanks, but things should have stayed where we left them last night. I was nowhere. That's right. Well, I wasn't content with that. You'll have to be. I tried to make it clear then. I'm telling you again now. I can't. I won't see you again. There would be no point. Turning back to him, she added, and I won't change my mind. He searched her eyes for a long time. Finally, he extended his hand toward her face. She whispered, "Don't." But he didn't touch her. He lifted a strand of hair from her cheek and tucked it beneath her hat. His fingers lingered there, just above her ear, for several seconds before he withdrew his hand. Softly, he said, "I'll follow you home. See that you get there safely." "I don't want you to do that." "I already know where you live." "You won't be invited in, Wick." "I'll follow you home." He backed away and closed her car door. She drove off without even a wave. Nevertheless, he kept his promise. He followed her all the way home, and when she rolled her car into her garage, he tooted his horn twice as his goodbye. She called the hospital to check on her post-op patients and was told that the doctors on call had nothing untoward to report. The splenectomy patient's condition had been upgraded from fair to good. He was doing well. Following that call, she was officially off duty for the remainder of the night. 10 minutes later, she was soaking in a tub of hot bubble bath. She breathed deeply and focused on relaxing. But when she closed her eyes, she saw an image of Wick Threadgill and smiled in spite of herself. It was impossible not to like him. She liked him more than she had liked anyone in a very long time. That was why she would never see him again. Her capacity for romance had ceased to exist. It had died along with Raymond Collier, that fateful afternoon in her father's study. She had killed that part of herself as surely as Raymond had been killed. Or had it died? Maybe it had only been successfully suppressed. She had denied common yearnings so effectively and for so long that she had convinced herself those yearnings no longer existed for her. What was natural for most women didn't apply to her. She didn't need love and romance. She didn't need anyone or anything in her life except her work. Work was what she desired, so work was what satisfied her. That had been her mantra, her anthem. It had begun to ring hollow. Her resolve never to marry and have a family had seemed courageous in her 20s. Now she wondered, had she spited only herself when she made that decision? Over the years, the line between independence and loneliness had become so fine that there was now little distinction between the two. This man, this lanky Wick Threadgill with the long legs and unruly blonde hair, had stirred longings that she had thought long dead. She hadn't wanted to say goodbye to him this evening. She liked his company, but feared what she felt when he looked at her in that certain way. His kisses were probably as potent as his smiles. Not that she would have allowed a kiss, but it would have been nice, when he replaced that loose strand of hair, to have turned her head ever so slightly and to have rested her cheek against his hand. Just for a moment, just to... Her telephone rang. She sat up, scattering mounds of bubbles across the surface of her bathwater. Maybe it was Wick. He was just arrogant enough, persistent enough to try again. But it could also be Lozada. The caller ID registered no number. She hesitated, then cleared her throat and answered. "Rennie, are you all right?" Lozada thrilled to the sound of her light, rapid breathing. Only fucking or fear caused a woman to breathe like that. He would enjoy it either way with Rennie. "Why are you calling me again when I specifically told you not to?" "I was worried about you, Rennie," he said. "I'm calling to make certain that you're all right." "Why wouldn't I be?" "Because of the company you keep." He hadn't been able to believe his eyes when she arrived home, followed by Threadgill in his pickup truck. He could dismiss their meeting at the wedding reception as a bizarre coincidence, but 2 days in a row? It stunk to high heaven of police tactics. Threadgill had given 2 short honks of his horn as he drove away. The only reason the bastard was still alive was because he hadn't gone inside the house with Rennie. But where had they been? How long had they been together? An hour? All day? What had they been doing? Lozada had considered several ways he could kill Wick Threadgill. Which method would inflict the most pain? He wanted Threadgill's death to be painful, yes, but it must transcend normal pain. He also wanted the death to be ignominious. He didn't want to leave Wick Threadgill a martyr, a dead hero. He couldn't repeat what he'd done to Brother Joe. That would be unoriginal. And Lozada was known for his creative flair. He would devise something unique, something special. Perhaps he would incorporate one of his scorpions. The fear factor alone would be ingenious. However it came about, killing Wick Threadgill would be his masterpiece, the benchmark of his career. He must take his time and think about it very carefully. Of course, if Threadgill had gone inside with Rennie, he would have been forced to act immediately, killing them both. Threadgill for his poaching, Rennie for her infidelity. It had then occurred to him that she might be entirely innocent. What if she were unaware that Threadgill was a cop? Threadgill could be using her in hope of getting to him. That was what he'd wanted to believe. To make certain of it, he'd placed this call. "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Lozada," she said. "Furthermore, I don't care. I don't approve of your friends." "I don't give a damn what you approve or disapprove. For the last time, leave me alone. I don't like your keeping company with cops." Her silence was sudden and total, indicating surprise. "I especially don't like your spending time with Wick Threadgill. He's a loser, Rennie. Unworthy of you. Unworthy of us." A few seconds ticked past. When she spoke, her voice was thin. "Wick? He's a—" Lozada's grin spread wide. He'd been right. She hadn't known. "Poor darling, I thought you knew."
Then what happened?
"I've told you about a dozen times." Wick rubbed his eyes. They were scratchy from lack of sleep.
Tell me again.
"After we left the barn, she went into her house. I was not invited inside."
Do you think somebody else was in there?
"I never saw anyone else. There were no other cars around. I have no reason to believe anyone was inside, but I couldn't swear to it, okay?"
Why didn't she invite you in?
Common sense would be my guess. She'd only met me once, briefly. And I show up at her place in the country with some half-baked explanation about how I tracked her down? If I were a woman, I wouldn't have invited me in.
Good point.
Go on.
I have a question, Thigpen said. Did you see any weapons around?
Wick snapped his fingers. Now that you mention it, she was packing an Uzi in the pocket of her jeans. Thigpen muttered a disparagement. Orrin gave Wick a retiring look and motioned for him to continue. I forgot where I left off.
She went in, you stayed out.
Right. Then this old man shows up. Toby Robbins, big, robust dude. He recounted his and Rennie's conversation with the rancher. He seemed very protective of her and suspicious of me. Kept looking at me funny.
You're kind of funny looking.
Thigpen was making himself hard to ignore, but Wick was determined to ignore him. He had hoped that by the time he arrived, Thigpen would have left for the day, and that he would have to tell his story only to Orrin. No such luck. He also noticed that the photographs of Rennie he had removed from the wall had been smoothed out and replaced. He didn't acknowledge their return. He refused to give the slob the satisfaction. Is the FWPD going to pay for the damage to my truck? Wick asked, changing the subject. The cost of having it fixed will be just below my deductible. You watch. Orrin dismissed the dent with a negligent wave.
When I sent you there, I asked you to scout out the place. I didn't know it'd wind up being a date.
Wick rolled his eyes.
We have differing opinions on what constitutes a date. I didn't know I was going to see her. The race just sort of happened and things progressed from there. I went with the flow. I wasn't into it for fun.
Liar, liar, pants on fire, Wick thought to himself. He had very much enjoyed watching Rennie attend to her horses. Whatever else she might be, or whatever else she might have done, or whoever else she was involved with. When it came to those animals, it was a mutual love affair. That was the only time Wick had seen her looking completely happy and relaxed. He hadn't minded the earthy smell of the stable. The merest scent of horseflesh stirred the latent cowboy spirit in every Texan. The hay had been fresh and sweet-smelling, and the sight of Rennie riding bareback hadn't exactly been hardship duty. But he didn't dare expound on that. He said, "I don't consider grooming a bunch of horses a date."
You went for ice cream.
At a place where they play Donnie and Marie and wear red and white striped shirts. Hardly candlelight and wine. And still not my idea of a date.
It's not a date unless he gets laid. Think, Ben.
Orrin rounded on him.
Shut up, okay?
Wick was on his feet, fists tightly clenched. At least I can get laid, Pigpen. How your wife can find your dick underneath all that flab is a mystery to me. If she even wants to look for it, which I seriously doubt.
For the love of God, will the two of you cut it out? Orrin barked. We've got work to do here.
Not me, I'm out of here.
Wick, wait.
I've been up for hours, Orrin. I'm tired.
I know you're tired. We're all tired. No need to get nasty.
I passed nasty a long time ago. I haven't slept in... Hell, I can't even remember when I last slept. I'm going to my home away from home and sleep till this time tomorrow. See ya.
He was her father's business partner.
The simple statement halted Wick. It also deflated him. He dropped back into the metal folding chair, flung his head back, closed his eyes. Even though he had a strong intuition about what the answer would be, he asked, "Who was her father's business partner?"
"The guy our lady doctor whacked."
Again disregarding Thigpen, Wick opened his eyes and looked at Orrin, who nodded somberly.
"I spent a few hours this afternoon in our downtown library. I had to go back several years to find the story, but it made even our newspaper."
"The really juicy ones usually do," Thigpen remarked.
"And this one's really juicy."
Orrin shot him another warning glance before turning back to Wick. "His name was Raymond Collier. He was shot and killed in T. Dan Newton's home study. Present at the scene was 16-year-old Rennie." 16. Jesus. And?
"And what?"
"What were the details?" "Scarce and sketchy," Orrin said. "At least in the Star-Telegram. I can't really start researching it until tomorrow. I didn't want to call Dalton PD until I could talk to somebody in a carpeted office. I don't want this to filter out through the rank and file. If word got around that she was under investigation, it could backfire on us." He studied Wick for a moment. "I don't suppose she opened up and talked about any of this with you?" Wick waited for several seconds to see if Orrin was serious, and when he determined that he was, he laughed. "Yeah, I think it came up when she was trying to decide between strawberry or hot fudge." Orrin frowned his displeasure. Wick said tiredly, "No, she didn't open up and talk about anything that happened when she was 16.
"Did she mention Lozada?"
"No, Thigpen, she did not mention Lozada."
"The trial or jury duty?"
"No and no."
"You spent hours with her. What'd you talk about all that time?"
"Primates, and how some are still evolving. In fact, your name came up."
"Wick,"
Orrin said in a chastening tone. Wick exploded.
"He's a moron. Why would she mention Lozada?"
"Why don't you just tell us what you talked about?" "Her horses, her place, how much she likes it out there, my boring job in computer software, nothing. Chit-chat, stuff. Stuff people talk about when they're getting to know one another."
"But it wasn't a date."
Thigpen snorted like the hog he was. Wick sprang up from his seat again. "I don't need this shit," Orrin shouted over him.
"I'm only trying to get your impressions of this suspect."
"All right, you want my impressions? Here's the first. She's not a suspect. I think her association with Lozada stopped the minute the judge banged the gavel to end the trial. And speaking of Lozada, has anybody been watching him?"
"His Mercedes was in his building's parking garage all day,"
Thigpen reported. "Whatever," Wick said.
Keeping this surveillance on Rennie Newton is a waste of time. It's stupid and pointless. She doesn't look like a murderer. She doesn't act like a person who just knocked off her colleague. What has she done that's the least bit suspicious? Nothing. Not a damn thing. It's been business as usual since we started watching her. Meanwhile, while we've been sitting here playing pocket pool to keep ourselves alert enough to monitor everything she does, whoever did knock off Dr. Howell is laughing up his sleeve at us because he got away with it. You asked for my impressions. Those are them. You want Lozada as much, no, more than I do. Goddamn right I do, Wick shouted. But she's got nothing to do with Lozada. I'm not ready to concede that. That's your problem. He scooped up his hat. You're leaving? Good guess. For home? Right again. To Galveston? Tell Grace and the girls goodbye for me. Wick. See ya, Orrin. He turned toward the staircase, but was drawn up short. Rennie was standing on the top step. Orrin and Thigpen spotted her at the same time. Thigpen muttered something that Wick couldn't hear for the roaring in his ears. Orrin, who ordinarily stood tall and proud, lowered his head like a kid whose mother had caught him with a dirty magazine. The stuffy atmosphere became even more claustrophobic, the stale air too thick to inhale. Her eyes moved from one of them to the other, landing on Wick. He took one step toward her. Rennie, you lying son of a bitch. He decided that for now silence was his best defense. Besides, he felt they deserved her fury. She crossed the room and raised the night vision binoculars to her eyes, looking in the direction of her house. Wick discerned a slight sagging of her shoulders, but it lasted only until she returned the binoculars to the table and came around to face them. That was when she saw the photographs Thigpen had taped to the wall, the ones of her in various stages of undress. Her lips parted silently, and color drained from her face, but again her initial reaction was quickly replaced by righteous outrage. Which of you has the highest rank? Who is responsible for this? I am, Orrin replied. How did you know we were here? He looked suspiciously toward Wick. Wick returned a look that said, You know me better than that. Interpreting the exchange, Rennie said, I assure you that Mr. Threadgill was a master of deceit. You can be very proud of him, Detective Wesley. Then how did you know? It's my turn to ask questions, she snapped. What possible explanation do you have for watching my house? You left us with a lot of unanswered questions about Dr. Howell's homicide. And you expected to find answers to those questions by spying on me? We thought we might, yes. Did you? No. Have you also been eavesdropping on my telephone calls? No. Spying on me at work? To some extent, he admitted. You have invaded my privacy in the most despicable way. Your superiors will be hearing from my attorney first thing tomorrow morning. My superiors approve this surveillance, Dr. Newton. This isn't surveillance. This is window peeping. This is... She threw a disgusted glance at the photos, then, too angry to continue, headed for the stairs. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. She jogged down the stairs. Well, it's hit the fan now. Wick wasn't interested in Thigpen's editorial. He rushed down the staircase behind Rennie and caught up with her on the sidewalk in front of the house. He hooked his hand around her biceps to stop her. Rennie, let go of me. I want to explain. She tried to wrest her arm free, but he wouldn't release her. Listen, I need to say this. I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Please, Rennie. Go to hell. I'm not proud of myself. She stopped struggling and looked up at him. She gave a brittle laugh. Oh, but you should be, Officer Threadgill. You played the role of the handsome stranger so convincingly. But then I wasn't much of a stranger to you, was I? You knew me from the pictures on your wall in there. I don't blame you for being mad at me. Don't flatter yourself. She jerked her arm away from him. Her eyes blazed. I don't care enough about you to be mad at you. You aren't important enough to make me mad. I just wish I'd never met you. And I don't want to see you again,
Not by accident, not by design, never. Wick didn't try to detain her. He watched her turn and jog away. He continued watching until she disappeared around the corner. He felt like getting drunk. To accomplish this unambitious mission, he'd chosen a bar in Sundance Square. In this popular watering hole, Wick sat hunched over his second or so wild turkey. This bar wouldn't have been his first choice. He would have preferred a seedier tavern where the drinks were stiffer, the music sadder, and the customers unhappier. But this lively hangout was right across the street from Trinity Tower, where Ricky Roy Lozada lived like the fucking millionaire that he'd become by killing for hire. Lozada's affluence contributed to Wick's misery, and heaping one misery onto another somehow seemed appropriate and warranted tonight. Because of the proximity of Lozada's luxury digs combined with his overall feeling like shit, Wick estimated that it was going to take a couple more bourbons before he started feeling even a little bit better. "Hey, cowboy, how come you're drinking alone?" The young woman who plopped down on the stool beside him had dyed black hair and a red T-shirt with "You bet your ass they're real" spelled out in letters of silver glitter. "I warn you right now, miss, I'm not good company tonight. That's why I'm drinking alone. Try me. I bet I can stand your company." Wick shrugged and signaled the bartender. She ordered a bourbon rocks like his. She thanked him for the drink. "I'm Sally." "Pleased to meet you, Sally. I'm Wick." "So, why the long face, Rick? You have a fight with your significant other?" He didn't correct her on his name. "In a manner of speaking." "That sucks." "Tell me." "What was it over?" "Our falling out. I did something dumb. Lied by omission, lost trust, you know." "Guys do that," she said with a resignation born of experience. "How come, I wonder?" "Nature of the beast." "Must be, 'cause you're all the same." She took a big slurp from her drink and tried to lighten the mood with a smile. "Change of subject. What do you do?" "When?" "For work, silly." "Oh, you guessed it, I'm a cowboy." "Really? I was just joking. You're a genuine cowboy?" "Mm-hmm. Just this afternoon I was working in a stable with horses, hay, curry combs, all that stuff." In his mind, he was comparing the Rennie who had so lovingly groomed her horses to the one who had soundly rebuked a trio of Fort Worth's finest. Dr. Newton could not only skillfully wield a scalpel, she could slash with words just as effectively. He cleared his mind of these images, and playing turnabout, asked Sally what she did for a living. "I'm an exotic dancer." She gave him a wicked smile and executed a move that caused the shiny letters to shimmy. Wick wasn't impressed, but he let her believe he was. No sense in two people feeling like shit. "Wow," flattered, she giggled. "Where do you perform?" Her smile faltered. "Well, see, I'm not actually performing yet. I'm still auditioning. Right now I'm working at this temporary job, over there, cleaning condos." She nodded toward the high-rise. Wick's instincts were stronger than the bourbon. His mind instantly sprang to attention. Trying to keep his sudden curiosity from showing, he smiled at her. "Well, let me know when you get hired to dance. I'd like to see you sometime." She laid her hand on his thigh. "Maybe I could give you a private show. On the house." "Where, over there?" He hitched his thumb toward the high-rise. "Do you live there?" "Oh, sure," she snorted. "Like I could afford it." "Man, I've always wanted to go inside that place." He gave the facade of the building a wistful glance. "See if it's as fancy as it looks." "Oh, it's fancy all right. Only rich people live there." "Like who?" She took a wary glance around. "I'm not supposed to talk about the residents. If we're caught talking about the people who live in the building, we get canned, no questions asked." "Oh, sure, I understand." "It's a privacy thing." "Right." He turned toward the TV behind the bar and pretended to have a sudden interest in the Magnificent Seven, which was playing silently. "But you look trustworthy." Sally nudged his knee with hers beneath the bar. Regaining his attention, she leaned close enough for him to hear her whisper and to feel the weight of her breast against his arm.
You know the race car driver?
Wick named a NASCAR driver who he knew lived in Fort Worth. Sally nodded vigorously.
10B.
Honestly? What's he like?
Nice, but that wife of his.
She made an ugly face.
A bitch royale.
Any other celebrities?
One of the Cowboys lived there through last season, but he moved after he got traded. And then there's some old lady on the 5th floor who used to be on Dallas, but I don't know her name or what part she played.
He pretended that his interest had waned again and glanced at the close-up of a stoic Yul Brynner. The breast got heavier against his arm, and Sally's hand inched a little closer to his crotch.
Did you see on the news where that guy just beat a murder rap?
Wick kept his expression impassive. Murder rap? I don't think so. How long ago?
Couple of weeks. His name is Lozada.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember seeing something about that. You know him? She scooted so far toward him, he couldn't imagine how she was managing to stay seated on her own stool.
Me and him are close. His condo is on the floor where I work, the penthouse floor. I'm in his place all the time, and not just to clean.
She raised her eyebrows suggestively. You're kidding, right? A murderer?
Shh.
Again, she glanced around nervously.
He got off, remember?
Then she giggled and added,
Now I get him off.
Come on, Wick guffawed.
I swear.
He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
Does he do it different from, regular guys?
She considered the question seriously before answering.
Not really. Pretty much the same. We've only balled a few times. Mostly he just likes for me to blow him. And this is kind of weird.
She moved closer still.
He doesn't have any hair down there.
Why? What happened to it?
He shaves it.
Wick let his jaw drop.
Get out. I swear.
Wick looked at her with feigned respect and awe.
And you're this guy's girlfriend? Well, not officially.
She cast her eyes down and trailed a finger along his arm.
I mean, he's crazy about me and all. He's just not the type that shows his feelings,
Have you ever seen him with any other women?
No.
Any ever come up to his fancy apartment?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, yeah. And I would know. I pay attention to detail. There's never been a trace of another woman in the place, and believe me, I check things out when I'm cleaning. I'm always on the lookout for one of those damn scorpions. If one ever got out, I would freaking shit.
Scorpions?
Wick knew about Lozada's fascination with them, but it chilled him anew to hear Sally tell about the climate-controlled tank. I keep my eyes open when I'm in there.
What about his phone?
His phone?
You ever answer it for him?
Are you serious? I'd be fired for sure. Besides, he only uses his cell.
Have you ever heard him talking on it?
Once, but I didn't hear what he was saying.
So you don't know if he was talking to a woman?
She withdrew slightly and gave him an odd look. Hey, what is this?
He smiled and patted the hand still resting on his thigh.
Just trying to help you out, Sally. Looking for signs that the guy is seeing someone else, but it sounds to me like you got no competition.
She snuggled closer. Both breasts were propped on his forearm now.
You're cool, Rick. Would you like to go to my place? I got booze.
Hey, I don't want this Lozada character after my ass.
I see other guys, too. I thought you liked him. I do. He's good-looking and wears the coolest clothes.
And he's rich.
For sure.
Then what's the problem?
Well, he scares me a little.
He doesn't hit you, does he?
No. Well, sorta. I mean, he doesn't actually hit, but like the other night, he warned me not to talk.
Wick, what the hell are you doing?
Wick swiveled around. Orrin was standing behind them, glowering. Sally, glowering back, asked crossly, "Who's this?"
My partner. Orrin, meet Sally.
Did you say partner?
That's right.
You're a fag?
Her screech drew the attention of nearly everyone in the bar, Even Steve McQueen seemed to do a double-take from the TV screen. Sally dismounted the stool with a hop that caused the breasts, of which she was so proud, to bounce like a pair of water balloons. She stamped away on her platform heels.
"I'd still like to see you dance sometime,"
Wick called after her.
"Bite me,"
she hollered back. Orrin grabbed him by the back of his collar and practically dragged him through the exit. Once they were outside, he gave Wick a shove that nearly sent him sprawling.
"I've been looking all over town for you."
Wick spun around.
"You push me again, Orrin, and you'll regret it."
Orrin looked ready not only to push him, but to slug him.
"I've had every cop on the force on the lookout for your truck."
"What for?"
"Because I didn't trust you not to do something stupid."
Orrin took several heavy breaths, as though forcibly tamping down his anger.
"What's the matter with you, Wick?" "Nothing. Nothing my ass. You're sulky, edgy, disagreeable, argumentative, defensive. Thigpen was right on when he called you a jerk." "Well, then why don't you and Thigpen get together and suck each other's dick? I'm going home."
Orrin grabbed him by the shoulder and, heedless of Wick's warning, pushed him backward against the wall. He held him pinned there with one strong forearm across his chest. Orrin's first beat had been in a tough neighborhood rife with gangs and drugs, but he was just as tough as the criminal offenders and had come to be respected and feared by the meanest of the mean, he and Joe.
"This time I'm not going to let you get away with copping an attitude. That's too easy. You got to be up your butt, and I want to know what it is. If Joe were here—" "But he isn't," Wick shouted. "If he were, he'd pound it out of you. Leave me the hell alone."
Wick pushed him aside, knowing that he could do so only because Orrin allowed it.
"Is it her?"
Wick turned.
"Who?"
Orrin shook his head, looked at him with a mixture of aggravation and pity.
"She's bad news, Wick. A whore dressed up in a doctor suit." "She's not." "You heard so yourself, from those people in Dalton. She fucked—"
Wick took the first swing, but the last wild turkey had finally kicked in. It hampered his speed and his aim. Orrin caught it in the shoulder, which was padded with plenty of muscle. Orrin's fist caught Wick on the chin, which wasn't padded with anything. He actually heard his skin split, felt the blood spurt. Mercifully, Orrin grabbed him by the front of his shirt before his knees gave way. He pulled him close and held him face to face.
"A few days before he was shot, Raymond Collier's wife filed for divorce. She cited adultery. Guess who was named correspondent?"
Before he heaved up the bourbon on a public sidewalk, Wick pushed away from Orrin, turned, and headed toward the parking lot where he'd left his pickup, which had apparently been spotted by a tattletale cop. It hadn't been that hard for Orrin to find him.
"Wick!"
He stopped, then came around and aimed a threatening finger at Orrin.
"If you ever talk about her like that again—"
He was breathing hard, gasping, in fact. He couldn't deliver the warning with the impetus he wished. He had to get out of there, fast. So he settled on,
"Just don't, Orrin. Just don't."
"You shouldn't be driving, Wick. Let me take you to the motel, or to my house." Wick turned away and kept walking. From the driver's seat of an SUV parked in a metered slot on the street, Lozada watched the scene play out between Wick and Joe Threadgill's former partner, Orrin Wesley. He was too far away to hear what they were saying, but the exchange was angry. To Lozada's delight, they actually swapped punches. This was better than he ever could have anticipated. Dissension within the ranks. Strife between good friends. Everybody close to Wick Threadgill was pissed at him. Perfect. Earlier, he'd had the pleasure of revealing Wick's profession to Rennie. While she was still trying to assimilate that, he had added the furthermore. Furthermore, the FWPD had her under surveillance. Earlier, after Wick had left her with those two cute blasts of his horn, Lozada had trailed him around the block to a house that was supposedly under reconstruction. Since he had been the object of surveillance himself, he knew the signs. 3 cars parked out front, including Wick's pickup. building materials scattered around, but no evidence of actual work being done. An empty dumpster in the front yard. These were stage props, the police department's clumsy attempts to put one over on Lozada. How absurd of them to think they ever could. "They're watching you from a house on the street behind yours," he had told Rennie. "You're lying." "I wish I were, my dear." "Why would they be watching me?" "I suppose because of your murdered colleague." Coldly, she said, "I don't believe you." But she had. Within seconds of hanging up on him, she had left her house at a jog and run around the block straight to the other house. She was inside for several minutes before emerging, visibly upset, with Threadgill on her heels. Neither of them paid any attention to the SUV parked nearby. There were no records of his ownership of this car. The police didn't know to look for it. They followed his Mercedes, and he tolerated that. But when he didn't want to be followed, he drove this SUV. He had been parked within eavesdropping distance of the conversation during which Rennie told Wick she never wanted to see him again. God, what a sensational sight. His Rennie telling off Wick Threadgill, in terms that even a dim-witted cop like him could understand. From his observation point, Lozada felt the heat waves of anger coming off her. It gave him an erection. If she made love with even a fraction of that heat, she was going to be well worth the trouble. She had returned home. Lozada had wanted nothing more than to join her there and begin phase 2 of his seduction, but his focus was, of necessity, Threadgill. He had followed him as far as the bar, where he had no doubt gone to drown his sorrows. Poor Wick, Lozada thought now, as he watched him storm away from Wesley. First he'd been put down by Rennie, now by his longtime friend. The cocky bastard didn't look so cocky anymore. A sudden knocking on the passenger window of his SUV caused him to react reflexively. Less than an eye blink later, the barrel of a small pistol was aimed at Sally Horton's astonished face. "Jesus, it's just me," she exclaimed through the window glass. "I thought it was you, but I wasn't sure. What are you doing parked out here?" Lozada wanted to snuff her right then for drawing attention to him. Wesley was still across the street, talking to one of the policemen who patrolled Sundance on bicycle. "Get lost." "Can't I join you?" she whined. Lozada stretched across the console and opened the passenger side door. He would rather have her inside than yelling at him through the window. She climbed in. "Where's your Mercedes? Not that this isn't cool, too." She ran her hand over the glove-soft leather upholstery. Lozada was watching Wesley. She followed his gaze. "He's gay." He looked at her. "What?" "He's a fag." Wesley was a family man. It was Lozada's business to know these things. Wesley had a wife and 2 daughters. "What makes you think he's gay?" "This guy I met in the bar, he bought me a drink and we were getting along pretty good when that man there comes along. Mad as hell. Turns out they're partners." She had been talking to Threadgill? He had bought her a drink? Was the other guy black, too? Sally shook her head. "Blonde and blue-eyed, a cowboy. Tough-looking but cute." Threadgill. "I'm not into being a fag hag. I don't care how cute the guy is." She reached across the console and stroked his fly. "Say, that gun of yours really turns me on. And so does your pistol." She laughed at her own asinine joke. "What did you talk about?" "Me and the cowboy? I told him about my dream to become a dancer. And then I told him about this guy I like, who likes me." She winked. "Wonder who?" Lozada forced himself to smile. "It wouldn't be me, would it?" She squeezed him playfully. "And he said—" "The cowboy?" "Yeah, he said that since there weren't any women coming in and out of your place, that I probably didn't have any competition. What do you say?" Lozada reached across and fingered her nipple through the ridiculous T-shirt. "How did he know there were no women coming in and out of my place? Did he ask?" "Yeah, but I told him—" Suddenly she stopped, looked at him apprehensively, changed course. I didn't tell him shit. You asked me not to talk about you, so I didn't. I mean, not by name. Good girl. He tweaked her, hard enough to make her wince. You know you've got me really hot. I can tell. Let's go somewhere more private. We can do it here. Not what I have in mind, we can't. Rennie looked at her bedside clock. It was after 3 a.m., and she was still awake. She was due at the hospital at 5:45. She fluffed her pillow, straightened the sheet that had become twisted around her restless legs, and closed her eyes, determined to clear her mind long enough to fall asleep. A half hour later, she gave up. She went into her kitchen, filled her electric kettle with water, and plugged it in. She assembled the fixings for tea, but her coordination was shot, her motions clumsy. She dropped the lid of the tea canister twice before she was able to replace it properly. Damn him. But exactly which him she was referring to, even she wasn't sure. Wick Threadgill or Lozada, take your pick. They were tied for first place on her shit list. Detective Wesley was a close second. She had every intention of making good the threat she had issued. Wesley's superior would be hearing from her attorney. Either he could arrest her or he could leave her alone, but she would not live under a cloud of suspicion for a crime she had neither committed nor knew anything about. The 5 dozen roses were the returned favor to which Lozada had referred. Anything else was unthinkable. He frightened her. He was a criminal. He was creepy. He was persistent, and she feared patient. He would continue the phone calls until she put a stop to them. The problem was, she didn't know how. Reporting him to the police would be the normal course of action, but she was reluctant to do that now. She had waited too long. Telling Wesley this far after the fact would validate and could even increase his suspicion. She would eventually be cleared of any involvement in the crime that had cost Lee his life, but in the meantime... It was that in the meantime that she must avoid. The incident in Dalton would be resurrected, and... The kettle screamed. She quickly unplugged it and poured the boiling water over the tea bag. Carrying the steeping cup into her living room, she switched on the television set and sat down in a corner of her sofa, tucking her legs beneath her. She channel surfed, trying to find any programming that would take her mind off her troubles with Lozada and keep her from thinking about Wick. She had lied about not being mad. She was mad. Furious, in fact. But she also had been hurt by him. And that was the most unsettling part of this whole thing, knowing that she still could be hurt. She had believed herself immune to caring that much. Obviously, she'd been wrong. She had discouraged him at every turn, but her rejection hadn't deterred him. She had begun to admire his tenacity, and she was flattered by his obstinate pursuit. In all honesty, she had been glad he turned out to be the driver of the racing pickup. When he pushed back his hat and drawled, "You're no good for my ego, Dr. Newton," she had felt an unmistakable flutter of excitement. But he wasn't a dogged suitor at all, only a detective hot on the trail of a suspect. His betrayal had been a wake-up call. Time had eclipsed hurtful memories. Years had dulled the pain of deep emotional wounds. Resolves had begun to diminish in importance. Wick's double-cross had been a cruel reminder of why she had made those resolutions. She was back on track now, more resolute than before. She should thank him for that, she supposed. But she wasn't grateful for his making her experience feelings and sensations she had long denied herself. She hated him for making her miss them, for making her yearn to explore them. With him. She set her half-finished tea on the coffee table and settled more deeply into the cushions. When she closed her eyes, she relived how grand it had felt yesterday afternoon, being astride Bede. The sun and wind hot against her skin, the exhilaration of speed, the feeling that she could outrun anything, freedom. Had she known then that Wick was driving the pickup, she probably would have felt even happier. He made her smile, laugh even. That crooked front tooth. The telephone awakened her. Wick got away from Orrin with no time to spare. He climbed into his pickup. It seemed to take an hour for the parking lot attendant to tally his charge, and drove to the edge of downtown. He parked on a deserted side street and then, for the next few minutes, tried to convince himself that he wasn't about to die. Repeatedly, he popped the rubber band against his wrist, hard, but it didn't stop the false signals of imminent death from whizzing toward his brain. He'd never had much faith that a rubber band could work that kind of miracle. It would be like using a bullwhip to halt a runaway freight train. But the doctor had recommended it, so Wick had humored him and started wearing it. His fingers and toes tingled. Numbness crept up his legs and through his hands into his arms. The first time he experienced that temporary paralysis, he took it as proof positive that he had a brain tumor. He had learned that it was symptomatic of nothing except a shortage of oxygenated blood in his extremities due to hyperventilation. He opened his glove box and took out the brown paper lunch sack he carried with him. Within seconds of breathing into it, the tingling abated, the numbness receded, and feeling returned. But his heart was pumping as though he had come nose to nose with a cobra poised and ready to strike. He was drenched with sweat. Although he knew he wasn't dying, it sure as hell felt like he was. For 5 hellish minutes, his reason and his body went to war. His reason told him he was suffering a panic attack. His body told him he was dying. Of the two, his body was the more convincing. He had been having dinner out with friends when he was seized by his first. Midway through the meal, it had slammed into him. He hadn't seen it coming. There was no warning. He didn't just begin to feel bad and then gradually get worse. 1 second he was fine, and the next a wave of heat surged through him and left him trembling. Immediately he was dizzy and nauseated. He excused himself from the table, rushed into the men's room, and was stricken with violent diarrhea. He shook like he had a palsy, and his scalp felt like it was crawling off his head. His heart was beating like a son of a bitch, and though he was gasping, he couldn't suck in enough breath. He had believed wholeheartedly that whatever the hell had made him suddenly sick was going to kill him. There and then, he was going to die on the floor of that public restroom. He had been convinced of that as he'd never been convinced of anything in his life. 20 minutes later, he was strong enough to stand, to wash his face with cold water, to excuse himself from the group of friends. He felt lucky to be leaving the restaurant alive, as wrung out as a dishcloth, but alive. He'd gone home and slept for 12 hours. The next day he was weak, but otherwise fine. He figured he'd been gripped by a vicious strain of flu, or maybe the marinara sauce he'd been eating was toxic. 48 hours later, it had happened again. He woke up in his own bed. No nightmare, nothing. He'd been sleeping soundly when he abruptly awoke in abject terror of dying. His heart was hammering, sweat poured from him, he was gasping for air. Again he'd had the tingling in his extremities, the crawling scalp, and the absolute conviction that his time on Earth was ending. This had taken place shortly after all the shit with Lozada had gone down. The assassin was thumbing his nose at the department in general, and at Wick in particular. And now he'd been stricken with a terminal disease. That was his take on the situation when he made an appointment with an internist. "You mean I'm just crazy?" After putting him through a battery of tests, neurological, gastrointestinal, cardiological, you name it, the doctor's diagnosis was that he suffered from acute anxiety disorder. The doctor was quick to tell him he wasn't crazy, and to explain the nature of the syndrome. Wick was relieved to learn that his illness wasn't fatal, but the cause was imprecise, and that bothered him. He wanted a quick fix, and was disheartened to learn that it usually didn't work that way. "You may never experience another one," the doctor told him, "or you may have them periodically for the rest of your life." Wick studied the subject, researched it, exhausted the material available. While he hated to think of thousands of others suffering as he did, he was comforted to know that his symptoms were common. For a while he saw a therapist weekly, and took the prophylactic medication that was prescribed. Finally, though, he persuaded both doctors and himself that he was cured.
I'm over it,
he told the psychologist.
Whatever triggered the attacks, and it was a combination of things, has passed. I'm good to go.
And for the past 10 months he had been. That was how long it had been since his last panic attack. He'd been fine. Until tonight. Thank God it wasn't a severe one, that it had been short-lived. He'd recognized it for what it was and had talked himself through it. Maybe the rubber band had helped after all. He waited 5 minutes more to be certain it had passed before he began driving again. He took an entrance ramp onto the West Freeway and drove with no particular destination in mind. In fact, his mind was empty except for thoughts of Rennie Newton, surgeon, equestrian, Lolita, killer. His panic attack might have been precipitated by hearing that at 16 she'd been involved with a married man. Her father's business partner, no less, probably much older than she. She had been a teenage homewrecker. That jived with Crystal's description of a teenage hellraiser. A girl who would drive around town bare-breasted would also sleep with her father's partner, destroy his marriage, and probably laugh about it later. Dalton's moral majority would be outraged by such behavior. Throw into the mix the fatal shooting of her father's business partner, and it was little wonder that her parents had said good riddance when they sent her to boarding school. But all that was incongruous with the woman Wick knew. Granted, he'd been in her company all of 2 times, but from what he had observed, he believed he had a fair grasp on her character. Far from a party girl, she had the social life of a monk. Rather than flaunting her sexuality, she shrank from being touched, going so far as to say, "Don't," when he would have touched her cheek.
Now, was this the behavior of a femme fatale?
He couldn't reconcile the 2 Rennie Newtons, and it was making him nuts, and for reasons that had nothing to do with the Lozada connection and Howell's murder. His objectivity had flown, and Orrin knew it. That's why Orrin was monitoring his activities, tracking him like a damn bloodhound. But he couldn't really be angry at Orrin. Okay, he was pissed that he'd hit him so hard, and he was dead wrong about Rennie. But Orrin was doing his job. He had recruited Wick to help him do it, and instead he had added a complication. Suddenly he realized that his driving hadn't been as aimless as he had thought. He was on the street where he had grown up. He guessed his subconscious had directed him here. Maybe he needed to touch home base, get grounded again. He pulled the pickup to a stop at the curb in front of his family's house. He had sold it after Joe was killed. It would have seemed like a sacrilege to live there without Joe. He didn't know if the couple who'd bought it from him still lived here or if it had exchanged hands since then, but the present owners were good trustees. Even in the dark, he could tell the place was well kept. The St. Augustine was clipped and neatly edged, the shrubbery pruned. The shutters had been painted a different color, but he thought his mother would approve it. Her rose bed on the east side still flourished. He could hear his father saying,
"You boys should be ashamed of yourselves."
"Yes, sir.
"Yes, sir. Your mother prides herself on those roses, you know."
"It was an accident," Wick mumbled.
"But she had asked you not to play ball near her rose bed, hadn't she?"
Wick had been going out for a pass thrown by his older brother. The football had landed in the rose bushes, and so had Wick. By the time he had thrashed around to extricate himself, he'd broken off the branches of several plants at ground level. His mother had cried when she saw the irreparable damage. When their father got home from work, he had laid into them.
"From now on, play football on that vacant lot down the street."
"Well, there are fire ants on that lot, Dad," Wick had said.
"Would you just shut up?"
Joe hissed.
"Don't tell me to shut up. You're not my boss. You're no Joe Namath either. If you hadn't thrown that damn ball—" "Wick!"
When their dad used that tone of voice, he and Joe knew it was wise not to say anything more.
"This weekend, the 2 of you will clean out the garage and scrape out the gutters. No friends can come over, and you can't go anywhere. And if I hear any complaining, quarreling, or cussing," he said, looking directly at Wick, "you'll have it even worse next weekend."
Wick smiled at the memory. Even then, Joe had shown self-restraint and had known when to keep his mouth shut. Lessons Wick had yet to learn. Many memories had been made inside that house. His mom had made major events of holidays and birthdays. A variety of cats and dogs, 2 hamsters, and 1 injured mockingbird had been their beloved pets. He'd fallen from the pecan tree in the backyard and broken his arm, and his mom had cried and said it could have been his neck. The day Joe got his first car, he had let Wick sit in the driver's seat while he pointed out its features. Parties had been held for each of their school commencements, and then again when they graduated from the police academy. Their parents had been proud of them. Wick figured his dad had bored his Bell helicopter co-workers with stories of his boys, the policemen. There were some sad memories, too, like the day his parents had told them about his father's cancer. By then, he and Joe were living separately in apartments, but they came home frequently for family get-togethers. They had been gathered around the kitchen table eating chocolate cake and regaling Mom and Dad with cop stories, which they always edited so as not to cause them too much worry, when their father had turned serious. His mother had become so upset she had had to leave the room, Wick recalled. 2 years into her widowhood, a teenage driver ran a stop sign and hit her broadside. The EMTs said she had died instantly. At the time, Wick had railed against the injustice of losing both parents so close together. Later, he was glad his mother hadn't lived to see her firstborn slain. She had thought the sun rose and set in Joe. If that car accident hadn't killed her, having to bury him would have, and it would have been much more painful. His darkest memory was of the night Joe had been taken from him. After their mother's death, they had moved back into the house together. That night he had been entertaining a group of friends. It was a boozy, noisy crowd, and he had barely heard the doorbell above the blaring music. He was surprised to see Orrin and Grace standing on his threshold. "Hey, who called the fuzz? Is the music too loud?" He remembered raising his hands in surrender. "We promised to be nice, officer. Just don't haul us off to the pokey." But Orrin didn't smile, and Grace's eyes were wet. A slam dunk of realization, then, "Where's Joe?" He had known before asking. Wick sighed, gave the house another poignant look, then let his foot off the brake and drove slowly away. Enough of memory lane for one night, Wick, old boy. The city slept. There were few other vehicles on the streets. He wheeled into the motel parking lot, got out, locked his pickup, trudged to his door, and let himself in. The room smelled musty. Too many cigarettes, too many occupants, too many carry-out meals. Disinfectant couldn't penetrate the layers of odors. He turned on the air conditioner full blast to circulate the stale air. The bed, sad and sagging as it was, looked inviting, but he needed a shower first. Even at this hour of the morning, the hot water ran out before he could work up a sufficient lather, but he didn't rush. He let the cold water stream over his face and head for a long time, washing away the after effects of the panic attack. Besides, he was beginning to like cold showers, and just as well. It seemed that he and ample hot water were never going to be roommates. The moment he switched off the faucets, he heard the noise in the bedroom. "God damn it," he muttered. That maid must have radar. But this was ridiculous. It was, he checked his wristwatch, 4:23. The manager was going to hear about this. Angrily, he snatched a towel off the bar and wrapped it around his waist, then yanked open the door and barged through. She was lying on his bed, face up. The silver letters on her T-shirt glittered in the glare of the nightstand lamp. It also reflected in her open eyes and shone garishly on the 2 neat holes in her forehead. He sensed movement behind him, but didn't have time to react before an iron forearm was clamped down on his Adam's apple. He was punched hard in the back, just above his waist. It caused his ears to ring and the room to tilt. "You can blame yourself for her, Threadgill. Think about that as you die. The punch started hurting like hell, but it jump-started his conditioned reflexes. He tried to throw off the arm across his throat. At the same time, he jabbed his elbow backward. It connected with ribs, but not with any significant thrust. He repeated the movements and aimed for his assailant's kneecap with his heel. Or thought he did. He wanted to. He tried. Wasn't sure he did. Jesus, he hadn't realized he was so out of shape. Or had the panic attack been worse than he thought? It had left him as weak as a newborn kitten. "Mr. Threadgill." His name echoed out of a hollow distance. It was followed by repeated knocking. Fuck! The arm across his neck let go. When it did, his knees buckled and he went down, landing hard on the smelly carpet. Pain rocketed through his skull. Jesus Christ, that hurt. Oblivion rolled in like a dense fog. He saw it coming, welcomed it. Rennie rushed from the doctor's parking lot into the emergency room. "Number 3, Dr. Newton." She tossed her shoulder bag to the desk attendant. "Watch this for me, please." She ran down the corridor. There was a lot of activity in room 3, numerous personnel, all busy. A nurse was standing ready with a paper gown for her. She pushed her arms through the sleeves and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. As she adjusted a pair of clear goggles to cover her eyes, she said, "Tell me," the ER resident said. 41-year-old male, stab wound in the back lower right side. Object still buried to the hilt. Kidney? Almost certain. Pressure's down to 80, a nurse said. Other nurses and an intern called out other vital information. The patient had been intubated. He was being transfused with O-negative blood and was getting Ringer lactate solution through an IV. He'd been rolled onto his side so she could inspect the wound. The handle of what looked like a screwdriver extended from it. His abdomen's swelling. He's got a belly full of blood. She looked for herself and determined there was no need to do a peritoneal lavage or CAT scan. The patient was bleeding out internally. "Pressure's dropping, doctor." Rennie assimilated the barrage of information within 30 seconds of her arrival. A nurse hung up a wall phone and shouted above the confusion. "OR's ready," Rennie said. "Let's go." As she turned away, she happened to glance at the patient's face. Her wordless cry momentarily halted everyone surrounding the gurney. "Dr. Newton, you okay?" She nodded, saying gruffly, "Let's move." But no one did. "Stat!" That galvanized them. The gurney was wheeled into the corridor. She ran alongside. The elevator was being held open for them. They had almost reached it when someone shouted her name. "Wait up!" She stopped, turned. Detective Wesley was running toward her. "Not now, Detective. I've got an emergency on my hands." "You're not operating on Wick." "Like hell I'm not." "Not you." "This is what I do." "Not on Wick." The gurney had been rolled inside the elevator. She motioned the emergency team to take it up. "I'll be right there." The elevator doors closed. She turned back to Wesley. "He's in shock and he could die. Soon. Do you understand?" "Dr. Sugarman is on his way. He'll be here in 5 minutes." "Sorry, haven't got it to spare, Detective. Besides, I'm a better surgeon than Sugarman and have more trauma experience. A patient needs me, and I'll be damned before I'll let you stop me from saving his life." She held his stare for 10 seconds before turning away and rushing toward the elevator that had been sent back down for her. "The girl's all right? You're sure?" "Orrin, you asked me that 10 minutes ago. I called the house. They're fine." He took Grace's hand and rubbed the back of it. "Sorry." "It's okay." She slipped her arm across his shoulders. "The policewoman you sent over was cooking breakfast for them. Another officer is watching the house. They're fine." She massaged his neck. "I'm not so sure about you." "I'm okay." He pushed himself off the waiting room sofa. "What could be taking so long? He's been in surgery for hours." "That could be a good sign." "But what—" "Are you Detective Wesley?" He spun around. A nurse in green scrubs approached. "Dr. Newton sent me to tell you that she'd be out in a few minutes. She asked you to wait." "What about Wick, the patient? What about him?" "Dr. Newton will be out soon." She turned and went back through the double doors. Grace reached for Orrin and pulled him back down beside her. He covered his face with his hands. "He's dead, or she would have told us something." "She didn't tell us anything because that's not her job." "He's dead, I know it." "He's as strong as an ox, Orrin." "It's Joe all over again." "No, it's not." "The only difference is that when I found Joe, he was already dead." "It's not Joe. It's not the same." "I wasn't there for Joe and I wasn't there for Wick." "You weren't responsible for what happened to either of them." "If Wick's dead." "He isn't." "If he is, Grace, I'll have let Joe down. He would have expected me to take care of his brother, watch over him, protect him from something like this." "Orrin, stop it. Don't do this to yourself. You can't take the blame for this." "I am to blame. Weren't for me, Wick would still be in Galveston, safe, not dying on that fucking motel room floor."
His voice cracked with emotion.
He asked me if that place was the best the police department could do. I told him to stop his belly aching, that he'd slept in worse, and that it was several rungs up from that dump he'd been living in. Jesus Grace, I can't take this. I swear I can't.
Wick is not dead.
How do you know?
She smiled at him gently. Because he's too ornery to die. He wanted to believe it, but Grace was a professional counselor. That was what she did all day, every day. She earned her living from knowing good things to say in bad situations. But even if they were platitudes, he was glad she was here beside him, saying the things he wanted and needed to hear. It was another 12 minutes before Dr. Newton came through the double doors. The sight of her wasn't encouraging. She looked like a battle-scarred soldier who'd lost the battle. She had pulled on a lab coat, but it didn't hide the blood-stained tunic of her scrubs. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, trailed from beneath her cap. Her eyes were ringed with dark circles, and she looked like she could stand a hot meal or two. She didn't prolong their suspense. As she approached, she said, "He survived the surgery." Orrin expelled a deep breath and hugged Grace tightly. She pressed her face into his chest and whispered a prayer of thanksgiving. They held each other that way for several moments. He finally released Grace and wiped his eyes. Grace extended her hand to the surgeon. "I'm Grace Wesley. Rennie Newton." "Thank you, Dr. Newton." After the two women shook hands, Dr. Newton handed Orrin a plastic bag containing a bloody Phillips screwdriver. "I'm the only one who touched it." Then she pushed her hands into the pockets of her lab coat and went straight to business. The wound was deep. The solid part of his right kidney was penetrated. The organ was repaired and should heal without any adverse effect to his renal system. He also suffered some muscle damage. I called in our orthopedic specialist. He did an outstanding job of repairing the muscle. He'll be available for consultation later today, if you wish.
He lost a lot of blood,
Orrin said. She nodded. Once I found the main source of the bleeding, a severed artery, I was able to direct the blood flow back to the kidney. Fortunately, we got to him when we did. Otherwise, he might have lost the organ or died of exsanguination. If they'd waited on Sugarman, he might not have survived. That was what she was telling him. Orrin asked when they could see him. "Right now, if you like. Come with me." She turned and they followed. Grace must have sensed the underlying animosity between them. She gave him a quizzical look and mouthed, "What's going on?" He shook his head. Later he would explain to her the intricacies of the situation. Once he did, she would understand why his conversation with the doctor was polite but stilted. She led them through 2 sets of automatic sliding doors into the surgical ICU. "He's still under heavy anesthesia, and I should warn you that he doesn't look very good. Something happened to his face."
He fell on it.
Dr. Newton stopped and looked back at him, her eyes wide, revealing more feeling than she'd shown thus far.
He was attacked from behind, he explained. Apparently, when his assailant let go of him, Wick collapsed and landed hard on the floor face down. That's how the paramedics found him.
He was too ashamed to tell them that he was responsible for busting open Wick's chin. "The orthopedist x-rayed his face," she said. "His cheekbone wasn't broken, but well, you'll see." She motioned them into one of the units. Grace, who was braver than he, went directly to the bed, took one look at Wick, and began to cry. Orrin hung back, but he could see well enough. His first reaction was to curse beneath his breath. Wick lay on his left side, propped up in that position by a body pillow. The right side of his face, the one visible, was so badly swollen and bruised that he was hardly recognizable. Both eyes were closed, but he couldn't have opened his right one if he had wanted to. It was that swollen. A breathing tube was taped to his lips. The cut on his chin seemed inconsequential compared to the other injuries, but that was the one that caused Orrin to grimace. "We're giving him antibiotics through his IV to prevent infection, although there's nothing to indicate that the bowel was punctured, which would have complicated his condition considerably. Dr. Newton explained in a voice that sounded mechanical and detached again. He has a catheter. There was blood in his urine initially, but it's cleared. That's a good sign, right? Grace asked. Definitely. His heart is strong, pulse steady. We're keeping a tight check on his blood pressure. We'll be taking him off the respirator as soon as he regains consciousness. Naturally, he'll be sedated for pain. His good physical condition helped him survive, and it will help him recover. He'll remain in ICU for several days, and I'll continue to watch him closely, but his prognosis is good. The three stood and stared at him in silence for a couple more minutes. Then Dr. Newton motioned them out. Is there someone who should be notified? Does he have a family? We didn't know if there were someone we should call. Wick isn't married, Grace said, answering before he could. He has no family. Dr. Newton's hands disappeared once again into the pockets of her lab coat, delving deep, as though she were trying to push her fists through the bottom seams. I see. Is there anything we can do for him? She gave Grace a wan smile. Presently, no. Once he's released, he'll need someone with him for at least a week. He'll require a lot of bed rest. Until then, our capable nursing staff will take good care of him. By late tomorrow, I'll allow him to have visitors, but only on a limited basis. Orrin said, Unfortunately, Dr. Newton, I can't allow him to have visitors. He was the victim of a crime. He's also a key witness. To what? Murder. A young woman was in the room with Wick when he was attacked, Wesley said. She was dead at the scene. Rennie schooled her features not to show any reaction. It wasn't easy. Mistrusting her voice, she only nodded. The CSU is going over the room now. The motel housekeeper, who'd been a nuisance until this morning, saved his life. She came into Wick's room with her passkey. If she hadn't interrupted when she did, he would have died too. Did she see who did it? He shook his head. The bathroom window was left open. We figure he climbed out just ahead of her coming in. She had knocked first. He was scared off. So she can't give you a description? Unfortunately, no. And motel rooms are hell to gather evidence from because hundreds of people come and go through them. Footprints outside the window? Blacktopped alley. So far we have no clues. But hopefully our techs will find something useful. What about that? She asked, pointing to the bagged screwdriver. We'll get what we can from it. Rennie wanted to ask him if he had any suspects in mind, but was afraid of what his answer would be. As soon as Wick wakes up, I'll need to question him, find out what he knows, he said. I understand, but keep in mind that he fought for his life last night. He'll need rest. I don't want my patient to be agitated. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize Wick's recovery, he said irritably. I'll trust you not to. Now, I must excuse myself. I have another operation scheduled in half an hour. But you look exhausted, Grace exclaimed. I just need some breakfast. She smiled at Grace Wesley, whom she had liked instantly, then turned back to the detective. Obviously, you and Mr. Threadgill are more than professional associates. Friends. Virtually family. Then I'll leave word with the ICU nurses that if you call, they're free to give you an update on his condition. I would appreciate that consideration. Thank you. You're welcome. Grace Wesley thanked her again for saving Wick's life. The detective said a clipped, I'll be in touch, then punched the down button on the elevator. Rennie went back into Wick's cubicle and asked the nurse if he had shown any signs of coming around. He's moaned a couple of times, Doctor, that's all. Please page me when he does. I'll be in the OR, but as soon as he wakes up, I want to know about it. Of course, Dr. Newton. Before leaving, she gazed down at her patient, but curbed the impulse to brush a wayward strand of hair off his forehead. She showered in the locker room and put on fresh scrubs, then went to the cafeteria on the ground level. She had a breakfast of scrambled eggs, toast, and orange juice, but she ate it only because she needed fuel, not because she wanted it or enjoyed tasting the food. Back on the surgical floor, she reviewed her next patient's charts and spoke to her briefly. Your oncologist and I agree that the tumor is contained. Once that section of bowel is removed, your prognosis is very good. The woman thanked her groggily as the anesthesiologist administered the heavy sedative into her IV. Rennie scrubbed methodically. It felt good to be performing a task that was familiar and routine. Her carefully organized life had slipped out of her control. Ever since she heard about Lee's murder, ever since the appearance of the roses in her living room, nothing had been in order. But, she thought as she scrubbed ruthlessly between her fingers, she could get back that control. All she needed to do was focus on her work. Work was her handle on life. Get a grip on her work, and she had a grip on her life. In the operating room, she was slicing through adipose tissue on the patient's abdomen when the assisting resident surgeon said, I heard you had some excitement around here this morning. Our Dr. Newton is a regular heroine, said the scrub tech. Rennie, whose mind was on her task, asked absently, What are you talking about?
It was all over the news this morning.
Rennie glanced at the anesthesiologist, who'd spoken from his stool behind the patient. What was on the news?
How you saved the cop's life.
The resident said, Threadgill's brother died in the line of duty a few years ago. You prevented him from doing the same. Except that this Threadgill wasn't on duty at the time, said one of the circulating nurses. I don't know anything about him, Rennie said coolly. Suction, please. I responded to an emergency, that's all.
According to the news, the girl was beyond help, the anesthesiologist remarked.
The talkative resident picked up the story. I heard straight from the paramedics who responded to the 911 call that she was found in the cop's bed. Apparently, whoever attacked Threadgill killed her first.
Jealous boyfriend?
Her husband.
Could be. The way they pieced it together, Threadgill was in the shower.
Speaking for myself, the resident quipped, I always have a cigarette first, then shower. What about you, Betts? You ever smoke after sex? I don't know, replied the circulating nurse. I've never looked. Everyone laughed. The scrub tech bobbed her eyebrows above her mask. If this cop looks anything like the picture they printed in a newspaper, I'd say the girl died smiling. Could we please get back to business here? Rennie snapped. What's her pressure? The anesthesiologist replied in a subdued professional tone. Rennie's brusqueness had quelled the joking. She kept her head down, her concentration focused on the surgery. But when her pager chirped, she asked the circulating nurse to check it for her. It's surgical ICU, Dr. Newton. Would you call them, please? She listened as the nurse placed the call. Okay, I'll tell her. She hung up. Threadgill's waking up. Thanks. Although she sensed the raised eyebrows above the masks, no one dared to comment. From there, the talk related only to the procedure they were performing. Finally, Rennie withdrew her hands and nodded for the assisting surgeon to clip the last internal suture. She probed the area with her gloved finger to make certain all the sutures held. Looks good. Perfect, he said. Excellent job, Dr. Newton. Thank you. Would you mind closing up for me? Your wish is my command. Thanks. Good job, everyone. She peeled off her bloody gloves and pushed through the door, knowing that as soon as it closed behind her, she would be the topic of speculative conversation. Let them wonder, she thought. She reported the satisfactory results of the operation to the patient's anxious family, then hurried to the locker room, took a second shower, and reached the ICU just as the nurse was urging Wick to cough up his breathing tube. He suffered the choking sensation all patients did, but eventually the thing was out. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it, Mr. Threadgill? You did real good. He moved his lips, but the nurse couldn't hear him, so she leaned down close. When she straightened up, she was chuckling. What did he say? Rennie asked. He said, get fucked. You don't have to tolerate that from him. Don't worry about it, Doctor. I got a husband and 4 sons. Rennie took her place at Wick's bedside. Wick, do you know where you are? He grunted an unintelligible reply. She placed her stethoscope on his chest and listened for several moments. You're doing fine. Thirsty. How about some ice chips? She looked across at the nurse, who nodded and left on the errand. "We'll start you out on ice chips, Wick. I don't want you to drink anything yet and get nauseated." He grunted again and was struggling to open his right eye, unaware that it was swollen shut. He would be groggy and disoriented for hours yet. "How's the pain, Wick? I can increase the dosage of your pain medication." He mumbled something else she couldn't interpret. "I'll take that as a yes." The nurse returned with a cup of crushed ice and a plastic spoon. "Give him a few spoonfuls every time he wakes up." She made the necessary notations on his chart. Before leaving, she said, "I'll be either here or at my office. Page me if there's any change." "Well, certainly. Oh, Dr. Newton, I think he wants to speak to you." Rennie returned to Wick's bedside. He groped for her hand. Despite the IV port that was taped to the back of his hand, his grip was surprisingly strong. She leaned down close. "What is it, Wick?" He whispered only one word. Lozada. Detective Wesley frowned at her from the other side of his cluttered desk. "Anything else?" "Just that. Lozada," Rennie repeated. "When was this?" "About noon today." "And you're just now telling me?" "I had to sort it out first." "Sort what out?" Other personnel in the Criminal Investigation Division appeared to be going about their business, but Rennie was aware that she was an object of curiosity. "Is there someplace we can talk more privately?" Wesley shrugged and indicated for her to follow him. He led her into the same room where the interrogation had been videotaped. They sat in the same seating arrangement. She didn't particularly like the implication that she was once again being placed in a defensive position, but she didn't remark on it. Instead, she immediately resumed the conversation. "Could that mean it was Lozada who attacked Wick last night?" "Oh, you think so?" She felt her cheeks turn warm. "Apparently that's not a news flash to you." "Hardly, Doctor." "May I ask you a question?" He shrugged with indifference. "What is it about me that rubs you the wrong way?" He shifted in his chair. "Nothing." "That's not true. You've disliked me from the get-go. Why?" "Why don't you just tell me what's on your mind, Dr. Newton? What did you sort out this afternoon?" "The day of Lee Howell's funeral, I received a bouquet of roses. This was the enclosure card." She opened her handbag and took out a plastic bag in which she'd placed the small white card. It was the second piece of evidence she had collected that day, although she tried not to think about having to pull the screwdriver from Wick's back. Wesley took the bag from her, looked at the card, and read the single typed line, but his reaction wasn't what she had expected. In fact, he didn't react at all. His expression remained unchanged. "Evidently, this comes as no surprise to you either." "I didn't know it had accompanied a bouquet of roses sent to you the day of Howell's funeral." "But you recognize the card, don't you?" "How could you? It's been—" She stopped, looked at him aghast. "You weren't content just to watch my house. You searched it. You did, didn't you?" "Not me." She sat back as though pushed by an invisible hand. "Wick." Wesley said nothing. Her head dropped forward. She stared at her hands, which no amount of cream or lotion could keep moisturized because of the antiseptic soap she scrubbed with. Wick had been inside her house, rummaging through her drawers, going through her things. Before or after they'd met, she wondered. Although it didn't matter. Her privacy had been violated, and worse, Wick had been the one who'd violated it. After a brief but strained silence, she raised her head and looked at Wesley. The card came from Lozada. He personally delivered the roses. He broke into my house and left them for me to find. "How do you know?" "He told me." "Told you?" "He's called me several times. I've asked him not to. I've insisted that he leave me alone, but he keeps calling." "And says what?" "Read the card, Detective. He developed a crush on me during his trial. He stared at me constantly, every moment he was in the courtroom. to the point where it became noticeable and embarrassing. Apparently, he's now deluded himself into thinking that I reciprocate his romantic interest.
Because of the verdict?
I suppose. Who knows why? He's crazy.
He harumphed. Lozada is a lot of things, but crazy isn't one of them.
He watched her for a moment.
Why are you telling me all this now?
I'm afraid that he killed Dr. Howell. I think he learned that Lee was named chief of surgery over me, so he killed him as a favor for me. He told me he wanted to return the favor I did him.
By acquitting him?
A 12-person jury acquitted him.
His deep shrug said, "If you say so." Go on.
Lozada is the one who told me about your surveillance. He's been watching me, too. He saw Wick follow me home yesterday afternoon. I guess Lozada followed him around the block to the stakeout house. Then he called me. He enjoyed telling me that my newfound friend is a cop.
Wick would argue that.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Why didn't you tell us about Lozada last night when you confronted us?
Because I didn't want you to think what you're thinking.
Which is?
That I'm in cahoots with Lozada, she exclaimed. That is what you're thinking, isn't it? You think I contracted him to kill Lee. And now Wick. That's why you objected to my operating on him.
You were angry at us, at Wick in particular.
So you think I called this paid assassin, who just so happens to have a crush on me, and instructed him to stab Wick in the back with a screwdriver?
Wesley stared at her impassively. He was a seasoned policeman with years of experience. Confessions came in all forms. No doubt he thought she was unburdening herself of guilt.
If that's your allegation, it's too absurd even to deny, she said.
Then what are you doing here?
After Wick spoke Lozada's name, everything became clear. I saw things as you've been seeing them. Lee gets a promotion I wanted. He gets killed. I told Wick I never wanted to see him again. An attempt is made on his life. When it crystallized in my mind, I came straight here, only stopping at home long enough to retrieve that card.
Why did you save it?
I'm not sure. I destroyed the roses. Maybe I saved the card because I thought I might need proof.
Meaning that, from the beginning, you suspected Lozada of killing Howell?
No. It wasn't until a few days after Lee's funeral, after I received the roses, that Lozada called me for the first time. He asked if I had enjoyed them. I didn't know until then who had sent them. He gave her a retiring look.
Come now, Dr. Newton.
I swear I didn't.
You didn't have an inkling?
All right, possibly. Subconsciously. I knew of no one else who could or would have broken into my house.
Yet when you learned it was Lozada, you still didn't contact me. Why not?
Because of the tone of the interrogation you conducted in this room. I was afraid it would confirm your suspicions of my involvement.
You had information that might have led to Lozada's arrest, and you failed to come forward with it.
Which was a mistake.
Why didn't you come running to me, waving that card and saying, "I think I know who murdered my friend and why"?
I could have been terribly wrong. I could have impeded your investigation, sent you down the wrong path.
No, I don't think that's it, Dr. Newton. I think you hoped that we would solve the mystery of Dr. Howell's murder all by ourselves, without your help. Isn't that right?
His eyes probed hers.
You didn't want your name attached to a man's violent death.
After a meaningful pause, he added,
"A second time."
Ah. She lowered her head again, but only for an instant, then met his incisive gaze defiantly. You know about Raymond Collier?
Some. Want to tell me more about it?
You've got your resources, Detective, and I'm sure you'll put them to good use.
You can count on it.
He crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head.
There is something that puzzles me. I'm wondering how you got seated on that jury. Didn't the lawyers question the prospective jurors? Ask if there were any arrest records? Weren't you sworn to tell the truth?
Raymond Collier's death was a tragic accident. I don't have a police record. And during voir dire, nobody asked if I had been involved in an accidental shooting when I was a minor.
Well, that was convenient, wasn't it?
She stood up. I can see you neither value nor want my help.
On the contrary, Dr. Newton, it's been an enlightening conversation.
Will you arrest Lozada now?
When I get my hands on enough evidence to back up an arrest and indictment.
What do you mean, when? This morning, my hands were soaking in all the evidence you need. Wick's blood. And I've handed you the weapon.
It'll be thoroughly analyzed by the lab, and as we speak, detectives are hot on the trail of its origin, but I can tell you what they'll find. They'll find that it's decades old, and that when new, it could have been bought at any hardware store on the continent, and probably beyond. Between then and now, God knows how many hands have come into contact with it. It won't be traced to anybody.
The girl was shot. What about the gun?
Left at the scene and in our possession. But it'll be like the screwdriver. It's cheap and it's old and reliable only at close range. In this case, 4 to 6 inches. The user knew we couldn't trace it to him. We'll try, but it won't do any good.
You know it was Lozada, she cried softly. Wick can identify him.
Can he? I don't question that Wick suspects him. He'd be the #1 suspect on anyone's list. He and Wick are bitter enemies.
Judging by Lozada's tone of voice whenever he spoke Wick's name, she had gathered as much. What happened between them?
It's a police matter.
A matter he obviously chose not to divulge to her. Can't you at least take Lozada into custody for questioning? He scoffed at that.
With no probable cause? He'd love that. It would virtually ensure he would never be tried. I'll only arrest him if Wick can positively identify him as his assailant. But I can almost promise you that Wick didn't see him. And just as I expected, that motel room is so chock full of trace evidence, it could belong to Lozada or to anyone else who's ever cleared the threshold of that room, me included. Anything we retrieved from there would never hold up in court. Even evidence we retrieved off the other victim, the girl, is no good to us. Dozens of people saw her having physical contact with several men in that bar, including Wick. We cleaned her fingernails and got only grit. There was nothing on her that she couldn't have picked up by casual contact.
She was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Definitely, but that's not all. She had a connection to Lozada, Wesley said. Her job was cleaning his penthouse, and she bragged to her co-workers that they were intimate.
Then what more proof do you need?
Oh, we've got lots of proof that she came into daily contact with Lozada's clothing, his bed linens, his carpet, his everything. That's more a liability than an advantage. All his defense lawyer would have to argue is that she could have picked up the evidence at any time, and he would be right. So much for our proof. He gave her a wry look. Why don't you tell me what kind of proof a jury would need to convict Lozada, Madam Forewoman?
What about blood on his clothing?
You know better than I do that all the significant bleeding was internal because he didn't withdraw the weapon. If Lozada got any on him, which is doubtful, by the time we got a search warrant, he would have destroyed the clothing. There was blood from the victim's neck in the previous case. Was the prosecution able to produce it on any of Lozada's belongings?
No, she replied. And his defense attorney made certain we jurors knew that. She was thoughtful for several seconds, then asked, What about DNA? That would be virtually indisputable. What about semen, saliva? He shook his head.
He would never be so careless. And even if he were, he and the girl could have been together earlier in the day, not necessarily in that motel room.
He didn't say whether they'd found Wick's DNA on the girl, and Rennie didn't ask. It seems I've wasted your time. She stood and pulled open the door, killing all chatter in the room beyond. Every head turned. She hesitated, but Wesley nudged her forward.
Before you go, I'd like you to see something.
He directed her back to his desk, where he picked up a photograph.
The girl's name was Sally Horton. She was 23.
She had to ask. Had Wick known her long? Were they friends?
For about 20 minutes. The bartender saw her approach him and introduce herself. Wick left the bar with me. I'll have to ask him what happened after that. But whatever went down, and regardless of the length of time she spent with Wick, Lozada disapproved.
He passed her the photograph. Rennie witnessed death on a routine basis. She had seen the havoc that disease or machine or a weapon could wreak on a human body. Often the damage defied belief and looked like something out of a gruesome horror movie made by a producer with a vivid and sick imagination. She expected a photograph similar to the ones the jury had been shown during the trial. A bloated face, protruding tongue, bulging eyes. But Sally Horton appeared untouched, except for 2 dark spots in her forehead. Rennie returned the photograph to Wesley's desk. "If I had told you about Lozada earlier, he might have been in jail and she wouldn't have been killed. Is that why you showed me the picture?"
That, yeah. But also to warn you.
I already know that Lozada is dangerous.
So is getting involved with Wick.
When Lozada first heard about it on TV news, he'd been furious. How could Rennie have saved Wick Threadgill's life after he had gone to so much trouble and placed himself at such risk to rid her of him? Women. He would never understand them. Nothing you did for them was ever enough. Whenever any cop was killed, it made news. Other cops rallied. The black armbands were brought out. Pictures of the widowed and the orphaned made the front page. The general public grieved as though they'd lost a friend. The fallen man was hailed a hero. But to hear them tell it on TV this morning, Wick Threadgill could walk on water. The reports cited various crimes that Threadgill had solved, seemingly all by himself. Batman and Dick Tracy rolled into one. He'd been all but drummed off the force, but that was downplayed. Rennie was touted as the gifted surgeon who had worked valiantly to bring him back from the brink of death. She brought to the operating room at Tarrant General the trauma treatment experience she had gained in war-torn countries while participating in international programs like Doctors Without Borders. Lozada had been so upset by these blatantly biased news stories that he couldn't even enjoy playing with his scorpions. His worst enemy was receiving accolades. Rennie was working against him. He hadn't felt this frustrated since a paramedic had saved his baby brother after he'd shoved a ball down his throat. It had been Christmas morning of his 16th year. His brother was 13, but had the mind of a 2-year-old. One of his gifts from Santa had been a foam baseball and a plastic bat. He was playing with them beneath the decorated tree. Their parents were in the kitchen, checking on the Christmas ham. Lozada had sat watching his brother for several minutes and decided that his world would be so much nicer without him in it. The idiot had thought it was a game when Lozada crammed the foam ball into his mouth. He hadn't uttered a sound. He put up no resistance whatsoever. The life had almost gone out of his brother's trusting eyes when Lozada heard his parents returning from the kitchen. He started hollering for them to come quickly, that baby brother had put his new baseball in his mouth. 911 was called and the kid was spared. His parents had wept with relief, held the boy close all day, and said over and over again what a blessing he was. It had been a rotten Christmas day. Even the ham had burned. Ironically, he could have saved himself the trouble of trying to kill his brother. A mere 6 months later, his parents had been flying the kid to Houston to consult with yet another witch doctor. Didn't these people know when to quit? When their commuter plane crashed into an East Texas swamp during a thunderstorm. Everyone on board perished. How had he gotten so lucky? But Lozada wouldn't leave Wick Threadgill to fate. For one thing, he wouldn't deny himself the satisfaction of killing him. Already he'd had to sacrifice the leisurely planning of it. Only yesterday he had resolved to take his time and devise something special for Threadgill. But last night it had become clear that he must act without delay. He hated like hell having to accelerate his plans. You didn't drink a decanter of Louis XIII like a can of soda. He was being deprived of the savoring. But if it meant Threadgill would be dead sooner rather than later, he could accept that. Although faced with a few tactical problems last night, He had planned quickly and acted swiftly. The would-be exotic dancer had been easy to entice. She had believed him without question when he told her he had a friend who liked threesomes. Was she game? "If he's cute as you bet." She had balked at taking her car instead of his, but she had consented quickly enough when he said, "On second thought, let's just forget about it." He knew where Threadgill was staying. It was the rat hole where the FWPD normally stashed paid trial witnesses, visiting law enforcement personnel, new recruits, and such. For verification, all he'd had to do was call and ask to be connected to Wick Threadgill's room. He'd hung up while the phone was ringing, but he had confirmed Threadgill's lodging. He had Sally park in the supermarket parking lot 2 blocks away from the motel, and they'd gone the rest of the way on foot. When she asked why, he told her he wanted to surprise his friend. She bought it. Wick's pickup was parked outside room 121. Lozada scanned the parking lot to make certain no one else was about. Most of the rooms were dark. The few where lights were on had the drapes drawn. He motioned the girl forward. "You go first. I want you to be the first thing he sees when he opens the door." She knocked, but after waiting for several seconds, she pressed her ear to the door. "I think I hear the shower." She'd been impressed when he opened the lock with his credit card. Signaling for her to be very quiet, he ushered her inside and told her to lie down on the bed. She obliged him and had been suppressing a fit of giggles when he shot her twice in the forehead. He considered cutting out her tongue, as he had promised to do if she talked about him, but it would have been messy. Besides, the shower faucets were turned off. In hindsight, he should have used the silenced pistol on Wick, too. One pop in the ear as he came out of the bathroom, another between the eyes to make sure. But where was the fun in that? He wanted Wick to realize that he was going to die. On the other hand, the screwdriver was a good choice. He'd found it in an old toolbox in the rear storage room of his TV repair shop. Practical, rusty, antiquated, untraceable. Another thing he might do differently. He would have made that jab fatal instead of recreational. Rather than making it instantaneous and stabbing Wick in the heart as he'd done Howell, he wanted to play with Threadgill. That turned out to be a bad call. He hadn't had time to finish the job, thanks to the motel maid. Who cleans rooms at 4:30 in the morning? By the time she had dialed 911, he was back at the supermarket. He'd driven Sally's car to where they'd made the exchange. He had left the keys in it, retrieved his SUV, and parked it in the undesignated space of a garage, then walked to the hotel coffee shop for breakfast. He was having a last cup of coffee when the first reports of the murder appeared on the morning news shows. All that work and nothing to show for it, he thought now. The bastard hadn't died. And Rennie had helped him survive. Why? Why had she saved him? She had been furious with him. She had told him she never wanted to see him again. She hated him. Or did she? He remained in his condo all day, too dispirited to go out. He called his ultra-private voicemail number and had a message that said a job was his for the asking. The contract was so important to the client that Lozada could name his own price. Ordinarily, the prospect would have excited him, but even the promise of a lucrative job with a built-in bonus didn't lift him out of his doldrums. He was superior to Wick Threadgill in every way. He had class. He doubted Threadgill could even spell it. He was a millionaire. Threadgill scraped by on a cop's salary. He wore designer clothes. Threadgill dressed like a saddle tramp. He wanted to place Rennie on a pedestal. Threadgill wanted to use her to get to him. It simply didn't tabulate. How could she possibly prefer Threadgill to him? He was still sulking when the early edition of the evening news came on. Nothing had happened that day to supplant the lead story of Sally Horton's murder and the near-fatal attack on Wick. After recapping the morning's events, the talking head said, "A press conference was held today at Tarrant General, where Dr. Rennie Newton answered the questions of reporters." That segued into videotape of the press conference, Rennie was standing behind a podium and was flanked by two somber men in dark suits who were probably hospital administrators. She squinted against the glare of video lights as she acknowledged one of the eager reporters. "Dr. Newton, what's Mr. Threadgill's current condition?" "He's stable," she replied, "which is encouraging. He was critical this morning. He had a penetration wound in his back that did a lot of damage to surrounding tissue."
In the right hands, a Phillips screwdriver would do that to a person. Lozada's lips curled into a smirk of gratification. "Was the wound potentially fatal?"
"In my opinion, yes. Life-saving measures were taken immediately. Our trauma team did an excellent job." "Was this attack related to the unsolved murder of Mr. Threadgill's brother 3 years ago?" "I don't know anything about that."
"Is Wick Threadgill still on leave from the police department?"
"That's a question for the police." "Is he—" She held up her hands for quiet. "I responded to an emergency call this morning. For a time, I didn't even know the patient's name. I don't know anything about Mr. Threadgill's career or his family history. I did my job. Beyond that, I can't tell you anything more." The video ended there. The talking head returned with a brief summation, then moved on to the next story. Lozada switched off the TV set, but sat there and thought about Rennie's statement. "I did my job." Of course. She hadn't saved Threadgill because she liked him. She had only been doing her job. He'd had nothing against most of the people he'd killed. He hadn't even known them, but that hadn't stopped him from doing what he was paid to do. Rennie had simply been going about her work with the same professional detachment he had when he went about his.
And wasn't she fantastic, the way she handled the media? Coolly professional, unfazed and unimpressed by the media exposure. She was extraordinary.
Oh, she was tired, he could tell that. He'd seen her looking better. But even disheveled and fatigued, she was still beautiful and desirable. He wanted her. He would have her soon. Surely after this, she would appreciate the depth of his devotion to her. Suddenly, he was ravenously hungry and felt like going out. He poured himself a tequila and took it with him into the black marble shower. After showering and shaving his head and body, he let the water stream for another 10 minutes. Following that thorough rinsing, he disassembled the drain, cleaned every component of it with disposable wipes, then flushed them down the toilet. He replaced the drain. He wiped the shower stall dry with a towel and placed it in a cloth bag. On his way out, he would drop the bag into a chute that emptied into a bin in the building's basement. A laundry service collected the bags twice daily. He never left a used towel in his bathroom.